wait, 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 wait.
Wait for HasanAbi.
I would have never imagined this much of a fucking crowd at a college campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. It's July 17th, 2024. It's Wednesday, folks. Hump day. And I am right on time. It's 11:14 a.m. and I am ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's RNC Day 3. KG did nothing wrong. Long live the D. Oh, we're going to be talking about Tenacious D, Pick of Destiny, and cancel culture coming from the conservative side, demonstrating the hypocrisy once again. One of the favorite things that conservatives love doing is just openly being hypocritical about, specifically cancel culture. We'll talk about that. In terms of Israel, we've talked about that quite a bit, but we'll talk about that in terms of the freaking Trump assassination as well. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. We're going to be doing Adam shit as well. We'll be talking about Adam shit. I call him Adam shit. You know, we'll do all of that. Let me put those in the title. And we'll be doing some HOGWATCH RNC. As always, it's my birthday, yo. Happy birthday to Kyle Leopard. Happy birthday to you. You were born one day before my brother. Anyway, but yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. And honestly, last night after a wonderful stream, shorter than usual stream because I was too busy self-immolating. For content, I ended the broadcast after playing a little bit of Elden Lord, a little bit of Elden Ring, Scaramucci, Shadow of the Erd Tree, Skedaddle, went back to my old ways. I basically self-immolated in front of Renaya, the mage goddess, okay, who's just kind of chilling, not really doing anything. And I'm just over there trying to fuck her up. Regardless, but she fucked me up. She got hands. I was gooning, but I was getting my ass beat regardless. Anyway, so after that, what did I do? Not really much. Went to sleep, really. Went to freaking sleep. Is there gaming on the docket today? Yes. There is gaming on the docket. There's going to be gaming on the docket. I watched Tower of God. And I just I don't know what it is, but Korean anime, like the drawing, the art style of Korean anime just rubs me the wrong way. I don't know. It's kind of nice, but it's just my expectations are different. It's cool. It's cool, but it's I don't know. I want something else. It might be too smooth. I don't know what it is. I'm not going to watch Latest Kill Tony with Biden and Trump, dude. I'm sorry, brother. I'm not. You are not going to get me to watch Tony Hinchcliffe on this broadcast, okay? That's crazy request. Anyway, where was I? Where the hell was I? Daily Life of the Immortal King has great animation. It's easy to watch. Fucking hilarious. Check that one out. No. You are a unique figure in streaming, Hassan. You are one of the only content creators whose audience comes to you for a purpose other than just hanging out with you as friends do. I finally understand why you yell at your community. I think people should still yell at their communities to make sure that they have the best possible chat, to have the chat that they want reflected back to them. Anyway, Elusive Samurai, I haven't seen it. We'll take a look at it. What? Liberal Christians versus conservative Christians Jubilee? That's from 2020. You're out of your dang mind. I'm not going to be looking at that. But yeah. So as I was saying, personal news wise, I went to bed, woke up early, tried to wake Alex up to also work out with me because, it's Friday. We got a workout session, and he was not alive. He was dead. Alexa is gone. Alex is here, but also dead because he was hammered last night, from what I understand. Or, I mean, not Friday. Sorry, Wednesday. Did I say Friday? Shit. Honestly, it feels kind of like a Friday to me. Did Alex come home sloshed? Yeah, apparently Ludwig was fucking insanely zooted out of his goddamn mind because he's a little baby who's a teetotaler and doesn't know how to hold his drinks. But yeah, I saw bits and pieces of it later, but from what I understand, they were like a little bit, they were getting fucking hammered. I don't know why I said Friday. It just feels like it's a Friday. It makes me feel like it's a Friday. Yeah, I saw this. Look.
How do I get him banned? How do I get him banned off Twitch? Hassan is a cracker. Fuck that cracker bitch.
Stop listening to him, Twitch.
Cracker ass bitch.
Okay.
Ban us, fuckers. Hey, who's the president of Twitch right now? What's his name? Dan Clancy. Dan Clancy. Cracker.
Oh my God. What he's saying is,
take him off the airwaves. He's racist.
We have crackers on the menu, actually. We got crackers.
I think there's something so funny about this because, like, it immediately demonstrates how fucking stupid that whole drama cycle was. And I hope that, like, people who got washed away in that era of being like, cracker is a racist term, all of those people now unironically defend white people's right to be able to say the N-word. And I think it's really funny that they were like that was an era where like LSF was so lit. Like they were just like, this is the worst kind of racism. So many streamers pretended like it was real drama. Yeah, I mean, look, every single person that pretended like it was real drama is genuinely like has processing issues, in my opinion. Like any streamer that looked at that, any streamer can't wait for Asman and X to react to that clip. They will not, because it will not get any play on LSF. Because no one will seriously try to get Connor banned, because it's Ludwig and Connor, and they kind of like Ludwig and they kind of like Connor, and it's fake outrage. It was fake outrage from the start, and if you try to direct the fake outrage towards this kind of shit, they would just not, no one would cover it. Everyone would be like, this is a joke, you know? And by the way, it is a joke. Like if any of them got banned for this, that would be ridiculous. You know? We can't just watch a fun clip anymore. I'm just saying, bro, Asman watchers get full tilted about that. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. I'm telling you right now, they would not. You want to know why they would not? They would not get tilted about that because it's all vibes based. That's it. No one is being sincere when they say cracker genuinely offends me. Just like I don't think people are being sincere when like people make jokes about Donald Trump. I don't believe that any single genuine right-wing Republican is like, wow, I can't believe you're making Trump jokes. He just almost got killed. You know? Like that is, it's complete and utter silliness. It's all vibes based. You give leeway to the people that you like, and you don't give any leeway to the people you don't like. That's it. Humor is legal, except for when my feelings are hurt. Yeah, everyone's a bitch. Yeah, we'll talk about the Tenacious D fiasco in a little bit, which kind of actually relates to this cracker, the cracker discourse. Anyway, I feel like there are many people who see Trump as a god, and they would genuinely say, yeah, bro, if he's a god, you can make jokes about God, okay? Like, this is an omnipotent, omnipresent being. Like, what are we talking about? You can't fucking make jokes about, like, the most powerful fucking being on the planet? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I genuinely think conservatives' brains are just broken. They ultimately think, I think that conservatives' brains are actually broken, where they only think they can make fun of, like, those with less than them. Like, conservative brains, like Republican Party conservative brains, like work in the opposite direction as like normal people. Normal people will be like, oh, that's bullying. You maybe shouldn't do that. Conservatives are like, no, don't ever make fun of people in positions of power. Only make fun of people that have like less than you, people who are worse off than you. Like a lot of people will say, oh, comedy is good when you punch up, right? Comedy is good when you punch up. Conservatives are like, no, it's only good when I punch down. Hell yeah. Anyway, we'll cover all of that in a second. Cancel culture, conservatives, cancel Tenacious D, Adam Schiff demands Biden drop out. Bro, you need to make a store on earning loans in. I don't even want to talk about that right now. That shit is actually making me sad. Democracy in display. Adam Schiff demands Biden drop out. RNC Day 3. Hasan, you're sounding awfully heretical right now. Almost sounds like you're criticizing God, Emperor Trump, Lord of the American Imperium, and heir to the mantle of Christ, Madge. I think currently we like to talk about how like conservatives love to have fun, and I still believe that to a certain degree. But if they get this invested in like God shit, they're gonna lose that. They're just gonna be so fucking lame. Like the conservatives that currently are operating like that, they're so lame. Like they just are unimaginably lame and rigid. And you don't fucking want that. You don't want to be like that. You don't want to be like the fucking woke skulls. It's just like conservatives always have been though, and there's not really much you can do about it. Like many conservatives always have been. Yeah, we'll talk about the Australian senator as well, who was like, we're going to deport him. We must deport this guy. How dare they talk about fucking Donald Trump? Free speech absolutist, by the way. What is this? Trump is attacking the communists. Yeah, we'll do that. Trump's unity is so funny. He's just like left bashing, which he's not wrong. I mean, Democrats hate the socialists. Republicans hate the socialists. Maybe they'll unite to kill socialists. Who knows? Finally, America can unite, you know? I knew you looked familiar. Okay, that's crazy. He's so much more handsome than me. You guys are being ridiculous. Anyway, does anyone have a good blast off meme? Cancel culture, conservatives canceled, Tenacious D, hypocrisy and display, Adam Schiff demands Biden drop out, RNC Day 3, and Elden Lord later. Get in now. I'll blast off meme, my lord. I blasted off with this already. This time it's just Kaya. Fuck it, whatever. We're light on the blast off today. No. Conservatives hate liberals. People hate whoever makes them feel inferior. That's why libs hate the left, but conservatives hate liberals. Of course conservatives hate liberals. They really do. But they also hate socialists and like, you know, communists and whatever. I think they're more afraid of socialists. Like they just don't understand it. They despise liberals, but they're fearful of what they perceive as to be socialist. Like they think we just have something wrong in our brains, like that like our worldview fundamentally does not align with American principles, that like we have just been brainwashed by China or Russia or some shit, you know. Well, not Russia, but USSR. Chat, the glazing is insane, shaking my head. There's a new cyberpunk detective noir game called Nobody Wants to Die. Just came out today, pretty sick. Honestly, I kind of want to play that like Trump, protecting Trump from assassination game. That's like an old ass game. Here it is, folks. This is the blast off. Cancel culture, conservatives cancel, Tenacious D, hypocrisy display, Adam Schiff demands Biden drop out, RNC Day 3, and Elden Lord later. Get in now. Steam game that the kid played? I don't think the kid played that game. Are you studying up on Jason the Weenie lingo before Saturday?
And then I said, Skibbity, you're breaking up with me? I can't believe it. But who am I supposed to edge with now? We were supposed to month next week. Oh gosh, you have to be trolling. My aura is.
Dude, she's cringe on purpose. She's pretty funny. I mean, it's a hard watch, but it's like designed to be a hard watch. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole point of this. She is so good at just being the worst. I don't know how else to describe it other than she is very good at doing the most and being the worst.
It's fading away. I can see it vanishing in front of my eyes. I thought you were rizzing me. I thought you were glazing. And now you're telling me you don't even spit on it? Our relationship was supposed to be W's in the chat. I get these dreams.
No, I was on a ferry the other day near a group of high schoolers and they really talk like this. I know they do. I hear it at the basketball court all the fucking time. If I see, bro, let me tell you something. If I see a broccoli cut or an Edgar cut, you know I'm about to hear the most horrendous shit coming out of their mouths, okay? And that's just like a byproduct of being old. Gremlo, thank you for the W-ass raid. On God. That was real Sigma of you for the raid. We're out here in Ohio, but right now, shit is feeling pretty rizzed up. What's the Edgar cut? Don't worry about it if you don't know what it is. Okay, listen. I go to the courts. If I see a fucking Edgar cut or a broccoli cut, I know I'm about to hear some skibbity ass bullshit. Okay? But like, I think it's just, like I said, a byproduct of us being old, like becoming older in this community, you know? That's just what it is. We're no longer 20, or at least I'm not. You know, I'm 32. I'm about to be 33 next week. As a 32-year-old, I could grow broccoli hair their whole life. I'm a little confused how to feel. Yeah, I mean, I love the broccoli cut. I had the broccoli cut when I was younger, and people used to make fun of me because it looked like shit, and because I just didn't know what to do with my hair. It's naturally fucking a little curly, and the broccoli cut worked perfectly with it. Some kids saying, what the Sigma crits me? Yeah, no, that's hanging on a lot. Last week at 32 for dear life, huh? Shh, still 32, bitch. How do you style your hair? I don't do shit. I just put minoxidil in it so I don't bald, and then just like let it ride. I am 35 and I have to Google most of these terms that aren't Twitch related. Yeah, if I'm talking about something, just know that it's like it's for your benefit. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times I'll just like tell you some shit and you'll be like, why is he talking about this? And it's like, dude, you need to have like broad knowledge of all the things that are going on, so you're like at least a little bit in tune with the culture. Obviously, you know, that kind of stuff is still being dominated by younger and younger children in general, because like the internet has basically made everyone the same age, kind of. Obviously that's not the case, but like the reception of content and commentary almost always is like, oh, this is a person that is probably around my age saying this, or maybe a little bit younger, but you never think like, that's a fucking 12-year-old speaking, dog. That's literally a 12-year-old saying this shit. And because of that, like, and how extremely online little 12-year-olds are, they end up dominating culture a little bit because they could just like overpower people who are not extremely online. It is a very weird circumstance. Yeah, I saw Isaac Chodiner interview Bernie about Biden. I know. Have you seen, oh my God, Gavin Newsom cooked the living shit out of Elon? HasanAbi heads and Uni. Help me with Gen Z slang. Thanks, y'all. Axios Biden strat to, yeah, I see this. Biden is newly embracing a laundry list of left-wing policy proposals. This was the gamble. There was a little bit of talks about this coming from, there was some talk about this coming from a couple different outlets. I told you guys, like, it didn't make any sense why AOC and Bernie were like so invested in Biden and were riding with Biden. And I briefly covered it too. I think it was Axios or something. I can't remember. But like, this is the gamble of the squad, is that they think that if they embrace Biden at this critical moment, that Biden will adopt their policy positions for the first 100 days. Except I think it's stupid, because Biden did not adopt those first 100-day policies when he made those campaign promises last time around. Okay? I think at the end of the day, this is suicidal, because he's going to lose. And then when he fucking loses, they're going to be like, oh, he lost because of leftist positions that he adopted. I don't trust Biden as far as I can throw him. I can't throw him very far. I think I could probably throw him a little bit further than the average person. But like, you know, probably Secret Service would stop me from doing that sort of thing. So I can't technically throw him very far. I just don't trust Biden. Okay? I don't trust him. And I think that it's silly to trust him. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I don't know why I'm diving deep into this this colloquialism. That is the same take from Owen Jones. Yeah. His bones are hollow. He's not a bird. He's old, man. He said his bones are hollow like a bird. He will take flight if you toss him. You don't understand. Not age. I think the age will blanket all other onions. What? You are such a tanky Republican. Yeah, dude. I love tanks, and I love the Republican Party. I love free market principles. Okay, this is Ugandan kids recreating the.
I want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Dude, the internet is so awesome. I mean, that's dope. That's cool as hell. Some Republicans are about to be like, we need to bomb Uganda. I mean, they wanted to bomb Uganda anyway because there's black people there and they're afraid of that sort of thing. But like now they're extra trying to bomb Uganda because they're like, how dare they make fun of our president? How dare they make fun of our president? Oh. Anyway, it was filmed before the shooting. That's crazy. What did they know? Okay, so we got that. Donald Trump is super measured. We're going to be talking about how measured he is. We're going to be talking about the polls and how they haven't shifted that much, and how Donald Trump hasn't shifted that much from being measured, even though he claimed he was going to. Anyway, RNC Day 2. RNC Day 2 happened with the GOP rivals uniting behind Trump with Make America Safe Again.
With the RNC in Milwaukee, where former contenders for the GOP presidential nomination gave Donald Trump some major support last.
By the way, this was weak as fuck. RNC Day 2 was weak as hell because their entire point is just like, we have to make America safe again, because obviously America's like on the downturn and there's like so much crime, specifically immigrant crime. But like, you can't really make that argument this far out. Like, you could have tried to make that argument in the midterms and it still failed on its face, right? And as you guys know, 2024, year of HasanAbi vindication. For many of you who weren't around maybe in like 2021 or whatever, or many of you who were mad at me in 2021, I was saying all of this stuff. I was like, you guys are crazy with this whole crime panic shit. I assume you saw that weirdo Pierre's mom, uncle. Yeah, what? No. No. But yeah, 2024, year of HasanAbi vindication. Speaking of my uncle, actually, what is this? I assume you saw that weirdo Pierre's bomb uncle. I don't know what you're talking about. I actually legitimately don't know, but but speaking of my uncle, he was another one. He was another one of these dudes who got swept up in the crime panic. Okay. And you know this, like, I love Jank. I ride for Jank. 2024 is the year of Jank. I'm voting for him, right? He's my president. He's my president in my heart. And it's like interesting to think that, someone who is so formative, so important in my life could become so fucking brain rotted in terms of the crime panic, in terms of the crime narrative. He did that shit. Anna as well, unfortunately. And it's like, they were wrong. And they were wrong, and the Republican Party is wrong. And what's really crazy about this is I was listening to NPR this morning, as one does, trying to be as gay as possible because, that's what I try to do. I try to like groom myself into homosexuality in the morning, like woke Marxist homosexuality by listening to NPR. It's called gay maxing. You guys should try it sometime. Anyway, and it was shocking. It was shocking that like I'm listening to Up First, right? And what am I hearing from Up First? Oh, like designated HasanAbi talking points from like 2021 onward. Crime panic is out of control. Americans consistently overestimate how bad crime is. Why do they feel this way? Well, it seems they feel this way because they see homelessness and they think, oh, that's crime. They look at homeless people on the streets and they view that as like crime skyrocketing, right? That's it. That is the correct point. People look at homelessness and they go, that's why crime is up and it's going crazy. And I told you this. I told you this time and time again. Sensationalist news from local media, all the way from Sinclair Broadcasting, all the way to like regular local media outside of the sphere of Sinclair Broadcasting, the network television, was going along with this narrative. They would bring police chiefs on and they would tie it to crime is skyrocketing because the police are defunded. Police never got defunded. Crime never actually fucking skyrocketed, but it didn't matter. That narrative set. It wasn't helped by the fact that Citizen and Ring and all of these applications that people had turned them into like unironic fascists, turned all the moms in the suburbs into fucking Hitlerian fascists. Okay? It swept the goddamn nation. It swept the goddamn nation, and yet you don't really hear about it as much anymore. Why? Well, because it wasn't a real narrative, and the media decided to move away from that. You think people just go online and make some shit up? No, I don't think that people go online and make some shit up. I think that people refuse to be reasonable and refuse to look at empirical evidence in times of emotional turmoil. They see a homeless person masturbating on a fucking street corner and they go, oh my God, like crime is fucking out of control. Technically, that is a crime, by the way, of course. But like my point is, they see homeless people, they see tents, and they go, crime is everywhere, crime is everywhere, crime is everywhere. And then the media goes, oh yeah, crime is everywhere actually. Look at this fucking retail theft. Retail theft was another lie that the media told. Walgreens CEO says we have to move out of certain parts of San Francisco because of organized retail theft. A year later, the CFO comes out, says, oops, my bad. I guess we were lying about it. I guess we panicked a little bit. There was a very good reason why they lied about it. They saw the prevailing narrative and they tried to shelter the real reasons as to why they were moving out of certain neighborhoods. They were moving out of certain neighborhoods because real estate was too expensive for them. Okay, brick and mortar retail is getting absolutely clobbered by Amazon. Of course, they're having a hard time competing with, online retailers that have now moved into that moved into like the regular grocery chains as well. And that's the real reason why they were shutting down some of those stores. But they didn't want to say it like that because that would cause maybe an investor panic. So they were like, oh no, it's because of crime, right? Anyway, but if you were in here, you knew that reality, okay? You knew that reality. If you were in here, you saw that because I talked about it regularly and a lot of people yelled at me for it. They said, oh, dude, you're such a socialist. You just don't care about crime. You don't fucking care about crime at all. You love crime. Shut the fuck up. You just want, specifically, they would get racist with it. They'd be like, oh, specifically, you love when black people do crime. You think they're infallible. You think that you can't ever criticize black people. Remember that. That's what they used to fucking say. They would just like automatically associate crime with black people. Anyway, so having said that, all of this, and the fact that crime has steadily declined, with the exception of that minor blip post-COVID, is the reason why RNC Day 2 was kind of a dud, because they can't keep up this narrative that like crime is out of control. Crime is out of control. You don't even hear from the fucking big truckers, the big mother truckers that are terrified of going into the city as much anymore about like, oh, I can't go to the city because there's homeless people everywhere. I can't bring my truck with the truck nuts into the big city where there's Mexican crime happening. They have, however, created an immigrant crime panic, which again, another HasanAbi lock permanently. Undocumented immigrants do not do more crime than documented U.S. citizens. As a matter of fact, per capita, undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime. New statistics come out on this stuff all the time. Undocumented migrants are 30% less likely to be arrested than a natural-born U.S. citizen. Okay? Just remember that. But that doesn't change the reality that the Republicans have hysterically claimed that migrants are doing crimes everywhere. They're doing rapes. They're doing crimes. They're bringing drugs over the fucking border. All of which is a lie. There is no other way to have this conversation with people because they're just presenting a false narrative that they genuinely believe. Okay? How do you deal with that sort of thing? You can't. You just have to be honest. See? This guy goes, what about Lincoln Riley? Brother, every murder is emotional. Okay? Every murder is an emotionally charged moment. The reason why you can't fucking talk about murders by looking at one person. By the way, her name wasn't even Lincoln. Her name was Lakin. You don't even know her name right, but it's fine. It's understandable. That's just a talking point for you, and that's the reason why you're fucking bringing that shit up, because it's a talking point, and that's precisely what it is. It's an anecdote, okay? It's an anecdote, and you cannot utilize emotionally charged anecdotes if they do not correspond to the broader data, okay? Do you understand? Every single moment, like every murder is significant, right? Every murder is significant. Every sexual assault is significant. It's emotionally charged, which is precisely the reason why Republicans love using singular instances to create a false narrative. When I say undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens, that doesn't mean no undocumented immigrant has ever done a crime. That would be insane. They're still human beings. They're not fucking robots. And human beings are always going to do fucked up shit. You recognize the use of anecdotal reference? How important you think identifying logical fallacies help people develop critical thinking in order to develop class conscience? I think it's important. I recognize anecdotal references and why they're important, and I do apply anecdotal references, emotionally charged anecdotal references on a regular basis. The difference between me and like a Republican doing that, however, is that my anecdotal references actually correspond to the data, the broader data. So if I talk about a particular instance, right, it also is reflected in the data as well. Like my side of this conversation is not like, I'm not simply taking a position here. I'm also telling you just factually accurate information instead of trying to massage this information with my own personal biases. Ben Shapiro does this a lot. He will look at empirical evidence and he will try to fucking pick apart, cherry pick data points in an effort to make it seem like his position is the correct one when it's not, right? This is the way that the Republicans operate, however. But like I was saying, it was shocking to hear NPR also somehow magically realize the truth of the matter. They said that RNC Day 2 was a dud, partially because violent crime is down, U.S. murder rate is plunging. They said undocumented migrants are not exactly a prescient talking point, not exactly a talking point that like Republicans still care about it, but it's not necessarily born out of real data. It was shocking, partially because Biden has completely stopped border crossings almost. All right. That's one thing that they brought up as a major own. And then they turned around and even legitimized the fact that there was some panic on the undocumented migrant crisis because there was a lot of people that were actually crossing the border as though this is a fucking major problem somehow. And then they turned around and still said, guess what, though? Guess what? Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than documented U.S. citizens. The panic narrative, the hysterical narrative from the Republican side on this issue is completely made up, not born out of data at all. It's just born out of fear that they imagine in their own minds. This is why it's extra ironic when someone like Ben Shapiro says, facts don't care about your feelings, because he's never operating on a factual basis. His entire job is to make it seem like he has empirical data, empirical evidence actually defending his prevailing narrative. But in fact, he's almost always operating with his fifis and never operating out of data points.
Last night, Tony was on the convention floor for the speeches, including the one by Nikki Haley, where she called for Republicans to unite around the former president. Tony, good morning once again.
Hey, good morning, Nate. Good to see you this morning. So the official theme here last night was safety, and the speeches, including some from everyday Americans, or EDAs in the particular jargon of the RNC schedule, well, they touched on immigration, the illegal sort, the fentanyl crisis, and backing law enforcement.
That's another great part of the conversation. Oh, fentanyl being trafficked over the border. Yeah, that's right. Fentanyl is. Except 90% of fentanyl apprehensions, 90% of all of the drug apprehensions, according to the Department of Homeland Security, more like the Department of Homosexual Security, by the way. Obviously, they're also gay Marxists, it seems. You know, Customs and Border Patrol, more like cocks, butts, and pussies. Okay? Their own data shows that all drugs being trafficked across the border, 90% of them come from regular points of entry. Okay? The overwhelming majority of people that are trafficking these drugs, unless they're coming out of shipping containers, are actually coming with American citizens driving cars across the border. They're not coming in the pockets of law-abiding abuelitas, okay? You're fucking delusional if you think that they're able to, Mexicans and Guatemalans somehow are magically able to fucking traffic and like hide metric tons of cocaine and fentanyl in their fucking pockets when they're crossing the goddamn desert, okay? When they're crossing the fucking Rio Grande Valley. That's not how this works. It physically does not make sense. It mathematically doesn't make sense, okay? Anyway, I agree with you about where the fent comes from. What about the chemicals come from China to the cartel? This is also true. Yes, it is. It is. That is correct. That's not incorrect. I recognize that, except what the fuck does that have to do with border control? We got to kill these fucking abuelas coming over the border. We need drone strikes on these. We need drone strikes on these people coming in. It's an invasion. Really? You just said it's actually coming in with shipping containers. Like, doesn't seem like that's going to do much. Anyway, there is not one real narrative in the Republican Party. Every single talking point, every single policy position is all born not out of data, not out of real problems, but it's just born out of like hysterical panic that they have brought about themselves. Like, they do not have to fear the top of the hour ad break, right? They can just subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. But they just like whip themselves up into a fucking frenzy and they're like, oh my God, I'm checking my watch. It's like, oh my God, we're 5 minutes out. What the fuck am I supposed to do? The 3-minute ad break is upon us. yo, I don't like this. I don't like this. It's just like, just prepare. You know what I mean? Just prepare against it. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. That was probably the best you're going to get today as far as segues goes. Okay? That's it.
But the major headline, as you mentioned, Nikki Haley's endorsement of Donald Trump. It came with a huge weight.
Damn, bro. Shocking revelation. Dude, shocking revelation, by the way. Nikki Haley endorsed Donald Trump. Man, we needed you right now, Nikki. Like, how did that happen? How did that happen? I'm so shocked.
Wave of applause here in the arena as some of Trump's staunchest supporters reveled in her now very public bending of the knee, a turn from critic to ally.
You don't have.
Who could have fucking seen this? Another moment. What were you just saying about things you called months ago? They actually have a law, but they had to drop it to pass Greg Abbott's booby traps. Bro, remember what I told you about Nikki too? I was like, Democrats are so fucking stupid that they're like going after Nikki Haley's like base of support as though there's like a serious group of people there that are genuinely, legitimately going to genuinely and legitimately vote for Joe Biden. Like this broad constituency represented within the Republican Party, and that they weren't all going to genuflect to Donald Trump. You have to be fucking delusional to think that that would happen. History has shown time and time again that that does not happen. Why would you think that? I told you this shit already. It's always so funny. It's always so funny when people just go, "Oh, I'm so shocked that this happened." It's like, yeah, dude, a lot shocks you, I think. There's a lot you don't understand about the world if you look at a situation like this and you go, "Oh, I don't really get it. I don't understand how this could have happened." You know? No object permanence when it comes to hog ideology. Yeah. And to be fair, you know, I'm going to fucking pat myself on the back again. If you don't want to be shocked about stuff like this, then watch me instead of watching whatever kind of other dumbasses you're watching in general, because I've been talking about this for a while. Anyway.
To agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me. I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree.
What is this? Isn't this what they are trying to prevent, though? MS-13 gang members, Trump makes us stronger. MS-13 members say Trump's policy and rhetoric serves as a recruitment tool. Activists say Trump is emboldening the gang, making immigrants vulnerable. What do you think? Did you just read the headline of this? And like the headline of this YouTube video from 2017 and not even remotely pay attention to what the message could potentially be? Is that what happened? Anyway, let's continue.
I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is
Donald Trump himself seemed to like what he heard there from Nikki Haley. He offered her a standing ovation, a slow one, rising from that white plush chair he's been sitting in on each night of the convention. He still had the bandage on his ear, by the way. And in a different sort of show of unity, our Ed O'Keefe noticed that some attendees were wearing ear bandages of their own. So,
bro, Republicans are so fucking stupid, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. One charismatic like Hollywood actor, like not a John Voight type, but like an actual charismatic Hollywood actor could dramatically alter the trajectory of this party permanently. Like they have nothing. They have no cultural signifiers. They have no cultural signifiers to like point to. So they like desperately grab onto anything and everything. That's why they wear t-shirts. They say like grab them by the pussy and shit, because they just have nothing. I feel so sad for them. Will this scare the hoes? I mean, it is. It is scaring the hoes. The hoes are already scared, though. If the hoes are Republican, they're already scared. They're scared of everything. They're scared of their shadows. They're scared of black people. They're scared of brown people. They're scared of immigrants that they think are doing rapes. They're scared of homeless people. So, you know, Republican hoes are permanently scared anyway.
Looking ahead to tonight, folks, we've got Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. He's expected to speak, and this may be just my particular obsession, but he happens to be the first vice presidential candidate with facial hair in almost a century, first with a beard.
That's kind of fucked up, man. That's kind of fucked up. I get a decent number of headshots in Valorant. Okay, I don't really appreciate this. I don't really appreciate this.
and even longer than that. So maybe the next trend here at the RNC, something I could get behind myself, a little bit of scruff.
I want to see it, Tony. Thanks.
Why aren't you talking about Gaza anymore? I still do talk about Gaza. I almost daily. I talk about Palestinians almost daily. But obviously there's a broader variety of news that I cover on top of that chatter, you know? I mean, I don't talk about it every moment like I did for the past 9 months, but you know, people have a variety of different interests, and obviously it is incapable. I am incapable of just like covering everything that you want me to cover in that very moment, you know?
So much.
Latest on the investigation into the attempted assassination of Donald Trump and the questions about the security breach. Our Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas is in Washington.
That's a crazy mustache. Also, yeah, the reason why that person got banned is because there's a difference between will you cover Gaza today, which is also fucking annoying, versus Hasan, you have given up on Gaza. Like, chatters bring a very different energy usually when they're like, dude, why did you give up on the Gazans? Why did you give up on the Palestinians? Anyway, that's wild. Michael Jordan tried this. It didn't work. I don't know why people are still doing it. It's a wild mustache. You know what I mean? It's a wild mustache. It makes you look like a particular German painter, like a German art school dropout. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, Quantico has accessed the shooter's phone. And they're looking into it, but they're like shocked. And it's because they don't have me on their side. I'm not even kidding. Give me a call. This is the only time I'll work with the fucking feds. I want to know so bad what the fuck was going on in this dude's head. I will find the point of radicalization, okay? I will find the point. I pinpoint it with accuracy that the shooter did not have, okay? I will pinpoint it with unimaginable accuracy. I promise. This is extremely my shit. I just want to know. I want to know so fucking bad. Because the thing is, this dude is like so hog-coded in every way. The Act Blue donation is like obviously a blip. And obviously trying to assassinate Donald Trump is the other major reason why it's like, what was going on in this man's mind? You know what I mean? What the fuck was going on in this dude's goddamn mind? Because like, there's 2 points. One minor point, the $15 dono, and then one major point, trying to kill Hog Jesus, Donald Trump. And everything else outside of that is just like so aesthetically and so ideologically conservative. Okay? So much. Which is why hogs have not been able to really cultivate a narrative that is appropriate here. They can't, they're like upset. I feel bad for the fucking hogs. I feel bad for them. Because like if the dude even had like one fucking Spanish relative in his lineage, they could be like, that's right, Mexicans did it. If the dude had said the Shahada one time, they could be like, that's right, Islamist terrorism. Once again, this guy loves Hamas. You know what I mean? If the dude wasn't wearing a YouTube gun, like a gun YouTuber t-shirt, but instead wearing like, I don't know, my merchandise, God forbid, or even something that is like ostensibly like liberal coded, they'd be like, oh, liberal Antifa. But it's just crazy. They can't find anything. They can't find shit. He was a Persian Jew, hence Iranian Islamist. Yeah, he was a Persian Jew, sure. Bro, there is not a single Persian Jew that has ever been in like any Western Pennsylvania county, okay? Like, that'd be so funny. But yeah, DC Drano has an exclusive. I don't know if I trust his ass, but oh, it's a video. Video shows the shooter walking around by himself looking at rooftops near Trump. How was he not detained? Especially after getting caught with a rangefinder? I wonder why he wasn't. Hey, DC Drano, why do you think he wasn't detained? Partially, perhaps it was because he's white. Don't you think? Don't you think that was the reason? Bro, this dude had the best invisibility shield of all time at a Trump rally. Okay? He was white. He looked inbred as fuck. He had that white guy hair where you're like balding, but you also have like long hair at the same time, but it's like super fucking, it's both simultaneously dry and wet all the time at the same time. I don't even know how that works. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was so perfectly fucking white, dude. Absolutely zero people are going to clock him. He had a motherfucking Habsburg jaw. He was so white, he looked like royalty. There ain't no way. There ain't no fucking way anybody was like, this guy's going to shoot Trump. Maybe fucking suck Trump. Anyway, you're describing half of Twitch. No, I'm not. HasanAbi heads are not like that. Oh, I love this one. Walter banged with this, by the way. He is the GOAT for this one. This is such a good fucking... I kind of want to start doing this too. Sorry to tell you, but I'm rocking a pretty greasy skullet. A woke one, though. Dude, don't do that. What do I always fucking tell you guys, dude? Everyone can be a 7. This is not everyone can be a 7-ass mentality at all. If you got a fucking skullet going on and it's greasy, fix it, dude. Cut that shit out. Get a mullet. Get a fuckboy mullet, okay? Live your life a little bit. I just don't understand why chatters will voluntarily be like, no, you know that guy who looks horrific? I look exactly like him. Why did you voluntarily deliver this information to like a stadium full of people? Okay? I don't understand why you would do that. And which means you have that recognition and you haven't done shit about it. Go fix that shit, dude. It's not that hard. Get a haircut. This is hair ableist as fuck, bro. Chill. Yeah, I mean, I tell you guys to shower and touch grass every day. Okay? Where were you yesterday, newsman? What? I was here. I was live. Chatters think I die when I just don't go live at 11 a.m. Pacific. Chatters be like, oh, I just assumed you were dead because I didn't see you live exactly at 11 a.m. So I assumed you dropped your responsibilities. I was on fire, chatter. Literally, I was immolating. Anyway, new details in the hunt for motive in the Trump shooting. Let's take a look.
Washington for us. Good morning to you, Pierre.
I gotta pee.
Robin, good morning. The young killer at the center of this investigation remains an enigma. The FBI is still working to find the reason for the attack, but police have recovered a mountain of evidence showing his fascination with guns and explosives. This morning, new details about the final stage of planning from Thomas Matthew Crooks in the hours before he tried to assassinate former President Trump.
Take a look at what happened.
Sources telling ABC News that police suspect Crooks got on the roof not by using the 5-foot ladder he may have recently purchased, but by climbing on top of an air conditioning unit. And was Crooks on a suicide mission? Sources telling ABC News he left his tactical vest in his vehicle, raising questions about whether he intended to survive the attack. And ABC News discovering new details suggesting Crooks was meticulous in designing several suspicious devices found in his vehicle and residence. The devices had a remote control aspect, intricate wiring and chemicals, though it remains unclear how effective or dangerous they may be.
The real question here is going to be, how did he plan all this to the degree that we think he did? The odd man out here is the explosives. As to what was he going to do with those?
This comes amid new questions about security failures that ended up with Trump and 3 others hit by gunfire. Officials tell ABC News the Secret Service has actually stepped up security around Trump in recent weeks in response to threats from Iran to assassinate him. But despite that, Crooks was able to climb onto a roof and fire at Trump from 400 feet away. Officials say there's
Okay, that's not what this motherfucker... Dude,
Trump from 400 feet away.
You don't gotta give him that edit, dude. Dude, listen. He got shot at. He survived. You don't have to make him sexy in the recreation, okay? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. You cannot be doing that. I mean, at least they made him orange, but, like, that's crazy that they were just like, yeah, look at how sexy Trump is in this 3D rendering. Yeah, this is Trump minus 100 pounds. You see this insane rap video from the convention? I did not, but I love that. I love insane rap videos. Local cops warn Secret Service. Wait, what? Scoop from Washington Post. Washington Post, MSNBC's Carol Leonnig. Scoop! On Saturday, assassination attempts at Secret Service. They didn't have the manpower to position a patrol car and an officer to watch outside the key building facing the Trump rally stage on Saturday. That's where a gunman hoisted himself and later shot at the former president during the Pennsylvania event. Wow.
So a Republican gets shot by a registered Republican using a gun that Democrats tried to ban, and somehow it's the Democrats' fault?
Dude, I love that. Oh, that's so good. I love this. I mean, this is a certified banger, okay? Because it's so, I fucking hate the guy who Walter is like obviously emulating here. I've done like some coverage over his TikToks. What is it? Date right stuff, right? Isn't that what it is? He's like the guy who has that failure of a fucking right-wing dating platform. Like, if you want to streamline domestic abuse and the shittiest dick you've ever received, go on Date Right stuff, you know? I didn't know it was a parody. I thought it was a real guy. Is this take wrong? No, it's right. He just took the guy who always does like the shitty smarmy, like I'm eating food while also quickly quipping, and he turned around and he turned it on its head, and I love it. He's using the same format. I skipped this TikTok because I thought it was the other guy. No, it was absolute banger. Like with the end, he goes, "Got it." He knew. You know, when the shooter wasn't Republican and stopped trying to copy Date the Right stuff, Lamau. He never voted Republican, only registered to piss off Democratic parents. He donated to Democrats, not Republicans. He literally never donated to Democrats. No, he did. He did donate to like the one pack. But it doesn't matter. His parents weren't Democrat either. His parents were, what the fuck? His neighbors said they had Trump signs. Dude. His neighbors said that they had Trump signs on the lawn. Among the swirling unanswered questions about what drove 20-year-old Pennsylvania man to the very nearly kill former and potentially future president. Oh, man, potentially future president.
All cops are racist monsters. You just said only cops should have guns.
No, I don't want cops to have guns either. This guy's always having an argument with like a made-up person. He's just like, no, people want to demilitarize the police as well and you know, punish them aggressively. He's just arguing with a straw man that I created to own the libs. Are you happy or sad that he survived? I love bait like this. It's just like so obvious. Such a silly question, dude. At a time when everyone is like looking desperately at like left-wing commentators to fucking yell at, coming in here and being like, are you happy or sad that he survived? Like, yeah, dude, ready to clip. Finger on the button, okay? Straight up finger on the motherfucking, finger on the clipping button. He's like, ready. He's ready. I'm gonna keep that close to the chest, okay? Of course, I'm so saddened. I'm saddened by the events that took place. Bro, I was just asking. Oh, okay. Well, I'm just answering. I'm saddened by the events that took place. There you go. Much to think about with that answer. I'm using very, very careful language. You know what I think? Dude? I think the media is dropping the ball. They should have immediately ran with the narrative that Thomas Matthew Crooks and Donald Trump were in a gay love triangle, and this was a gay lovers quarrel, just like the Republicans ran with that narrative when David DePepe fucking tried to kill Paul Pelosi. I'm just shocked that more people haven't been doing that. I've been doing that here because I'm truthful, you know? I'm here for truth. I'm here for justice. I'm here to tell you what's what. I'm here to tell you what the real fucking situation is. Donald Trump started doing Ozempic, stopped because he got sexy. He stopped having sex with this young boy. Okay? Donald Trump and Thomas Matthew Crooks were in a gay relationship. They were having sex. A lot of sweaty sex, a lot of hot sex, sex like you've never even thought about. Okay? That's right. And then Donald Trump started getting on Ozempic and he started losing weight. And he was like, oh, I can do better than you, Thomas. I no longer want to fuck you. I now want to have sex with JD Vance. And Thomas Matthew Crooks was like, no, you can't do that. You're going to make him your vice president, and then you're going to be able to have hot sex with him in the White House when you become the president. I'll kill you. And then he shot at him. I spread this with a date edited, and a bunch of boomers believed it without checking, just addicted to the trolling. I am sorry. Oh no, 8 months ago, mapping the Trump shooting. Oh no, you are messed up in the head. Am I? Oh, is that the craziest fan fiction you ever heard? Or is that brilliant? And I'm actually tying the strings together finally. This proves your point.
And I will even give Joe Biden 10 strokes aside. 10 strokes. That's it. 20 strokes.
See? He's so horny. Now that he's diced off that Ozempic, he's trying to fucking stroke even Joe Biden. If I'm Trump's secret gay lover, I'm going to feel some type of way about this slutty man talking about who he wants to make come. Okay? That's what I'm saying. It's just like he probably kept hearing him talk like a fucking harlot in broad daylight, and he couldn't stop himself any longer. It was like, you used to talk to me like that. You used to stroke me like that. Okay?
And I will even give Joe Biden 10 strokes aside. 10 strokes. That's it. 20 strokes.
Yeah. On the 11th stroke, he dies. So I will be gentle with him, a gentle lover. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying. On the parents of the shooter being Republican, one of the parents is. Yeah, Channel 4 did some investigation on it, too. He was a gun-toting Republican, the daddy was. Dude, they're so good. Channel 4, I mean. All right, let's finish this, and then I'll get into the Channel 4 shit.
Hey. Officials say there's no indication of a link between the Iran threats and Saturday's attempted assassination. But now growing outrage about the security lapse.
Someone's on top of the roof. Look.
Video shows Crooks on the roof moments before he opened fire, spotted by bystanders who called police for help.
Officer.
In our interview, the head of the Secret Service, Kim Cheeto, saying law enforcement officers were stationed inside the same building where Trump's would-be assassin climbed onto the roof and opened fire.
There was local police in that building. There was local police in the area that were responsible for the outer perimeter of the building.
L after L after L, dude. Holy shit, the Secret Service sucks. If you are any part of the American law enforcement community, you just automatically are just ass, dude. You're just so used to being bad at your job. Straight up. It's like comically bad.
I'm being told that the shooter was actually identified as a potential person of suspicion. And so the local police department actually...
It's so funny because like Uvalde happened and not a single one of those pig fuckers was a woman. So of course nobody hit the DEI narrative then. But the moment that they find like a woman that they can blame, they're like, oh no, this is not like a cultural problem. This is not like a problem born out of the lack of interest that anybody has in a position of power to like actually make cops do their fucking jobs. Okay? So it must be the woman in charge that is the reason. It's awesome. It's great. They found a woman so they can be like, yeah, it's DEI. No, man, it's just that law enforcement in general, all the way up to the Secret Service, it seems, just aren't very good at their fucking jobs, and they don't need to be at all because absolutely zero people are like, hey, maybe we should make them do their fucking jobs. This is like one of the ways that I think I always try to reach out to the hogs as well, where I'm like, don't you get fucking mad when so much of your tax dollars go to these fucking people and then like they literally just like cry all the time about how like they're being bullied because they can't be like violent to random people. Meanwhile, they are still violent to random people. They have no fucking accountability, and they rarely ever do their goddamn jobs. They never do their jobs. They never do it. It's like anything that you have that is stolen, God forbid, you go to the cops, they're gonna be like, you think that's what we do? Get the fuck out of here, okay? I was shocked when 2 detectives knocked on my door. Shocked. I thought they were here to like arrest me. When they came up to my door and were like, hey, we're actually investigating a stolen car that happened like outside of your house. I was like, it was like a genuinely shocking moment for me. I was like, you guys do that sort of thing? Like you do that sort of thing? Like that's a thing that you do? You investigate theft like that? Grand Theft Auto? Rich neighborhood, that's why. Really funny that you say that because in this rich neighborhood, I have had literal friends have their car stolen where the cops straight up were like, Nothing we can do. You say, but you in West Hollywood. But that's so funny that you're saying that, because I have people that were in my neighborhood that you know as well. Not one, but two people, actually. Yeah, Myth got his car stolen. Ludwig got his car stolen. Will had a car theft situation as well. Absolutely zero circumstances where cops are like, oh yeah, let's get right to it, sir. I suspect that it was a person who has like an in with the police department that got detectives to actually fucking get off their ass and do an investigation. Anyway, or maybe like it was an insurance fraud. I don't know. Like, that's why I bike. Motherfucker stealing it probably need a good workout. True.
Actually put a call out.
Officers responded, but were not able to stop the gunman in time. The local sheriff defending his team, telling ABC News each department had been given specific assignments and they carried them out.
The deputies under my control did their job and went above and beyond after the shooting stopped and the chaos began.
In fairness, nobody wanted something like this to happen, and many of the police performed heroically. But the fact remains, we still do not have a clear answer as to why and how that young killer was able to get on that roof and fire away, George.
Pierre Thomas, thanks.
And former President Trump.
Anyway, we're gonna continue along with the background on the shooter and more police incompetence, of course, as always. We got the video where this guy, apparently it's him, is the shooter, who was walking around by himself looking at rooftops near Trump. How was he not detained, especially after getting caught with a rangefinder? I'm gonna tell you once again, it's because he's white. He's white as fuck. He was so goddamn white. There's no one more white than this man. Okay, if he was like even a little tan, that they would have had him in handcuffs. Okay, prodding his asshole. Okay, like this dude had a magic invisibility potion at a MAGA rally. Okay, he was a hog. He was a hog. I watch Hassan, but also Paul Joseph Watson. Do I just enjoy carnage? I've never heard that. I haven't heard that name in years, bro. Does he even fucking keep posting content? What are you watching content from 2017? That's crazy. You need God. New interview saying he hated Trump. Well, okay. We know he hates Trump. Okay. That doesn't give us the motive. He tried to kill him. The point is, why? Breaking news. Guy who shot Trump in the head hates Trump. That part is apparent to pretty much everyone who immediately recognized. Hold on. Do we have that link? That link's not working, Vorlo, the one you sent me. Anyone in chat should know that you can hate someone and still miss them. That's the most relatable thing about the shooter. Toxic. Yes. Yeah, no. He's definitely Trump's gay lover. Like, that's not a joke. That's what I'm leaning on. He had sexual intercourse with Donald Trump and he just could not stand. It got deleted instantly. Oh, by the way, the FBI used, of course, IDF tech. Israel's Celebrite. Trump shooter's phone was cracked with Israeli technology. Okay. Least shocking turn of events here. But anyway, as far as like hunting down the shooter's motive, there's still many questions. Okay. There's still many questions. His classmates have said he's conservative. His neighbors have said they've seen Trump signs on the lawn. Okay. He was wearing duck hunting camo, and he was getting bullied for it at school. He's a bit of a loner. He was a bit of a stem cell, as far as we understand. But among the swirling unanswered questions about what drove a 20-year-old Pennsylvania man to very nearly kill the former and potentially future president, the glaze is unstoppable. Focus has turned to the parents of the would-be assassin, both of whom are licensed professional counselors, according to Pennsylvania's Social Work Board. Now, if you think social workers are across-the-board Democrats, let me tell you, that's not the case. You can be a social worker and still a hog. Matthew Brian Crooks and Mary Elizabeth Crooks, residents of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, hold active licenses as professional social workers. Records from the Pennsylvania Licensing Verification Service indicate that both have been licensed since 2002. With Mary obtaining her license in February and Matthew in March of that year, their licenses remain valid until February 2025. Newsweek reached out to the Crooks about their background and counseling, but has not received a response. After the man identified by law enforcement as Thomas Matthew Crooks shot at Donald Trump from a roof just outside the security perimeter at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania Saturday, the FBI said it completed the search of his home, where he lived with his parents, as well as his car and at least one phone. A motive remains unclear. Turns out he also had a like a potential makeshift bomb in his car that he wanted to blow up too, simultaneously to cause chaos and then also take advantage of said chaos or some shit. Records indicate that Crooks, an administrator at a local nursing home, was a registered Republican voter, though he's also recorded as having given a single small donation to a Democrat-aligned group. A neighbor told reporters that there have been pro-Trump signs on display in the yard of his family's home. Beyond that, details on Crooks and his family have so far been elusive. Unlike many gunmen who have carried out attacks on schools, nightclubs, and businesses, Crooks did not appear to leave a trail of clues into his mindset on social media, nor did he leave any apparent manifesto. That could make it more difficult for investigators to understand what drove him to that perch in Butler. This is the Thomas Crooks residence. Local law enforcement has been guarding the home from media since the July 13th shooting. Mental health. Newsweek spoke to Paul Gianfrido, the former CEO and president of Mental Health America, about what warning signs could have been missed about Crooks' family and friends. That part I don't really care about. Wasn't that a small donation from a different person with the same name? No. Bullying can also play a role in violence, yada, yada, yada. That's how you know he's white. He's white. Okay? There's no better indication that this motherfucker is white. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, what motive could there be? Bullying. Like, they're giving it a fair shake. Okay? They're giving it a fair fucking shake. A fair shake that only is given to right-wing, white, racist shooters. Okay? The white shooters in general. Oh, well, it was just like he got bullied a lot. You know? He got bullied. If this dude was even a little Mexican, bro, oh my God, they'd be like, dude, this is what Hispanics do. Famously. Anyway, it's so hard to be vulnerable as a man. You try to get your feelings out, and people call it a manifesto. So you have to send a series of bombs through the mail to different universities to kind of cut the vulnerability. I agree. Anyway, Trump shooter's parents called the police hours before the assassination attempt. That's another part of this puzzle as well. Motive is still unknown. Oh my God, Fox News is trying to fucking paywall this shit now? Bitch, are you crazy? Are you fucking insane? You're out of your dang mind, son. What the hell? He has the perfect school shooter profile. He looks like a school shooter. Okay? He walks like a school shooter, talks like a school shooter, did a shooting. Okay? The only difference here is that instead of shooting up his school, which is usually what they do. Okay, don't say that, huh? What do you mean? Why not? Fuck you mean? He does. He's got that inbred stank on him. Thing is, most of the time, and I've talked about this before, most of the time in America, like, people with this kind of resentment never actually carry it to, like, people in positions of power who actually have, like, a protective barrier around them, right? Constant security and surveillance. And they always just, like, go after people that are weaker than them and go after, like, random people, you know what I mean? That they unleash their fucking anger and resentment towards. That's the norm. It's never the norm to turn around and, like, try to fucking take that anger and resentment on someone who is more powerful.
Channel 4 News can reveal that Thomas Crooks' father, the owner of the rifle that was used to shoot at Donald Trump, was held on a database and profiled by the former president's election campaign and identified by them as a strong Republican supporter, gun owner, and hunter. The information was compiled as part of a secret Republican project to gather data on millions of gun owners across America and use it to target pro-gun messages in the run-up to the 2016 election.
It's so funny that the Trump administration knew what the fuck was up with the Crooks family. You know what I'm saying? They were aware. I feel like there's a major difference in someone trying to kill Trump because of political sentiment and someone going full psychopath and massacring children, like a pretty huge margin of difference. Well, as it stands now, we don't know what the shooter's motives were. Obviously, my immediate inclination is that, like, yeah, this is most likely a political shooting because it is the president, you know? Having said that, however, a lot of people that are driven to doing these kinds of shootings, like, we don't know. As of now, we don't know what his motivation was. But if his motives are similar to like a fucking schizo school shooter, for example, then this is one of the very few instances. This is one of the very few instances where like a person with that kind of resentment, frustration, anger that wanted to like make a name for themselves, which is oftentimes like the motive of school shooters, is targeting someone that is like at a higher status than them and not in their immediate vicinity with like less power and no mechanism to protect themselves. You feel me? This is unique. HasanAbi analysis on point again. Unless we go with the narrative that I have declared, which is that he had a gay relationship with Donald Trump. Okay? I'm just saying. So, who knows? Who's here to make those declarative statements? Me. I'm the guy. You come here for analysis, and you're going to get that. Top of the line analysis, baby. Shit that you've never done thought about. You've never done heard of. Anyway, that's the best explanation I could come up with right now. Let's finish off this Channel 4.
And here's why they did it. The city of Pittsburgh is a key battleground in the critical swing state of Pennsylvania, so voters here are always heavily profiled and targeted by political parties.
He didn't just shoot at Trump, he shot into a large group of people. Why is everyone just glossing over that fact? Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Come on, bruh. What are you saying? It was a fucking Trump rally, and he was aiming for Trump's head. And if Trump hadn't moved his head a little bit, he would be dead right now. That's the funniest part of this. Like, that is the funniest argument to make. Absolutely zero people are making that argument. Okay?
Parties like the Trump campaign in 2016, which held voters' details on a database, including, as we've discovered, the shooter's family, Matthew Crooks and his wife Mary, who lived here at 2506 Milford Drive in Bethel Park. We know they profiled them using secret computer models to identify likely gun owners and enthusiasts, and Mr. Crooks scored very highly, 0.99 out of 1 for being a gun owner and 0.95 out of 1 for being a hunter. In fact, out of more than 19,000 people in Bethel Park who were profiled, Mr. Crooks was in the top 20, and the database classified him as a strong GOP or Republican voter.
So at least the Trump campaign knew about his daddy. That's crazy. Channel 4 is so fucking good. I know, dude. They're dangerous. 19,000 gun owners in Bethel Park. No, I think 19,000 total people. He's like, yeah, he's ranked 17. Hey man, there's no way to know Trump would show up at a Trump rally. Seems like Trump was a bystander, not a target. Yeah, exactly. So we're returning to the he hated his dad and that's why he wanted to kill Trump, right? I mean, we don't know. 32,782 is Bethel Park's pop. Maybe 19,000 like registered Republicans. I don't know. Hogs will always argue how Democrats will create a registry of gun owners. Meanwhile, the Republicans have already done it. Yeah. That's just the number of people they had profiled. Bro, how is he? Dude, someone needs to check on Daddy Crooks because he's about to drop in that ranking quite a bit. You know what I mean? I don't think he can still be number 17 after his son tried to kill the president. Like, that probably knocks you down like a couple thousand. You know what I mean? Like, no matter how much you fucking love guns and hunting, I suspect that you're probably not gonna maintain your number 17 position. What do you mean? He's top 5 now? Fuck no. That's awkward as hell, bro. Anyway, here it is. Former classmate of recalls Trump shooter grilling him over support for former POTUS did not like politicians.
Thomas was a quiet kid unless there was something that he was passionate about. Politics being one of them. He just did not like politicians, especially with the choices that we've had. He did not like our politicians. It was especially during 2016. It was Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, all of them. He showed that he disliked all of them. Did not like any of them. So I brought up the fact that I'm Hispanic and, you know, I'm for Trump. And he said, well, you're Hispanic, so shouldn't you hate Trump? And I was like, no, he's great. You know what I mean? Like, he's a great president. And he's, you know, he called me stupid, or insinuated that I was stupid. He's like, well, that's kind of stupid. If he was a know-it-all. So, like, once again, if he was passionate about something, he would just talk, and acted like he knew everything, especially politics related. And he would say it in a tone that was like, I'm better than you, in a type of way.
This motherfucker was a debate lord, bro. He was a debate lord. Oh my God, DDG here. Dude.
And, you know, meanwhile, it's like, dude, we're in the same classes. You know what I mean? We're talking about the same stuff here. And whenever it comes to politics, I mean, at the end of the day, I can agree, you can disagree, I can disagree. We're not even nothing about it. Like, at that point, it doesn't matter. At that point, it's, you know what I mean? We're just starting to figure out who we like and all. But, yeah, he was real smug.
Yeah, he was. I think this dude is making this up. He was 12 in 2016. Like, he was 12 years old being like, I hate Hillary Clinton, I hate Bernie Sanders. Like, that makes no fucking sense, bro. Like, this guy's going for the Fox News anchor position. I'm Latino, he was right. This guy's fucking stupid for being part Latino and liking Trump. I mean, yeah, he is stupid, but that's not the... Like, I'm willing to listen to stupid people, you know, if they have, like, personal testimony. But that's wild, bro. 12-year-olds are opinionated as fuck, to be honest. 12-year-olds' opinions are on Livy Dunn, okay? Or, what is it, Brecky Hill or something. Like, who their favorite, like, female content creator is, okay? Why am I saying this? Because I saw a bunch of fucking 12-year-olds being interviewed at a hockey game. And they all were like, oh, my favorite content creator is Brecky Hill. I'm like, you should not know that. That's crazy. You're 12. They start you young here in the South. I was taught to shoot the TV with my Nerf gun when Dems were on the screen when I was like 7 years old. Oh my God, nobody's like that at 12. We can't all be horse boys. I mean, this is the worst community. Oh my God, this is the worst community to say nobody's like that when they're 12, because this is the most politically autistic community of all time. Of course, all of you motherfuckers were like that at 12, and so is this guy probably. So I've just realized something here. Again, why did I say that? Half of you dumbasses were already listening to me when you were 12, 13, 14 anyway. So of course, this is the worst place to have this conversation, especially many of you that come from like conservative backgrounds. I feel like it's more Democrat to just like not really try to brainwash your children. I feel like Republicans project on that front quite a bit, whether it be taking your ass to church or constantly fucking instilling their values in you at an early age to just like hammer in the points. Like, yeah, that's right, Barack Obama is a Muslim man. That type of shit.
Arrogant whenever he was talking, and whether that was his way to try to make friends or be funny, I don't know, but it got under my skin a lot. So his friend group, they were known for being, like I said, like just out there, a little bit more recluse. Some of them didn't even show up to school. Some of them went homeschool. Some of them, I think one of them went to like a private school. They were definitely the type, and they did make threats to shoot up our school. And that year, I believe it was our freshman year, because I had left our freshman year. Before I had left, you know, everyone going through Snapchat, everybody's texting, everybody, you know, saying this, that, and the third. Everybody was saying it was Thomas who made a threat, and it was that friend group. Everyone was mainly blaming the friend group, but a name that kept coming up was Thomas. And he never did anything, you know what I mean? He left school for a couple of days. It wasn't anything like a suspension or anything. It was just a couple of days, you know. He was not severely bullied. Almost nobody knew him. So, you know, for somebody who got severely bullied, I mean, I'm not going to name names, but I could name you a few students that were severely bullied, and I remember...
Bro, this kid's awesome. He loves yapping, dude. This is grade A yapping right here. He's just like, yeah, I can name names. Not me, though. Yeah, this motherfucker for sure was one of the bullies, okay? For sure.
Remember their names. He's not one of them. The signs were there, and somebody definitely had to know. Somebody, whether he was talking to somebody, or somebody either just didn't realize and just overlooked it. Somebody should have known, because he was not a loner. And both of his parents being counselors, how do you not see that warning sign or something? Anybody who knew him should have seen something, should have known something was up. And I know it's, it's kind of easy to hide, but people are going to get their affairs in order before they do something this bold and this drastic, and nobody saw it. And why?
Maybe Trump was cyberbullying him. Yeah, maybe. I like that Fox News is like, I brought up the fact that I'm Hispanic and, I'm for Trump. And he said, well, you're Hispanic, so shouldn't you hate Trump? That's like what they're going with. And he said, no, he's great. He was a great president. He called me stupid, or insinuated that I was stupid, which he was, to be fair. I love having I love listening to these sorts of interviews that leave us with more questions than answers. Like, oh yeah, he didn't like Donald Trump. Okay, we fucking knew that already. He tried to kill him. Like, give me something different, man. The new rhetoric was shooter was stupid. Rhetoric. My man said rhetoric with D's, 2 D's, not one with 2 D's. That's awesome. Respect, chatter. You are doing crazy things out here. Anyway, Thomas Matthew Crooks' parents called cops to report him missing on the day of the shooting. Apparently, Thomas's mom and dad reportedly called the authorities about his MIA status before he opened fire at the rally, which left retired volunteer fire chief Corey Contemporore dead. Per the outlet, Thomas's parents are not cooperating with the FBI, who are still trying to determine the shooter's motive for Saturday's attack. Still, Thomas reportedly had every intention of surviving the ambush. As CNN reports, he told coworkers he'd be back on work on Sunday after requesting Saturday off, allegedly telling him he had something to do. That's crazy. That's something he had to do: assassinate the president. According to the report, Thomas first raised suspicions 3 hours before the shooting as he entered security screening area holding a rangefinder, which is often used by hunters to measure distance. However, the rangefinder alone was not enough to keep Thomas from passing through security. Those security personnel reportedly kept an eye on him in the area. In other words, they were aware of Thomas's suspicious presence prior to the shooting. Per CNN, investigators discovered 2 remote-controlled explosive devices in Crook's car following the shooting. Oh, this is a fun brief aside here. Divorced men being 9 points higher in their support for Trump than all the other men is just funny. Yeah. All voters in this poll, all registered voters across the board, divorced men, 56%. If you're a divorced dad, you have the highest likelihood of supporting Donald Trump. Poll on the shooting. What is the root cause of Trump's shooting? Deranged shooter, 24%. Trump and his own rhetoric, 23%. Rhetoric of Biden Democrats, 13%. Let's go! Absolutely 0 people believe this dumb fucking bullshit, dude. Oh, thank God Americans are so stupid, but at least they're like not that stupid. You know what I mean? It's like virtually fucking impossible. Virtually impossible for people to be that dumb. Political polarization, lack of gun control, mental health issues, news media rhetoric, 6%. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. People said Trump and his own rhetoric. Oh my God. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh, I'm in a nut. I love seeing Americans actually demonstrate like a moment of fucking accuracy for once. Oh, that's so sick. Oh, that's so great. This is just like a breakdown of the concerted effort from the Republican Party and their messaging discipline on this falling apart. Oh, this is cinema. Oh, it's so fucking good. It's great, man. It actually is. This is wonderful to see. This also is part of the reason why I believe that polls haven't changed too dramatically, like haven't swung in any direction dramatically post-assassination attempt, in a way that even I was saying like, oh, Donald Trump's definitely going to win. Like, the reason why I said that is because it is entirely dependent on the Democratic Party and how they manage the messaging post-shooting versus the Republican Party and how they are able to move away from Donald Trump being like a genuine threat to Donald Trump being a martyr and a victim, right? But Americans' positions are completely fucking planted at this point. Anyway, isn't this just 2016 all over again? Americans weren't falling for Hillary coverage over Trump is 16. Same way they don't buy this Biden's rhetoric is worse than Trump's. Bro, he's the most hated person on earth for half of our country. No way they will feel bad for him. Oh, for sure. Like, I don't feel bad. Like, I don't think any Democrat, like, Democrats will say, like, oh, this is really devastating. Like, I'm so sad. I'm saddened by the events. Like, they might be fearful that, like, political violence will become the norm. That's entirely separate than, like, feeling bad for Trump. I'm fucking, what do you mean? Like, I think that you look at anywhere, you look at any group of individuals right now in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, half of them were crying tears of joy, and the other half were crying because they were sad. That's just the breakdown. Ain't nobody was like, I'm in the middle of this. Because that's what happens when you have maxed out on your name recognition, when the incumbent president is going up against the former president. You know what I mean? 1, mental health. 2, Trump rhetoric. 3, media rhetoric, propaganda. 4, political divisiveness. I mean, 70% of the whole country, 65% of Dems want Joe to drop out. Yeah, new polling came out. We're going to talk about that. 100% of those unsubscribed will see a 3-minute ad break, though, which is not reflected in this poll. So how honest is this poll? You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime, right? That's just how it is. Now, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. You can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Like I said, Twitch Prime is free. We're going to talk about the Biden dropout potential as well. But here, Don Jr. blasts media in Republican hypocrisy in full display. Oh, Muffin Coast, thank you for the 5. Thank you. Variable 320 for the 5. Spitting Nichols, thank you for the 5. Thank you. Allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. All right.
Trump in the crowd.
Dude, by the way, the Republican hypocrisy in full display does not end here. We have Donald Trump Jr. Don Jr. blasting media overshooting conspiracies. He wasn't shot enough for them. I love that. Lol, you sounded like Biden, Jack. That's the whole point. Hey, wait, who just gifted? Daniel Art. Thank you for the 10 bones.
Crowd last night listening to those former rivals talk about unity. But one of the most powerful moments so far this week came the day before, Monday night, when President Trump made his first appearance since being shot in that failed assassination attempt. His son, Don Jr., watched the tape, got emotional.
Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, because the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. To be an American.
You know, it'd be great if it was possible to talk to Don Jr. about what he was thinking at the time.
I
Back
wonder if
joining us
someone
right now.
can book him.
The guy from The Cutaways shows up live.
We know a little bit about the pollen that's in the arena.
It's a killer.
Allergies, guys.
Oh, come on. It was your father. He got shot. Everybody was emotional.
It was actually incredible. And when you juxtapose that to the scene in 2016 at the convention, right? It was very different. There was so much uncertainty about their candidate. And I almost got in a fist fight with Mike Lee on the floor, who's now like a great friend. That. You remember that? It was like, it was so different. The love I've felt over the last couple of days here is unlike anything I've seen before. You're walking up to grown men who you see them welling up. It's people understand exactly where our country is. They understand what's at stake right now,
Bitches.
Steve.
Absolute bitch made shit, okay? They're crying. You're a bitch. You're a fucking bitch. Grown men with tears in their eyes. They're so sad for my pappy. Shut up. Weak ass, pussy ass bitch. You fucking baby. Anyway, aside from the soy takes, wow, toxic masculinity much? Oh, 100%. 100%. I'm toxic and I'm masculine. There ain't nothing wrong with that, okay? Let me tell you something. If the only emotions in display, if the only time you can demonstrate your emotions is like because Donald Trump got shot in the fucking ear, you can suck my dick, okay? I don't give a fuck. Like, what are we talking about here, dude? What do we like? It's like Daughters of the Confederacy crying to the like the Confederate forces lost. Like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you, dumbass. Anyway, and that didn't even happen. So this is only good for Trump. Having said that, they're acting like the fucking president was killed in their minds. But one thing that I find particularly funny is Donald Trump Jr. being like, oh, he wasn't shot enough for them. I can't believe the media is doing shooting conspiracies and shit. It's like, bro, you literally did this for Nancy Pelosi. You do this anytime anything happens. You are the biggest bitch. You literally, you posted a photo of underwear and hammers and be like, I'm doing my Paul Pelosi cosplay. Like, I don't give a fuck about either of those situations. Like, I made jokes about that as well because I'm equal opportunity hands. You know what I mean? If something is funny, I will, cover it in that situation. I'll cover it with the humor that it deserves. But like, you can't be on Fox News crying and be like, I can't believe the Democrats have gotten so out of control. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You stupid fucking cokehead. Oh my God. Suck my entire dick, dude.
They're all in for America.
So when you had that moment, you knew he was going to walk out. We weren't sure. We heard that possibly he was going to walk out. Also, prior to that was who's his running mate.
Yeah.
And we found out it was flipping. It went up 2 or 3 deadlines were pushed for him to make that decision. Why do you think this decision was so hard?
I see you have no arguments. Did you just not hear the argument that I made before I said, I don't care about your crying, you dumb little baby? Are you too stupid to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? I said, Don Jr. is the last person on the planet to cry foul about conspiracies as it pertains to a political act of violence. Why? Because historically, he has done this exact same thing, like significantly worse versions of this exact same thing that he's crying about. Are you an alien? God, I love hogs. Oh, I'm so happy that Republicans are back in the community. It makes me so fucking stoked. Yes, I am an illegal alien, okay? And I love voting for the Democrats. I love getting all of my other illegal alien friends to go out and vote for the Democratic Party. Hell yeah, baby. You hate the derails? I love it. It makes me feel alive, okay? It makes me feel alive. It makes me so happy when conservatives come back in here and they're like, why? You are from Mars? Okay, this guy's fucking stupid. Let's continue.
So I think he has to find the right mix, the right chemistry. I mean, he's a big sort of chemistry guy to work with. You have to. There's a lot of people, obviously, in politics, many on people's payrolls that sort of give, let's call it, partial advice about things, or they, tell you sort of lies by omission to get what they want. And so for me, I got fairly involved in the process just because I want to make sure that fix. I did. I've known the guy now for years. When his book first came out, I thought it was such an incredible American story. I was like, that guy's got to run for politics. Turns out, years later, he does. Young, intelligent, vibrant guy. Also did it in the business world. Just the perfect pick. And there is a chemistry with my father that I think is perfect.
Don, your dad has been impeached. Sorry, Steve. Impeached. He's been arrested. Now he's been shot. And the left is still questioning his injury. Listen to this.
There are a lot of questions around that ear.
Yeah, dude, I love that. Dude, I want the left to be like this. The left, by the way, fucking MSNBC. I want Democrats to get a little nutty, and I'm fucking excited at the prospect. I've been begging. This is why I don't actually yell about the Midas touch a lot. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of these guys. Like, the Lincoln Project is a little different because they're former Republicans, and I fucking hate them for that reason. They're all like Bush-era Republicans. But Midas touch, I don't want Blue Anon necessarily. You want more Blue Anons? No, I love when the Democrats actually fucking take that smoke, not to like defend Joe Biden, but to actually shit on the Republicans in the same fucking, with the same insanity. I love that. I love the Midas touch style Bush era liberalism.
And yet there's been no response to that. Instead, just showing the image of the man coming into the hall with the wounded ear.
A spectacle for this candidate.
By the way, there's nothing funnier. There is nothing funnier than Fox News bringing up the left, okay? Bringing up the left, and then the first person they bring up is the ex-RNC chair, Michael Steele, okay? They literally were like, look at what the left is saying about Donald Trump's injuries, and it's just a Republican. I can't believe the left shot the motherfucking president, Donald Trump, and the guy who shot him is literally a registered Republican. How could the left have done this? American politics is so incredibly dominated by right-wing forces in general that these guys have no villains that they can like accurately point to. That's why they keep like posturing against that one girl from 2016 who was crying when Trump got inaugurated. You know what I mean? Like, they got no real villains with teeth. Half of the MSNBC lineup is former Bush Republicans. Half of the CNN lineup is former Bush Republicans. Everyone is just right-wing. Everyone. Right-wingers are so nutty that they don't have anything to fucking hit anything to hit at on the left, that they start obstructing their own fucking congressional proceedings. Remember, Matt Gaetz, the Never Kevers, they got so bored of hitting fucking left because there was nothing to hit at that they started hitting themselves. It's the same shit. Fox News is trying. Fox News is trying to find like leftists to yell about, but they can't find any. So they're just talking about the ex-RNC chair as like he's a socialist or something.
Instead, just showing the image of the man coming into the hall with the wounded ear.
A spectacle for this candidate who we know is, by his own admission, obsessed with assorted spectacles. There is a political quest here to mine and use Donald Trump's injury, and whether his allies and Republicans...
Wait, that's true, though. Like, what is that's not even a conspiracy. That's just like facts. Donald Trump literally got up and threw up the fist. What do you think he was doing when he did that? He knew exactly what the fuck was going on. Like, that's not even a conspiracy. That's just like good politics. That's almost giving Donald Trump credit for what he's very good at. Like, Ari is not wrong on that statement. You can't even bring that up as a conspiracy. He's not even doing a conspiracy. He's just basically saying, like, you know,
or the candidate himself do that in a way that overextends their credibility will be decided by the voters.
They're wondering if he's using this for sympathy. Was it really glass from the teleprompter, not a bullet?
He wasn't shot in the face enough for them. It wasn't enough. He did more face.
I'm going to tweet out that I think Donald Trump was in a gay relationship. Shocked that more people haven't been looking into the motive of Thomas Matthew Crooks' lovers' quarrel. Why is that funny? It's not even funny. It's not even funny. It's just it's a real motive for the suspect. I can't wait for community notes to type a very long response to your obvious bait. I'm just asking questions. Was in a gay lovers' quarrel with former President Trump. That's what I said. And he's banned? What do you mean? These are the important questions. Yo, I just saw on Twitter that Trump was in a same-sex relationship with a young rifleman. Is that true? Yes.
That's the point. They can't help themselves. The Trump derangement syndrome is real. It's so asinine that they could say that. I mean, you see the photograph at the time. There's blood everywhere. You
see the bullets whizzing by his ear.
That was an incredible photo as well.
By the way, for those of you who are wondering what I'm doing here, I'm doing exactly what the Republicans did with Paul Pelosi. I don't actually believe that Thomas Matthew Crooks was in a gay lover's quarrel with Donald Trump, but that is precisely what Republicans went with, including, but not limited to, Elon Musk. Elon Musk himself personally said that. And there was zero inclination for that conspiracy to be true.
But, you know, I don't think any of that matters, honestly. They did the same thing to me when I was on the floor. Eric and I were there. We were going to throw my father over the delegate count. It's a huge moment for our family. And 30 seconds before that, some MSNBC, did your father put...
Hold on. We've got the soundbite.
Oh, good.
Roll tape.
I think he did spend a lot of time changing up the message of what it's been. He's been under constant attack, but it's a different time in America. A lot's happened in 48 hours.
Don, what is that change going to look like, Don? What practically, your father as president, I think you would even say, was a divisive figure. What's it going to look like in the second term?
I don't think he was a divisive figure at all. I think the media created divisiveness around him. They lied about Russia collusion. They said he was a traitor.
As you were saying.
Yeah, that wasn't the part. The part when he came out here and he said this to you. He said, oh, will there be another child separation policy? You separated 8,000 before.
Yeah. And, well, he started talking about cages. I'm like, this 30 seconds before this, 48 hours after my father was shot. I go, you mean the Obama cages? Right. And he goes, that wasn't true. I go, but it is true. It's 100% true. He's been fact-checked since. And I just said, you know what, honestly, you're a clown. Yeah. Just go away. Go away. Why am I even wasting my time? Because 48 hours ago, my father was shot in the head. Yeah. And they can't stop. Right? This is the same as what they did with Russia. Even when they knew it was wrong, they kept going it. It was impeachment 1, it was impeachment 2. Democrats, just as bad. They're out there. They're trying to bankrupt our family. They're trying to take away my father's businesses. When that doesn't work, they try to throw him in jail. And, of course, when someone spends years calling you Hitler and a fascist and a this, and by the way, not just my father, half of the country. What do you expect?
So, Don, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the assassination of Tim. I told Eric, he's normally the chill one. Normally, you're the one that's going. And when I saw Eric upset, then I knew that we had.
These guys are literally just parasocial with people who are zero content. That's crazy. Like, the least charismatic individuals, like, they got zero of the dad riz. They got zero of their dad's charisma. Zero. And like broad appeal to hogs. Thoughts on his posture? It's ass. Everything about this man is ass. I hate him. I think he's just so sweaty and gross and anxious all the time. And I think Coke makes it worse. Donald Trump fucking despises him. Nothing funnier than people being like, oh, I can't believe you're comparing my father's Hitlerian politics to Hitler, though. It's just like, okay, well, has he thought about not doing Hitlerian politics? That's a good start if you don't want to be compared to Hitler. Fuck you mean? Like, the Republican strategy here is so funny because it's like, yeah, you're not allowed to openly call out the things that we're doing now. You're just not. Junior tells the story of talking to MSNBC, very different than how it went down. Oh, let's hear how this went down in real life, though.
Family separation crisis closely. Will we continue to see policies like separating 5,000 children deliberately from their parents?
You mean the Obama administration?
You know they didn't do that, sir.
Okay. Sure.
Will there be a second family separation policy?
It's MSDNC, so I expect nothing less from you clowns. Even today, even 48 hours later, you couldn't wait. You couldn't wait with your lies.
With your lies, oh God, he is so bad. He's so bad. I mean, MSDNC is awesome. I love saying that, obviously, myself as well. But like, he is so devoid of charisma. He's anti-charisma. Kamala Harris is a black hole of charisma. He is like the opposite. He is the opposite of charisma. He's just so like, ugh. He's so, I don't know how to describe it. He's just so nervous all the time. Why did he just casually lie about Obama? What the fuck is going on? He wanted to say Obama built the cages, which is true. That was like a bar under the Trump, like during the Trump presidency. That was like a big bar when they started doing family separation as a deterrence measure, which, by the way, if anyone tries to tell you that family separation was not directly created under the Trump administration as a specific deterrence policy, you can point them directly to the Department of Justice, okay? Because they openly stated that. Not even the DHS. I believe it was Trump's own attorney general at the time who came out and said, we have to separate families from their children as a deterrence policy. Like, as in, we have to increase the pressure and we have to increase the cruelty, specifically so that immigrants are scared. Okay? So while Obama did build additional cages that the Trump administration utilized, okay, that part is true. And Obama was the deporter in chief and he was dog shit for that. And I have been incredibly critical of Barack Obama. You guys know this already. Donald Trump's administration abso-fucking-lutely specifically created the family separation policy where they would forcefully remove children from their parents as a deterrence measure. Jacob Soboroff is very good on the issue of immigration. He's on it. I mean, he has done a lot of good work. Okay? I mean, it's kind of a slow day. Do it. What do you mean? Yeah. Jeff Sessions. I remember it correctly. We need to take children away, no matter how young, Justice Department officials said. Top department officials were a driving force behind the President Trump's separation policy draft investigation report said. We need to take away children, Mr. Sessions told prosecutors, according to the participants' notes. One added in shorthand, if care about kids, don't bring them in. Won't give amnesty to people with kids. And it didn't end there. If you want to know how much worse it got, they also would use the separated children as a way to try and arrest other family members. They would release information. About the children to their immediate family members, and then they would wait out. They would literally camp outside the fucking detention facility, waiting for family members to come in and process them to see if they were actually also undocumented. So if an undocumented family member came to pick up the child, they would literally also deport the undocumented family member. They used the kids as bait, bro. So a lot of people forget how unimaginably cruel the Trump administration was in terms of their immigration, white nativist immigration policy. And part of the reason why the Trump administration was so cruel and has seemingly gotten away with that kind of cruelty is because wrong how sounds legit. Wrong how you think that using children as bait is appropriate. You think using children as bait, like after apprehending them and putting them in a fucking camp, okay, when family members come to pick them up, you deport their family members as well? You think that is like a good measure? You think kidnapping someone's child and then detaining their family members after using the child as bait is good? There is no difference between you and a Nazi, just so you understand. Like, this is some Israel shit right here, dude. That's crazy. These guys will literally, half of these guys will be like, yeah, I hate Israel, because it's like Jewish people doing that, you know, in their minds, and that's like unacceptable. But they want to do the exact same thing, just not Jewish. The only thing separating these people from Israel is that, like, in their minds, it's like Israel's doing this for Judaism, and that's the wrong part. Anyway, that's not Nazi shit. They're being deported, not mass murdered. Thank you, 10-month subscriber. You're right. Kidnapping children of asylum seekers, which are legally... Dude, that's a great bait, man. Thank you. Take a week off for that. It was such a good bait. Love that. Love that for you. Be careful. Be happy that I didn't fully ban you.
Reach rock bottom.
I'm the fire breather.
You're
normally.
the fire breather, bro. The president was saying, which son said that? Was it Don? It was Don. It was fired up. So we found out that, of course, the assassination attempt happens, but then we later find out that the Iranians, weeks before, had been planning an assassination. You would think they would step up the security measures, but to see such failure there, that has to be infuriating.
It is. You know, I'm a pissed off son because of that. And by the way, as a shooter and someone, by the way, I said hi to guys that were part of my detail. So I have a detail. I don't have one now, but I had a detail. I've seen my fathers for 8 years. I shoot with these guys because I'm a competitive shooter. They're not afraid of a little sloped roof. That's nonsense. They don't let, unless there's a major breach or they're told not to do something, they don't let a guy with a rifle be on a roof for half an hour inside 150 yards. Like, for people who aren't shooters, 150 yards is like a 6-inch putt. Right? It's almost impossible to miss. That's why I say, like, this is divine intervention, right? There's no way. It's almost impossible to miss that. And, you know, so, no, I am upset because that's true. I don't think this threat was tied to Iran. By the way, I think an Iran threat may be like one of the greatest endorsements in the history of politics, right? Yeah. If Iran hates you, like if our biggest enemies hate you, it's probably a good thing, right? It's like.
But what are you saying, Don? The fact, why was he left up there? If everything you said is true and the slope of a
30 minutes.
I like that he was, Don Jr., the title of this is Don Jr. Blast Media Overshooting Conspiracies. And now they're going to fucking turn around and do their own version of the conspiracy theories, but in a right-wing way, I suspect.
Proof is not a big deal, and they had this guy on the side 30 minutes prior, and they had people saying while your dad was talking, look up on the roof, that guy's got a gun. What do you think?
It just a major breach, and again, I don't want to be the guy doing conspiratorial. I'm sure plenty of people will, and I think honestly, all of those questions are fair game because it is so ridiculous, it is so flagrant, and this is not, some.
Oh, so it's appropriate to do conspiracy theories in the right-wing fashion. Inappropriate to do so. Inappropriate to do so when you're saying like Donald Trump is using this shooting to garner sympathy, or will try to use this shooting to garner sympathy, which is not even a fucking conspiracy. That's not what he's saying. You stupid libtard. Yes. Oh, give me more.
Someone who's an armchair expert who's like, I've had a detail. I know these guys. I've shot with a lot of these guys. Again, if I told my friends in the Secret Service, like, hey, I heard you're afraid of a 4-degree slope roof, they'd
laugh you off the couch. So you mentioned a moment ago, divine intervention saved your father. There are a lot of people at the convention feel the same way, that it was by the grace of God that he is alive today. How has it changed him? Because we heard in that interview he gave with the New York Post that he was going to give a different speech, ripped it up.
He did.
And now it's all about unity. It's all about bringing the country together. And he seems like a different guy.
Listen, I think getting shot probably changes a lot.
It's very
in terms
sobering.
of your mindset. I mean, I worked with him on Friday for like 4 hours, actually, on his speech the day before it happened. So it was like there was a lot of time, effort, and energy put into it then and before. And he's starting from scratch, and it's interesting.
That's
you talked
awesome
to him about
that the community noted it.
It was that first call I had with him was sort of
I don't
amazing.
see it.
It took 90 minutes for me to even know. It was Saturday evening. My daughter, on the rare occasion, a teenage daughter was like, "Hey, can we go fishing?" I was like, "Sure." Like I was out fishing with my daughter, and I get the call, and your father's been shot. I was like, "And?"
Yeah.
We don't know anything else. I'm trying then to get through, and I'm rushing in, trying to get all my kids. Kim called me, but we didn't have any other information, and so it was an hour and a half before I even knew if he was alive or not. No one knew anything. Obviously, I guess they shut down all the cell service or whatever, so I couldn't get a hold of anyone. And then, I finally, I had time to even look at the pictures and see these things going on before I even spoke to him. I just saw that picture of him coming out of that scrum defiant, and I was like. I got on the phone. The first thing I said to him, it wasn't exactly eloquent, but I just said, you're the biggest badass I've ever seen. I've always been proud of him, but that moment I was like, because everyone's a tough guy these days on the internet or behind a keyboard or, when you actually get shot at and you come out at, that's.
He's always been a tough guy on the internet and behind the keyboard. He's such a bad bitch, dude.
That's a 1%er in terms of resolve, in terms of guts. And so that was amazing, and then sort of opened up the door for some other levity, and that's when it was like, the adrenaline dump after that was pretty crazy. That was an emotional roller coaster.
I know my daughter, we had to talk to her about it because we knew she'd hear about it, and we wanted her to hear it from us. She had so many questions. How did your children react to it? Because this is not the president. This is their grandfather. And how did Barron? I heard Barron had a hard time.
Yeah, he had a hard time with it. He's fine, but he had a hard time with it. And it was interesting. I'm trying to explain to my 10-year-old daughter, what's going on. My 17-year-old was with me. My other kids, it's all different. So you almost have to approach them all differently with their personalities. And they were just like, I couldn't believe it. The older ones get it a little bit more. They understand a little bit more about the political arena and sort of the world in which we live. The younger ones less so. But I can assure you, it's a conversation you don't want to ever have to have.
Do you think we'll ever get the truth of what took place that day?
I hope there's some sort of independent thing. When the FBI, the same FBI that wants to label concerned mothers at PTA meetings domestic terrorists. I don't know that we're going to get the truth out of them.
Pam Bondi does not want the FBI to do the investigation.
I wouldn't trust the FBI to do anything.
The DHS
I've lost so much faith in all of these institutions that that it happened. Right, DHS is in control of Secret Service, and this happened. So it's like I can
Your
see
dad did a point.
CYA, starting to happen already. I'm sure, but there's no scenario in which I could imagine this being allowed to happen.
Your dad did appoint the DHS Inspector General who will handle this investigation. So hopefully we'll get some answers.
So what about your speech?
I'm just excited about it. It's my speech.
You dumbass libtard, Trump deserves sympathy. My guy almost died for his country. Okay, stop trying to bait me because I said I love hogs and I want hogs in this chat. Doesn't mean that you can come in here with a fucking gray account and just start LARPing, okay? No, I don't like that. I want real hogs, not fucking fake ones who are just like, oh yeah, I'm just saying what I think Republicans would say.
Too changed, right? I'm used to doing fire breathing. That's sort of what I do. Like I can do that standing on my head, so that's easy. Like but no, I spent a lot of time to have a little bit of a different message. I think we need both though, because I think America does need to still remember what we had and how quickly it disappeared from us in the last 4 years. I mean, it is at a point where if this continues, we're probably at a point of no return if we can't get it back on track. If another 4 years of these policies, the open borders, the fentanyl, we can't just forget about that. But I think we will take a little bit of a different tack.
But Don, I feel like you've changed too. Like I mean, you're gonna be done.
He's the worst, dude. He's so lame. Ugh. He's like parasocially invested in like Don and Eric Jr. Like that's a bridge too far for me, okay? Like being parasocially invested in Donald Trump, that's fine, okay? I am too, to a certain degree. He was the president. He's telegenic. He's charismatic to his own base. But like, this is, I mean, they're so lame. Trump doesn't like them. It's just so lame.
But I feel like you're taken back ever since the shooting as well.
Yeah.
There's a calmness about you ever since the shooting.
Said no one ever.
You're right, exactly.
No, listen, I think you're 100% right. It is, like I said.
I'm skipping the rest of this. I mean, it's almost done anyway.
Welcome back.
Eric Trump says former president's in great spirits following assassination attempt. We're going to move on to the Democrats in a second. But here, we'll talk about the hypocrisy a little bit further because it's something that I want to address again and again. So the state is the parent in California now at Gavin Newsom. This is the final straw. Because of this law and many others that preceded it, attacking both families and companies, SpaceX will now move its headquarters from Hawthorne, California to Starbase, Texas. I did make it clear to Governor Newsom about a year ago that laws of this nature will force families and companies to leave California to protect their children. Gavin Newsom responded with, "You bent the knee." When Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all of his many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere, without which subsidies he'd be worthless, and telling me how he's a big Trump fan and a Republican, I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. That was one of the best ethered moments from Donald Trump, okay? And I'm glad that Gavin brought it back because that is such a good fucking bar from Trump, okay? That was such a great bar from Trump. Oh, I'm sad to see the glee that some on the right have at the opportunity to deploy cancel culture over post-assassination attempt comments. I'm a hardcore free speech advocate, and I look at it like germ warfare. It's bad for the whole ecosystem. People like to think that they would fight and die for their sacred principles. This is low-stakes practice. The actors will say, those aren't my sacred principles. I'm going to punch back at my enemy. But to the people at the margin, maybe the principle is important to you. Maybe you shouldn't cheer for an online mob. Everyone should be judged by their statements. Elon Musk says exactly. Even though he's been fucking chirping about the way in which the left has been talking about the liberals have been talking about the shooting nonstop. Elon's going to be in a hell of a time moving SpaceX to Hawthorne. All the Space Force rocket shit is there. There's a good reason why Boeing, Northrop, and all the other companies have their shit set up near El Segundo. Yeah, whatever. Fuck them. And so the other thing I was going to say is Trump has been posting up a storm. Okay. Trump's more measured is the narrative from the media. And I told you guys, wait and see. I think he looks fucked up, but I don't think he's going to fucking dial it back because he can't help himself. And of course, he hasn't helped himself. He's going after it. Trump versus Bullet, Biden versus Stairs. He posted this. Then he said this. The radical left Democrats are desperately trying to play the ref by calling for an illegal and unconstitutional attack on our sacred United States Supreme Court. The reason that these communists are so despondent is that their unlawful witch hunts are failing everywhere. The Democrats are attempting to interfere in the presidential election and destroy our justice system by attacking their political opponent, me, and our honorable Supreme Court. We have to fight for our fair and independent courts to protect our country. What happened? I thought we were doing unity. I thought we were doing unity. I guess not. Unity means Democrats shut the fuck up about the Republicans. You don't get to say anything. Republicans, on the other hand, they can say whatever the fuck they want, as they have been nonstop. Great situation. Anyway, yeah, unity through obedience. When Republicans say we need unity from, in this tumultuous time, we need unity from the Democrats, they mean unite to, vote for the Republican. Meanwhile, conservatives who constantly chirp about cancel culture have officially canceled Tenacious D. Now, Tenacious D is a two-person band with Jack Black and his friend for like years and years at this point. Okay, it's a rock duo. They literally did a movie about it, and yet they've known each other for decades. They've operated alongside one another for decades. Jack Black, however, has ended the Tenacious D tour after bandmates Trump shooting comments. The comedy rock duo tour Tenacious D, made up of Jack Black and Kyle Gass, has canceled the rest of their tour after Gass's remarks about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. While on stage at a concert in Sydney on Sunday, Gass was presented with a birthday cake and asked to make a wish. Does anyone have the video? This was in Sydney, Australia. Do you guys have the clip? I want to show the clip. Where is it? Here it is. Now, before we get to this part, I do want to say something. Jack Black, big time Democrat, okay, and had also recently re-endorsed Joe Biden, like a couple weeks prior to this. He did like a big on-stage show of it all too. And that, I think, plays a big role in the reaction to his bandmate and, lifelong friend saying this thing.
Don't miss Trump next time.
He blows on the birthday candles and he says, "Don't miss Trump next time," which is obviously a joke, right? Like, he might genuinely believe it, but the format of this is, of course, like a joke. This is a comedy duo. I was blindsided, Jack Black says, by what was said at the show on Sunday. I would never condone hate speech or encourage political violence in any form. After much reflection, I no longer feel it is appropriate to continue the Tenacious D tour, and all future creative plans are on hold. I am grateful for the fans for their support and understanding. I mean, this is a better video, but who gives a shit?
Make a wish, Canada. We love you, kids. Back to take it back. Love you, kids.
What happened? He doesn't seem too fucking distraught.
Back to take it backstage and cut it into pieces, please. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. How about this guy? Kyle Gass. Happy birthday, Captain. Love. You guys are the best.
Has Jack Black always been a hog? He's not a hog at all. Jack Black is actually a very nice person overall. Okay? He's a very nice person overall. He is like he's a big time Democratic Party supporter. He's a cool dude in person, I think, from people that I know that have met him. Very interested in like this space, like Twitch and whatnot, and like streaming in general. Having said that, however, I think the reason why he reacted the way that he did is not because he's like an actual fucking coward or whatever. But the reason why, I mean, he is a little bit cowardly, of course. But I think the reason why he's like this, he's a Warren defender, by the way. That's even funnier. The reason why he reacted this way is because he probably doesn't want what he's saying to be fucking reflected poorly against Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Because Republicans are pretty vicious and they'll come after him because they have no fucking interest in defending free speech. Okay? Defending humor, defending satire. And I thought a lot about this. And that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier this morning, that Republicans have something like genuinely broken in their minds where like the age-old principle of like don't punch down but punch up when you're doing humor doesn't work in their understanding of the world. Republicans never want to punch up. They always simply want to punch down. It's like, if you can't make a fucking joke about one of the most powerful motherfuckers on the planet, okay, who the fuck can you make a joke about? And the answer from the Republican side is trans people. Okay? Like, the only jokes you can make that are appropriate and acceptable is if, like, you're talking about someone who has less than you. Okay? If you're talking about someone who's in worse conditions than you, if you punch up, that's unacceptable. They have this, like, weird, genuine peasant mentality. They have the feudal serf brain completely. They have it locked the fuck down. They're like, no, how dare you? How dare you make a joke about the motherfucking president? The motherfucking president is crazy. Where are the cancel culture warriors? Well, all of them are literally too busy canceling Jack Black and everybody else associated with Kyle Gass. The line I improvised on stage Sunday night in Sydney was highly inappropriate, dangerous, and a terrible mistake. I don't condone violence of any kind in any form against anyone. What happened was a tragedy. I'm incredibly sorry for my severe lack of judgment. I profoundly apologize to those I've let down and truly regret any pain I've caused. Now, obviously, I don't expect the Democratic Party politicians to behave like Republican Party politicians and come out and be like, I can't believe the shooter missed or anything. But as far as like liberal comedians goes, as far as like lib adjacent, Democratic Party adjacent celebrities goes, like it's completely fucking ridiculous that these people have any, like that Republicans have any ground to be like, oh, I can't believe you just made a joke like this. Okay? I can't believe you've made a joke like this. It's fucking, it's insane. Brother, Ted Nugent, I almost call it Nugent. Is it Nugent or Nugent? Like Republican celebrities openly advocate to assassinate and even do worse than that. Like they fucking Nugent. Okay, thank you. Like we're not even at this point, we're not even talking about like Republican. We're not even talking about Republican politicians who make jokes like this all the fucking time, right? But beyond that, if we look at like the Republican celebrities, James Woods, John Voight, or Ted Nugent, Kid Rock, they're openly advocating to fucking murder political opposition on a regular fucking basis. What are we talking about? It's so ridiculous in ways that go far beyond simply talking about like killing Obama, for example. They weren't just saying like kill Obama. They were like lynching Obama. You know what I mean? Because he's black. Like turning it into a hate crime, like and showing that their resentment towards Obama and their anger towards Obama wasn't because he was like a bad president as a liberal or whatever, but like literally trying to do a hate crime to him, like saying, you know, this is what he deserves, invoking the antiquated and really horrible aspects of American history that pertain not just to the first black president, but to all black people. Do you understand? So it's fucking ridiculous that they're just doing, that they are crying about this shit. Anyway, the VP debate responds, we don't know how the Democrat nominee for vice president, who the Democrat nominee for vice president is going to be, so we can't lock in a date before their convention. To do so would be unfair to Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, Gretchen Whitmer, or whoever Kamala Harris picks as their running mate, said Brian Hughes, Trump campaign senior advisor. That's pretty funny. Anyway, I just, you know, if fucking Dave Chappelle made a joke saying, hi, you miss bitch, they would love that shit. No, they wouldn't. They would come after Dave Chappelle too. It's only when Dave Chappelle says trans people deserve less, which is not even a fucking structured joke, as a joke, where they go, oh, that's hilarious. I love that. You know what I mean? That's my point. They just like in their minds cannot comprehend punching up as a mechanism for humor. They literally operate in the exact opposite way that most people operate. That's it. This is a classic principle in comedy. It's just like, what is this? The magazine cover no one asked for? The health issue? It's kind of funny. So yeah, like there's another aspect to this story as well. Which I can't believe I'm covering, but you know, one of my least favorite political commentators, if I can call him that, the perennial debate pervert himself, got banned off of Kick, a website known for distribution of CP, a website known most famously for having a bunch of pedophiles, like literal pedophiles on it. Okay. And as far as I understand, Destiny was banned from Kick for 2 weeks. Why? because he didn't sufficiently condemn the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, or making fun of the dude, Corey Contemporore or whatever, who got killed in the process. And that's fucking crazy, because he says unhinged shit on a regular basis. He's unimaginably toxic, and for that toxicity, especially toxicity in the form of like demanding that redneck militias mow down BLM protesters, or, you know, fucking saying trans Twitter activists are like inhuman degenerates, or whatever the fuck he said, or any number of different things that he's argued for, his active genocide denial. None of that shit is a bridge too far for Kick. Some of that is exactly why he got banned from most platforms in the past. But then he fucking turned around and said something that is like just as unhinged, maybe not even as unhinged as his other commentary and other rhetoric. And they fucking banned him off the CP platform, which is ridiculous. But again, it is yet another glaringly obvious demonstration of hypocrisy. These guys don't give a fuck about cancel culture. They love cancel culture. Okay? They do. They love that shit. This is the clip if you care.
Fuck it. Fuck the dude, the firefighter guy. Fuck Trump. Fuck the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, getting blown away or whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am 100%.
Why is he addressing the conservative fans of his? Perhaps he knows that he's cultivated quite the conservative audience, which is in a state of shock right now. Anyway, so before you guys go, oh, too base, this is just what he does, man. He's a fucking debate mercenary for this reason, okay? He said unimaginably worse shit about entire communities. It's just like hilarious that Kick was like, this is it. They're hypocritical as fuck. Nothing new. This is from May 11th. Yeah, he's a troll. It was a 2-week ban too. I think the longest Kick is done. Yeah, that's crazy. They love him when he's debating how white people should say the N-word and then says the N-word. Okay. I wonder why he has such a significant portion of his community that are just conservative. I wonder how that happened. Perhaps it was all the other stuff that he's done. But in any case, the moment that he fucking turns around and gives like a fraction of that fucking rage back at the conservatives, they're like, oh my God, how could you do this? Anyway, have you seen Libs of TikTok on Twitter publicly shaming people all week? No, I haven't, because she banned me. She blocked me a long time ago. Yeah. So yeah, it's completely ridiculous. Like, completely ridiculous. Kick is a fucking clown show in general. Anyway, but once again, as I always say, everyone is a liberal, okay? Make no fucking mistake. Everyone's a liberal at the end of the day. Everyone's in their fucking fifis at the end of the day. Okay? Everybody loves cancel culture at the end of the day. Everybody loves identity politics at the end of the day. They love it. They love it for their own okay? That's it. So don't demand consistency in general. Okay? Don't look for any kind of real consistency. It's not going to happen. There are some, but they are very rare in this field. I forget how some liberals are because they were saying D's reformed and shit. Yeah, no, it's not. No, he's going to be back to his old fucking habits tomorrow because he has no like genuine moral compass beyond whatever suits his immediate purpose of being a fucking contrarian guy who can just like rage bait. Anyway, so to them I say, let them fucking fight. Let's continue.
Trump has left the building.
Is the new Trump ad.
Now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down.
The president who actually fulfilled the promises he made during the campaign, securing the border to foreign policy.
He now has a record as president that's pretty damn impressive. Breaking news out of Palm Beach,
The FBI has executed an unprecedented search warrant at President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The former president has both sides of the political aisle up in arms.
It is a dangerous and unstable moment in American history.
I saw a clip of him saying something. I realized that the right is way more aggro when I joke about them, and it's so frustrating. Yeah, no shit, moron moment. Yeah. You know what's really interesting about that? When he was cultivating an audience full of fucking Nazi pedophiles, when he was aligning with the freaks like Sam Hyde because they hate me and want to kill me, He had no problem sending those fucking freaks my way, you know? Yeah, no shit, dude. Oh, wow, I can't believe the right is like way worse. At the end of the day, the left will be like, oh, you're a fucking reactionary fascist or whatever, and will urge people not to watch you. Right-wingers will just immediately start issuing death threats, trying to fucking DDoS you, trying to dox you, going after your fucking family. Like, there's real physical and material harm that they will try to do to you. And it's so fucking stupid, all right? Damn, I missed a D slander. You think this is slander? This is just correct. This is just the truth. So stupid. You've cultivated an entire community full of fucking weirdos like this, and then you're like, oh, I can't believe they're turning on me when I give them like a fraction of the fucking smoke that I give to, like, you know, liberals, socialists, leftists, trans activists, whoever the fuck. He laughed with Sam about you killing yourself. Fuck that asshole. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that's the most I'm going to talk about it. Let's continue.
The Justice Department has just indicted former President Donald Trump.
For 7 years, they hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him.
This is the epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you.
They want to shoot me, but I'm standing in the way, except for that one time where they did shoot at me and I was standing in the way, but it grazed my ear and shot one of you behind me.
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always get stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
Fuck, if I was stupid, I understand why I'd vote for Trump. I mean, the ad goes hard, but it's like, you know, it's still Trump. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, this was Trump AI voice, was it? I don't know. Was it Trump AI voice? Haven't heard Deep State in a hot minute. He's bringing out the classics. Yeah, he's going to obliterate the Deep State. What happened to his last VP? Well, he got a little, his supporters got a little violent with his last VP. Okay. Anyway, we got more polls coming out. We're going to be talking about Brandon. Okay. Well, we'll get the Vice President Harris. I'm with her Mamala Harris and her takes on the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. And then we'll move on to the Democratic Party in a state of disarray. That was the old conversation. And we're back to that old conversation here.
I do want to discuss briefly what happened on Saturday. I've not had a chance yet to publicly talk about it. But I will say a few words about the attempt on the life of former President Trump over the weekend. As we all know, it was a heinous, horrible, and cowardly act. My husband Doug and I are thankful he was not seriously injured. That day, as soon as...
She means because Trump is a uniquely weak candidate to run against. That's why. He's like, I'm glad that he survived so we could watch the top of the hour ad break at the HasanAbi broadcast and then pay $6 or use his Twitch Prime potentially to avoid said ads at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? Maybe even get lucky enough to get gifted a sub because the 3-minute ad break comes for all. What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? I'm fucking it up. I can't even get her lines right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
we saw what was happening, we said a prayer for his well-being. And our thoughts immediately turned to Melania, who we have met, and their family. The bottom line is no one should have to fear for the safety of a loved one because they serve in public office. Our heart goes out to the family of Corey Comparator, a true hero who died protecting his family. And Doug and I, of course, are holding them close in our hearts. We are also wishing those who were critically injured that day a swift and full recovery. And we are thankful to the United States Secret Service, the first responders, and local authorities. The United States of America, I believe, is the greatest democracy the world has ever known. Yes, but in the aftermath of this weekend's shooting, one of the questions we now confront is about the way we should engage with one another in this campaign. On Sunday evening, our President Joe Biden issued a call for unity, and there must be unity around the idea that while our nation's history has been scarred by political violence, violence is never acceptable. There can be no equivocation about that. At the same time, the hallmark of American democracy, the hallmark of any democracy, is a strong competition of ideas, policies, and a vision for the future. And just as we must reject political violence, we must also embrace a robust discussion about what is at stake in this election. The surest way to reaffirm the strength of our democracy is by engaging in a vigorous and civil exchange of ideas. And one of the ideas...
Where's the battle box? Where's the battle box that my fucking GOAT president said is going to happen? I want to know about the battle box. She's not talking about the battle box. She's talking about being burdened and unburdened and shit.
The principles.
Give me the battle box.
That is at stake in this election is the issue of reproductive freedom. And that is why I am here today to discuss that topic. And I look forward to our conversation. Thank you all very much.
President.
Also, Representative Adam Schiff, I call him Adam Shit, has now called on Biden to drop out of the presidential race. Okay? That's right. Dems are still absolutely in a state of disarray. Let us not forget, just because Donald Trump almost got assassinated does not change that dynamic at all. Okay? It does not. Here's Ezra Klein. He says, I'm unconvinced by this Tyler Cowen post on the vibe shift. Trump is running against an unpopular incumbent who was barely coherent in the debate and who 4 out of 5 Americans doubt has the cognitive fitness to be president. And he's still only leading by 2 in national polls. That the vibes haven't shifted more reflects how weak and polarizing Trump remains. Ezra is, once again, absolutely correct on this. And I'm not saying that because I will be on his podcast soon. Okay? He is. He's been right on this from the jump. One of the few liberal voices who has been openly talking about this for quite some time. That said, to the extent that there's a vibe shift, I think it reflects a sense that Biden will lose, which is allowing for a lot of Trump-curious figures, particularly in tech, to come out in full-throated support of him. The ROI on supporting Trump just got a lot better and the likely downside a lot smaller. Okay? Adam Schiff is demanding that he drop out right as this poll came out. New poll, 70% of the country wants Joe Biden to withdraw from the presidential race. 65% of Democrats and 77% of independents. 57% of the country wants Donald Trump to withdraw. Okay? Think about that. Trump curious, but like someone questioning their sexuality. Kaya. Obviously, Joe Biden is seen as too old to do the job. He's also seen as definitely too old to run and win re-election. Run for and win re-election. Okay? Kamala Harris, every single day that passes by, is becoming a better alternative. Okay? What is she doing? Kai, come here. What are you doing? Girl. She was just laying down. In the general election polls, however, Trump's lead is still +1. Poll before Trump shooting was +2. So Donald Trump being shot. God, I love America at moments like this. Donald Trump being shot is only bringing more attention to the race, but not necessarily more support to Donald Trump, because people fucking hate him for very good reason. Anyway, we talked about Biden embracing left-wing policy, but anyway, let's get to Adam Schiff.
Biden is on the campaign trail despite all these calls from Democrats to step aside. The president making it clear to voters that he has no plans to drop out of the race. Our senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is there on the trail with the president. She's in Las Vegas. So Selena, let's start just with the breaking news that we did get just moments ago. Congressman Adam Schiff now calling for President Biden to step out of the presidential race. Let's just talk about how this list continues to grow of prominent Democrats telling the president it's time to step aside.
Yeah, Kira, this is a significant new development. And Representative Adam Schiff, he is one of the most high-profile Democrats to publicly call on President Biden to step aside. In a statement sent to us, I just want to read to you exactly what he said. He said, a second Trump presidency will undermine the very foundation of our democracy, and I have serious concerns about whether the president can defeat Donald Trump in November. He goes on to say, while the choice to withdraw from the campaign is President Biden's alone, I believe it is time for him to pass the torch, and in doing so, secure his legacy of leadership by allowing us to defeat Donald Trump in the upcoming election. Now, Kira, Representative Schiff is saying the quiet part out loud. This is what a lot of Democrats have been saying behind closed doors in private. It is notable that Representative Schiff, he's running for that Senate seat in California. He is very high profile, so this could lead for other Democrats to come out publicly and call for this. But Kira, nonetheless, the DNC is still moving ahead with a virtual roll call to nominate President Biden, though they have pushed back the timeline by a bit more than a week. There are many Democrats, some Democrats who have been criticizing that virtual roll call plan for stifling debate and reducing the chances of changing the top of the presidential ticket. They have quieted some nerves, the DNC has, by somewhat pushing back this timeline, but there are still a lot of questions and debate happening behind the scenes.
All right. Well, Selena, as we know, this all comes as the president is now considering major changes to the Supreme Court. What are we learning at this hour?
Yeah, Kira, a source who was briefed on the plans was...
I personally don't understand why people keep saying, who are you suggesting to put in Biden's place? Like, I think pretty much everyone, including the voters now at this point that have been polled at least, have said Kamala Harris. So I don't get it. Like, I mean, the immediate answer is literally anyone else who can be like somewhat competent and not like a cadaver, right? But it's not like people are hiding that aspect of this conversation. Like, the people are pretty open about it. And it almost always feels like the Brandon dead enders just like refuse to hear. They're like, la, 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 la. Oh, who would you put up anyway? La, 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 la. I can't hear you. It's like, bro, people are saying it. Like, people are saying it. Why are you not hearing the people saying it? They're like, wow, how racist of you to not listen to the black voters. How racist of you to not let a black woman like Joe Biden continue being president. That was the funniest narrative because his immediate replacement is a black woman. The fuck are you talking about? Anyway,
that speech.
Let's listen to my favorite broadcast, of course, Morning Joe, Morning Cope, more like it. First and foremost, let me just say, MSNBC, you done pissed off the wrong guy. I read the article about how pissed Mika and Joe were that they were kicked off the lineup on Monday morning, immediately after the shooting, their first ever return stream, and they were not allowed to stream it. Okay? Just saying. Kind of fucked. MSNBC literally would not allow Morning Joe to stream their regular broadcast after the shooting out of fears that they would say some fucked up shit. Yeah, we're going to talk about Grindr traffic at the RNC, which is, of course, classic. Fear not. Yeah, they got hit with a 24-hour ban right after the shooting. They were like, listen, Joe, we don't trust you to be... They were like, Joe, we don't trust you to be normal. We don't trust you to do your normal coverage. I feel like you're going to fuck us up if you come out and pop off. Which is, for the record, cowardly by MSNBC. They should have let my goat thrive, okay? This was his moment in the spotlight. This was his opportunity to shine, and they cooked him. They cooked the books. They cooked them. I would have loved to agree with Joe Scarborough for fucking once. You know what I mean? Anyway, but now they're back after their one-day ban, their glorious return.
In
is
Las
upon
Vegas
us.
to the NAACP, he said, I'm all in. Again, he can't be more clear where he's coming from. He sent the letter to Congress. Even after that, members of Congress said, we need an answer, make a decision, to which he said, I've made my decision. I'm all in. He reiterated that yesterday. Those national polls are neck and neck. There has been some slippage, but still mostly within the margin of error in those battleground states. Trump has definitely made up a little ground, but my gosh, those are all winnable, the Biden campaign would tell you. I think what people are seeing, though, is not the gaffes of Joe Biden of the past. They're seeing gaffes as a result of age. And there are concerns, and polls show this, even within the Democratic Party. Is he up for the job? But as Joe says, make up your mind. If he's too old for the job, just say that. But you got to point to some data that shows he can't win if you're saying he can't win.
Right. Polls well before the debate showed that Democrats thought he might be too old, and that's only increased. But it can't be said enough. Polls show this is a pretty static race, and it just seems so premature that there were pundits on Saturday night or Sunday in the wake of that shooting saying, that's it, the race is over. We have this image, this defiant image of Donald Trump, his fist raised, blood on his face, game over. And it's clearly not. This is still a tight race. Now, the Biden team has work to do still. They know that, and that includes fending off voices within their own party. First of all, we're seeing the president go at the coalitions. Yesterday's event was about black voters, the NAACP. Today, he's got an event squarely geared at Latino voters. The Supreme Court push that we detailed earlier in the show is a nod towards progressives. It came from a call he had with them in the last few days. He's trying to shore up his base of support because there are still some Democratic lawmakers out there who want to try to see a change in the ticket. And Joe, that's why there has been real fury in the last day or so about this plan from the DNC to move ahead with this virtual roll call, which many Democrats say, hey, yeah, it was needed.
That's crazy, by the way. The virtual roll call method is so insane. The only reason why they had that ready to go was so that they could have Joe Biden be nominated ahead of the convention because of the Ohio ballot drama. But Ohio was like, yeah, of course we'll fucking put whoever is the candidate on the ballot. I told you guys a million times. I was like, there's no fucking world where there is 0% chance where like a state gets to decide not to put a fucking presidential candidate from one of the two major parties on the ballot. Like, it doesn't work that way, right? And of course, the state of Ohio was like, they complied and they changed it. Okay, they complied, they changed it. So there is no reason for this roll call to happen now. And yet, some on the Joe Biden side are trying to still do this vote, this roll call, so that they can get the nomination before the convention and basically make it so that Joe Biden is the fucking nominee. There's nothing you can do about it. He's the candidate.
When Ohio was trying to game the system and keep him off the ballot, it no longer is because the state pushed off that deadline. And to the Democrats who are opposed to Joe Biden, they feel like rushing this through silences that debate. The Biden team answer is simply saying, this is the plan, we're staying with it, and listen to the president. He's not going anywhere, and he can still win.
He's not going. He's not going anywhere. He's not. Let me say again, the day after the debate, I said he needed to consider stepping down. I said, let's wait a couple days, see what happens, see where this goes. If everybody was right, he was going to lose 10 points, or if his family and him got together and decided he wasn't up to the job, he needed to step aside. Well, the guy with 14 million votes from Democrats in the primary said he's going to stay. And I know that may make some people that worked in the Obama administration angry. I understand that. They didn't like him when he worked in the Obama administrations. The stories I could tell, but I won't. I mean, he says he's staying in it. We don't know what's going to happen. He may have another incident, right? But he's got the 14 million votes. He's got about 90% of the delegates. He's decided he's going to stay in the race, even after the worst debate performance of not only his life, but of that any of us have seen in our lifetimes from a major presidential candidate, even after the tragic assassination attempt this weekend, even after Donald Trump's heroic response to that, even after all that, we're still a 46-46 nation.
What?
And you can whisper to everybody, and you can call all the big fundraisers, you can call all your billionaire friends and say, don't give Biden any money, which is what's going on right now. Call all those billionaire friends you want to. Call all of the most powerful people in, in politics and the media and try to push the guy off the ticket. You can do that. You've been trying to do it now for 3 weeks. It's not working. He's saying he's not going anywhere. And if you look at the poll numbers, the people who actually answer these polls,
70% of Joe Biden voters say they are voting against Trump. 70% of Trump voters say they're voting for Trump. Okay? People in the margins in this marginal race have already made up their fucking minds. That's why, like, people who are likely voters have already made up their minds. Like, they know why they're voting for Joe or why they're voting for Trump. And the people voting for Joe are voting because he's not Trump. The problem is, if it is such a close race as it is, which it shouldn't be, if it's such a close goddamn race, you need to pick people up. You need to pick people up from the margins. The Joe Biden strategy has been to pick up moderates, to pick up independents with a history of Republican votes. Okay? That's the Brandon Camp strategy. There are tens of millions of people cast aside in that strategy, in that messaging. And that strategy could prove to be successful, but it seems less likely than before. Okay? Problem is, Morning Joe refuses to recognize that because they don't have any, like, they don't even have like an ideological commitment to the Democratic Party or anything. They just have a commitment to their friend Joe Biden, who they know is watching the show every morning. That's it. It's such a wild way to, like, that's why this is the only news program that basically fucking says something that, like, you can't hear anywhere else other than, like, Harry Sisson on TikTok.
who aren't elitist billionaires in Silicon Valley or in the media or in Washington, D.C., or on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, those people are saying, you know what? We're good with a guy from Delaware. We're good with a state school guy. We're good. That's what they're saying right now. Again, politics is fluid. It could change tomorrow. It could change the next day. The only thing I'm striking back against here are people saying it's over. There's no way he can win.
Well, it's not
That's
helpful.
just 110 days. And the only thing that they're doing, as I said a couple days ago, Democratic pollsters are saying the only thing they're doing is they're hurting Joe Biden with some Democratic voters who hear this from Democrats and then pull away from Joe Biden.
So MAGA Republicans are a lot of things that perhaps some Americans fear in terms of the future of our democracy, but they are unified. And that is something that the Democrats are not. And it's, you know, when that debate performance happened, many, like you, said, let's see what happens. Let's give it a week. Let's see. And the two things that people were focused on was performance and polls. So let's think about that. The polls haven't really moved, right? So if you think about after that debate performance.
Kind of have tightened up
After
in some
that
ways.
Debate performance.
I don't know how that happened.
Okay.
It was a horrible debate. It was just miserable.
Then the president, I mean, I can only name a few.
What's wrong with state schools, bro? They're such elitists. No, he's saying that Joe Biden is being attacked by elitists because he went to a state school and not because he's 700 years old. They're trying to find any reason they can to say, like, people are not, like, 80% of the American population, 77% of independents, 65% of Democratic Party voters, like Joe Biden's very own voters, saying that he should be swapped out. He refuses to ever reckon with those polls, okay? And he says, oh, no, black people want Biden and you're racist. Biden won a fucking primary with 14 million votes. And you know, that's that. It's crazy. Like, people are being polled on this issue. Like, voters are being polled on this issue. And he just keeps refusing to reckon with that and just hyper-focusing on a fucking fake primary with no real eligible competition against Joe Biden, as though that says anything.
Because he's been on the road since proving himself, but that NATO news conference, which went well past 8 p.m., so nobody can make those snarky comments, especially those on the Trump side, watching a presidency that Trump had where he didn't do a lot of work daily. But The NATO news conference showed the depths of his dynamic knowledge around the world as he took reporters on
the response
to every region around the world.
The response to David Sanger, please give me transcript, any transcript from any Donald Trump press conference while he's president of the United States talking on foreign policy, and match the transcript and the knowledge, the working knowledge up between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. He confused order to. By the way, it's very funny. David Axelrod a couple nights ago was going through when Joe Biden spoke on Sunday night, he cut a word off, and David Axelrod, of course, had to bring that up.
And then got someone's name wrong.
And then got somebody's name wrong. So does David Axelrod need to get off of TV? I mean, this happens. Media people keep going, oh, Joe Biden confused names. Then they throw to somebody and they confuse the name.
We know we do that. But then he also in that news conference talked about his time in the Senate. Yeah. And how that experience has led to his ability to pass historic bipartisan legislation at a time like right now, where you would think you couldn't get anything through. Right. So,
does this confuse anybody? Does this convince anybody? Does this compel anybody? Mika Brzezinski just talked about the leader of the fucking free world like he's a child. She said he was well past his bedtime. I don't understand how that's like. How this is even a point of contention at that point. Like, I feel like the more Biden devolves in front of our eyes, as it gets harder and harder for him to even read the teleprompter and shit, the more they just readjust their commentary. If Biden just started shaking, like literally all the time, they would be like, yeah, well, David Axelrod shakes sometimes too. David Axelrod ain't the president. He ain't running for president. They'd be like, think about the one time he didn't shake, though. And just only think about that. I just don't get it. Who were you trying to convince? Me? The watchers? Or yourself? Or Joe Biden, I guess. You got the president's ear. Be a little bit more fucking responsible, man.
After the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, he held a message to the nation from the Oval Office telling people to bring the temperature down.
Yeah, his message from the Oval Office was saying, we're going to fight at the battle box. Former Trump. American politics is a little guy. Blah, blah, blah. That's what he said. And that was him reading the prompter, too. Straight to fucking camera. And he can't even do that shit. What are we even talking about, man? It is so cooked. No, but he's doing great. He's doing great. He's killing it. He's definitely killing it. Keep going. These people don't want the Democrats to win. They just want to maintain their relationship with Joe Biden, who I don't even know why they're trying to desperately do that, because like Joe Biden's not going to remember these memories anyway. And yeah, here's MSNBC's own poll. 65%. MSNBC's showing, no, this is the AP Norc poll. MSNBC's even showing the poll at this point. It's just like, this is the guy. This is the Japanese Imperial Forces guy who's just sitting on the fucking island. And it's just like, I don't give a shit if Japan lost the war. I'm still maintaining my tactical strategic position here for the emperor, for the empire. Everyone can see what the fuck's going on, except for these guys and Joe Biden.
I mean, he's doing everything right. He's doing events across the country. Crowds are screaming, we have your back. The question is, are Democrats going to have him back? One Democrat, Barack Obama. Because if former President Barack Obama would step up and get behind Joe Biden, that would stop all of this, and that would make all the difference. And it seems right now that after everything that has happened, it seems that unity is more important than ever, because the Republicans, Trump Republicans, are going to steal that unified message from the Democrats.
Right now it's a choice. Right now it is a choice. Maybe a couple weeks ago, there was an idea, because everybody was calling, getting the telephone, and talking about a brokered convention, an open convention. That was the dream. Or talking about Kamala Harris, or talking about, Josh Shapiro. That was the dream. That's not going to happen unless something really dramatic changes. Joe Biden keeps telling people, he told Al Sharpton this weekend, he's told Lester Holt, he keeps telling everybody, I'm not leaving this race. And if that's the case, then this race is very clear. It's a choice between Donald Trump and J.D. Vance running the country over the next 4 years, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
It's not, though. He's not the fucking
110
candidate
days
yet.
left, a lifetime in American politics. But at some point, said it last week, Democrats have to come together. They just have to come together unless they want Donald Trump and J.D. Vance controlling Washington, D.C., and changing the way Washington works for the next generation. John.
Hey there, MSNBC fans. I'm Luke Russert, and be sure to join me.
Republicans wrapping up the second night of their convention here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, putting on a carefully choreographed show of party unity as the Democrats remain divided over.
We need to come together to kick out Brandon. Dude, the Democrats are more unified than ever. When have you ever seen someone like me and Nancy Pelosi align on what the Democratic Party must do? Have you ever seen that? Not the Progressive Caucus? Yes, the Progressive Caucus has made a bet. I think it's a win-win for them regardless, because it doesn't matter if Biden fucking loses, then yeah, whoever comes in as the replacement, if they're a progressive figure, are going to work with them. It's not going to be a progressive figure anyway. If Biden actually stays in the race, then at least they have, in their minds, at least they have like some leverage over Biden because they stood loyal by his side. That's their strategy. And every day, I've been trying to explain this since day one. Like, I've been trying to tell you, there's a different reason for why they're doing this. And every new piece of information that comes out kind of proves that. The Biden campaign is saying they're going to be held to account for the first 100 days of progressive policy. Do I believe that? Absolutely not. But that is the gamble. That is the bargain. Okay? But it's not there's nothing to lose. There's no fucking downside for there's no downside for the progressives to support Joe Biden. There's only upside for them in their calculation. They can't change the outcome. When Nancy Pelosi is the one leading the charge, when Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi are having conversations about replacing Joe Biden, this is not a conversation where AOC has to let her voice be heard, or Bernie Sanders has to let his voice be heard. If anything, my criticism of what they've done so far is to reiterate their support and commitment to Joe Biden. That, I think, is bad. Just stay away from it. You don't have to write New York Times op-eds. You don't have to defend Biden left and right. Just don't say anything.
The future of President Biden's candidacy. Let's bring in CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who has more on the Democrats in, as is said, Democrats in disarray. Jeff, what are you picking up?
Jake, we heard throughout the evening the Democratic disarray and disunity really was the subject of punchline from Republican speaker after speaker, but it's anything but amusing to Democratic officials who are still dealing with this anger and alarm and panic that is coursing through the Democratic Party. Yes, the attention this week is focused on Republicans, but inside the Democratic Party, there are party leaders who are even more worried by the day as time is running out, who believe that President Biden is a drag on the Democratic ticket. So talking to a variety of Democratic officials here in Wisconsin and in other battleground states as well as nationally, they are concerned that these punchlines about the president's age, his fitness for office, his command of the office will become a fait accompli in the general election campaign. And it's sort of ironic here, Jake, that 1 year ago, right here in this very hall, Republicans had their first debate. So it was thought at the time that the Republican primary would be messy and divisive, and Democrats thought they sort of dodged a bullet, if you will, by not having a primary on the Democratic side. Now it looks considerably different. There is disunity in the Democratic Party and division.
Wait, what?
So even as President Biden is vowing to stay in the race, senators and House members we are speaking with are still very concerned about this. So look for all that to continue. And one other Democrat was watching Nikki Haley very carefully as well. For a time, they thought that her voters may be open to them. That is unclear. I talked to one Haley voter tonight who lives in the suburbs of Milwaukee. She told me, I'm voting for President Trump. Not her first choice, but she said the choice she'll make in November. Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. And let's talk about what Democrats are doing behind closed doors, because I was able to get my hands on some polling from the firm Blue Labs. This is a polling funded by some Democratic donors, and this kind of project is going on all over the country right now. It looks, it's a survey of 15,000 voters in several battleground states. And it shows, first of all, there's a early July polling that has already been reported on showing that President Biden is losing ground to Donald Trump in 14 key states across the country. This includes not only the 5 that Biden flipped against Trump in 2020, that's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, but in addition, post-debate, it's like Waterloo. He's vulnerable in Colorado. He's vulnerable in Minnesota. He's vulnerable in Maine. He's vulnerable in New Mexico and Virginia and New Hampshire. Now, what this poll did was look at alternatives. First of all, it found that nearly every tested Democrat that this polling firm looked at performs better than the president. This includes Vice President Harris. But the top 4 in these 7 battleground states, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, Wes Moore of Maryland, Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, and they have a whole complex way of looking at it and whether or not these people can take votes from Trump that Trump is currently winning and bring them back. And those are the top 4. And again, this is just one poll, but this is really indicative of where the Democratic Party is, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3 of President Biden's aides, and I assume his immediate family. The Democratic Party is really looking for an alternative.
And so polls like that, other internal polls I've looked at, all the
That's a dagger. You said that's the attitude that I believe is in the Democratic Party, with the exception of Joe Biden and a few of his close aides and perhaps his family. That's a bar. That is a bar. Jake Tapper is not the type of dude who says shit like that normally, okay? That's a sassy ass, that's some sassy ass shit to say. It would have been even funnier if he said, and Joe Scarborough. It seems like there's 8 total people in the country that think Joe Biden should continue running. Biden is one of them, but he's ineligible to vote in this, given his own mental capacity. And George Scarborough is a close second.
Public polling is being forwarded to the White House every day, forwarded to the president's top advisor saying, please read this because it shows how deep trouble you're in.
Taken right to the shredder.
So let's just look at some of it. Let's just look at some public polling now to reinforce what Jake was just talking about. This is where we were just after the debate. This is the CNN projection. But because of all that polling, Donald Trump at 272. The light red is lean Republican. The dark red is solid Republican. The gold are toss-ups. Right now, we know, though, that Donald Trump is actually leading here as well. And he's leading here well. Maybe not by a lot. Democrats watching might be complaining, and that he's leading here as well. And he's going to get the congressional district. If the vote was today, he would get all of Nebraska's electoral votes at 2. So there's 302. As Jake just noted, you come over here, there are people who think New Hampshire right now is in play. There are people who think Virginia right now is in play. Arizona is blue here. That's my mistake. Donald Trump is leading there as well. So there's 330, right? Jake also mentioned Colorado. The governor of New Mexico has warned the White House. The governor of Minnesota has warned the White House. Why? Let's look at just some. This is new public polling, 7 battleground states released just today.
By the way, New Mexico, Nevada, and Arizona are entirely due to Joe Biden, not his age, are entirely due to Joe Biden's inability to bring out the youth vote, and more importantly, the Hispanic vote. Sometimes in many of these states, the youth vote is the Hispanic vote. I'm telling you right now, Arizona is a little bit more unique because Arizona is like a historically maverick state, I guess. Like, they carry on the legacy of John McCain. It's weird. It doesn't vote in the predictable fashion. They are the only never Trump Republican state out there. Legitimately, there is a constituency of never Trump Republicans in Arizona. I will admit that. But Gaza and the border policy, which came at the fucking last minute, this is a fourth quarter self bucket, okay? Where he did 2 things that made it so that people would definitely not vote for him. Key constituencies in these states that he needs to win would definitely not vote for him. Gaza is a major problem for anyone under the age of 35. Maybe not so much that they'll stop dead in their tracks. Not everyone has the same attitude that I have, right? But that is not something Biden needs right now. What Biden needs is people to be motivated to vote for him. And those people were already not motivated to vote for him because they thought he was old. Do you see what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about like old now, post-debate. I'm talking like these people were like, yeah, he's old as fuck. He kind of sucks. Shit's expensive. I hate Trump. I'm not invested in this election like I was last time. That's the attitude from a lot of young people. That's the attitude from a lot of Hispanic voters. And then he went out and did something that genuinely pissed off a lot of young people. The mass arrests on college campuses, the fucking, endless violence in Gaza, the ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. And last but not least, he turned around and he tried to pass a right-wing immigration bill. That right-wing immigration bill might have played well to the Pennsylvania suburbs because they watch too much fucking television and think that like Guatemalans are going to come fuck their daughters or some shit. But that was so fucking bad. And I said this the day that he came out with this right-wing immigration bill, and I've done so many fucking videos on this, chat. You can go and watch my videos from a couple months back when he first promoted this right-wing white natives immigration bill. I said it's bad policy and it's bad politics, okay? And I told you, I specifically pointed out Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico as states where there are a lot of young Hispanic voters that are going to see you push this right-wing anti-immigration bill, and they're going to say, we're not fucking voting for you. You're just as racist as Donald Trump is. Told you.
Hey, forgive me for turning my back. I want to turn this out. Look at the incumbent president's vote share. Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada. 42 is the highest the incumbent president gets in vote share in these battleground states. That's a path to big loss, even if Donald Trump can't get to 50 because of the third-party candidates. Look how closely it correlates to the president's approval rating. This is the president's approval rating, 36%, 37% in Arizona, 42% in Georgia, 40% of the vote. You get it. You follow it through. If he cannot get his approval rating to go that way, he can't move that. And that number has been stuck or getting worse since the debate. That's one way to look at it. The other question is, voters are asking, is Biden up to the job? Again, forgive me for turning my back. I just want to stretch this out. Is he too old to be president in these 7 battleground states? 72% in Arizona say yes, 67% in Georgia, 70% in Wisconsin, 70% in Michigan, same in Pennsylvania, close to that 68% in North Carolina, 70% again. That's a lot of Democrats and a lot of independents. That's not just Republicans. You get into the 60s and 70s, you're talking about a lot of the president's own party saying they don't think he is up to the job. How do you change that? And then there's this. What's the number one issue in the country right now? One more time. Sorry again. Just want to stretch this out so you can see it. The percentage of registered voters rating the economy as fair or poor. He's the incumbent. He wants 4 more years. 73% in Arizona, close to 70% in Georgia, 74% in Michigan, 74% in North Carolina, just below 70% in Nevada, and 73 and 72 respectively in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He's the incumbent president saying, stay the course, Jake. That's what people in these battleground states think about the economy. That's a tough sell. That is an incredibly hard sell. And these numbers, many Democrats say, this poll was taken over a long period of time. Most Democrats will tell you they're actually worse now. They're worse now. They expect Donald Trump to get a bounce because of what happened in this hall tonight and what will happen for the next 2 nights in this hall. And the Democratic convention is a month away. You want to know why Democrats are, use the term disarray, panic, worried, nervous? Look at that.
Yeah, and you said, how do you turn that around? And I know you meant that as a rhetorical question because the answer is it really.
I think the best thing that could have happened to Trump was getting shot and not getting killed right before the RNC. Because now the RNC campaign, which the media was going to focus on nonstop, is not heavily featuring the psychopathic rhetoric that Republicans are known for. Half of the rhetoric is about how sick Donald Trump is for surviving. It's literally so bad. Because if Donald Trump hadn't been shot before the RNC, and if he'd been shot after, for example, you know what I mean? The RNC would have had some of the most unhinged shit you've ever heard with the media covering it round the clock. It's also drawing a lot of eyes to the RNC. My family was watching RNC coverage, even though they hate Trump. I'm worried that when they see the RNC coverage, they're going to fall for like the now moderate propaganda that the RNC is trying to do. You know what I mean? I am a little worried about that because Americans are very fucking stupid. We'll see what happens post RNC. Like I said, I think it would have been crazy for Biden to drop out pre-RNC. It would be smart for Biden to drop out post-RNC. But who knows? Probably copium.
It hasn't ever been done.
It has never been done. David knows this. Both Davids know this. There's been no incumbent president in our lifetime. Again, Democrats will argue, well, wait, the national polls are a point or two. Some of these state polls are only 3 or 4 points. It's underneath the polls. It's the approval rating. It's, is he up to the job? Is he too old? What people think about the direction of the country and the state of the economy. You need some magic potion to change people's minds on 6 or 8 fundamental questions.
Can accept this verdict, but he says it's early. People will focus in September. It's not early. People are going to start voting in September. And what's very clear is that these concerns have been hardened, that they've been there for a long time. They were hardened by the debate. He's in a situation that is, in my mind, irreversible. And I believe him when he says the stakes are huge of this election. If he believes it, he needs to take into consideration what the stakes are and make the best decision, not just for himself, but for the country.
And Abby, one of the things that the Democrats are trying to do right now, the Democratic National Committee, you said the voting takes place in September.
Yeah, they're not dropping this, dude, which they shouldn't, because it is genuinely insane. Like, the idea that, you know, Trump got shot at, so now Biden is somehow not old, and we shouldn't talk about that, is just as silly as fucking demanding Biden shut the fuck up about the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. It's like, I'm gonna serve you the 3-minute ad break, Jack. You think I'm old. You say I can't draw a clock. But I looked at my clock and I saw. And at the top of the hour is a 3-minute ad break. Back in my day, that ad break used to be 1 minute long. Now it's 3 minutes long. But the price is still the same. $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. How's the Twitch Prime? Anyway, Twitch Prime is free. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, but not everyone's lucky. All right, anyway. I was waiting for someone to gift so I could say thank you. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Look, folks. Twitch Prime is a free way to subscribe. XR Thor, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. 22 plays, thank you. The idea. Anyway. Mad the Car with a 50 bones. Back in my day, you couldn't find 50 bones in a graveyard. Donald Trump knows a lot about graveyards. He went to one. Said the veterans are gay. I was there. I was one of the veterans in the grave. And another thing, World War II was a bad war. I was there too. Came all the way out from Delaware. Unc, you pushing this impression and it isn't getting better? You're fucking wrong. I think this impression is pretty good. I disagree vehemently. I think it's only getting better, actually. Like, my impression is literally getting better as time goes on. Because that's how it works. As time passes, I become older. And therefore closer to Biden's age. I'm already like more than halfway there.
I know you're saying, Joe, you may not have a Congress. Well, guess what? You all told me I couldn't pass the Inflation Reduction Act. You all told me I couldn't face it. Anyway, we did it. We're going to bring rents down, as I said. We're going to build 2 million affordable homes. And cap rent increases of 5% a year so corporate landlords can't.
Is that not good? I think my impression is pretty good.
God. Anyway, I don't want to get going.
What, again? He double anyway? Bro, back in the day, there was like at least a refractory period. Back in the day, there was at least a refractory period between the anyways. Like, there would be like a 3-minute barrier. You know what I mean? He hit the anyway, and then he wouldn't hit it again for like 5. Now the refractory period is lowered. It's literally fucking 10 seconds, dude. Look.
Basically, anyway, we did it.
3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi.
5% a year so corporate landlords can't.
I guess there was a cut. It was edited. I was wrong. They lowered his cooldown.
God. Anyway.
Yeah, no, they cut it. They cut it. Anyway, cooldown gets shorter the older he gets. Wow, Biden has tested positive and had to cancel his speech today. Positive for what? Are you fucking... Bro, that's literally from a minute. He got COVID? Biden says he'd reevaluate campaign if medical condition emerged. No fucking way, dude. This happened like yesterday, or not yesterday, like earlier today. Yo, you think it's God? Do you think this is a way out, boys? Biden has COVID. I mean, he's dead. Oh my God. Oh my God. President Biden has just tested positive for COVID. Oh my God. Now, let me tell you something. He's gotten COVID before. I'm posting. I had to do it to him. I said, seems like the Lord Almighty is evening the score this time around. Bro, this is literally what happened Dude, anyone that says canceled is so wrong. Dude, COVID literally let Biden win. COVID gave Biden the victory. Not only did COVID give Biden the victory, Trump got COVID right before the election. Now Biden's like, I'm not dropping. Unless the Lord Almighty tells me I'm dropping, I'm not dropping. And now the Lord Almighty has spoken. 3 days ago, Donald Trump dodged a bullet. And I'm not using that as a regular colloquialism, as a phrase. I'm saying he literally dodged a bullet by like 5 centimeters. Okay? Call me fucking Al Pacino the way life is a game of inches. Donald Trump was too busy looking at the Hispanics are doing rape chart in the right moment that he fucking grazed his ear. Okay? The bullet grazed the motherfucker's ear. Then, now, Joe Biden, after saying, the Lord Almighty alone can take me down. If he tells me I can't run, I'll stop running. Kamala sneaking COVID blankets into his bedroom. Kamala Harris behaving like the Pilgrims did. Kamala Harris wrapping Joe Biden up, singing him bedtime lullabies, wrapping him up in fucking COVID blankies. Now, what's really interesting is, like I said, this morning, Biden said he would consider dropping out of the race if a medical condition was diagnosed by doctors. Now that medical condition has come. Will he survive this as well? And by that, I am using a double entendre. I'm using the double entendre of will he survive COVID because he's that old. Like the age of his COVID, the age that he got COVID now is like, you know, it's pretty fucking consequential. But will he also survive claiming that he would consider dropping out? And then if he does survive COVID at this point, as I'm saying, if, not when, if, not when, if he survives COVID, will he actually drop out? Look at CNN. He was spreading it all around. Second gentleman Doug Emhoff tests positive for COVID. July 7th. Bro. That's crazy. This motherfucker was running around like the Grim Reaper, dude. Are you serious? This is a coup d'etat, ladies and gentlemen. This is a coup d'etat. This is why I can't trust the bitch. Ain't nothing was that fucking funny ever. Excuse me, nice bathroom. Maybe this was when they planned the attempt. Okay, new big brain conspiracy time. Kamala Harris sends out the hitter, okay, to spin the block, and also simultaneously is giving COVID by way of Douglas Emhoff to the current president, taking out both at the same time. Only Kamala remains. Kamala not looking too bad for her age. Am I tripping? No, she's not at all. I don't think you're tripping at all. Like, not that her looks matter at any in any way, shape, or form, but no, I mean, I think a lot of Kamala Harris. Here's how you know Kamala Harris is attractive, okay, to like most people, because, and Kat brought this up on her Mother Jones article. There's only 2 responses that Republicans have to women in positions of power on the opposing team. They either get like really weird and rapey, or they get like, oh, this person is like a feminazi and she doesn't want dick, right? Like, and she's like gross and cold. With Kamala Harris, they go with the rapey strat, like in the same way that they do with AOC. That's one way you can understand that, like, even Republicans find her attractive. It's a gross way to describe it, but like, unfortunately, American politics is fucking gross, especially Republicans. They say unimaginably gross shit about AOC. And they say similar things to Kamala Harris as well. For those of you asking, why no crab dance for Joe Biden getting COVID? Sometimes we pray, okay? Sometimes it's not appropriate to celebrate too early. Like, you know, Do with that information what you will. Maybe I'm saying celebrate his swift recovery, right? I might be doing that. Maybe I'm saying that. Maybe I'm praying for his swift recovery, you know? You jinxed it with a bell? You don't know that. This is kind of hubris of man that has been written about thousands of years, daring to call upon the gods to take you down from power, inshallah. Yeah. I pray for a lot of things on a daily basis. I've gotten significantly more godly.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for your patience and understanding. Regrettably, I was just on the phone with President Biden, and he shared his deep disappointment at not being able to join us this afternoon.
Let's join our hands in prayer, chat.
The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID. So, of course, we understand that he needs to take the precautions that have been recommended, and he did not obviously want to put anybody at risk. He said to tell my folks that we're not going to get rid of him that quickly. We're going to have a chance to hear from him in the future directly. He's just really sorry he couldn't be with us, and obviously we share that disappointment, but we've seen how COVID has still impacted many in our community still, and we understand that he needs to take the steps he needs to take to not just protect himself, but to protect all of us. So we appreciate it very much.
People age 65 and older, what age range die from COVID? What are 80 plus number of cases in California? What about multiple infections? Joe Biden has gotten COVID before. 38.4%. 38.4%. That's in California. It's 10%. It's like 300,000 cases, 38% of all deaths is in California is COVID. It's an 8% chance. 38% references. Yeah, I get it. I'm saying 38% is the percentage of deaths. And the dodge skill is already on cooldown from Trump. Do you think there's a chance that the officials step in having Biden step down without stepping down? Dude, if Biden dies to COVID after Trump survives the shooting, conservatives will literally come so hard that all the red states will be flooded. Careful what you wish for. Oh, God. They'll say he got like 1 million boosters too, and that like boosters don't work. Holy shit. Ain't no way the RNC isn't going to make a joke about this and destroy any goodwill they gain from Trump being shot. Yeah, I mean, it would be so hard for Donald Trump to hold it back. He might hit him with a Ruth Bader Ginsburg style. Oh, he might hit him with one of these, dude. He might hit him with one of these.
She just died? Wow. I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time. She led an amazing life. What else can you say? She was an amazing woman. Whether you agreed or not, she was an amazing woman who led an amazing life. I'm actually sad to hear that. I am sad to hear that.
I think this is probably one of the greatest political clips of all time. Like, it has its built-in soundtrack. Like, it has it all. Genuinely, one of the greatest political clips of all time. Like, so iconic.
Thank you very much.
Just walks away. Anyway, I've never forgotten about that clip. It lives in my mind all the time. That's why I brought it up immediately. Statement from Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on Biden testing positive for COVID-19. Dude, what is going on right now, dude? This is boulders after boulders, daggers after daggers. I told you, motherfuckers. I said, most boring election of our lifetime, but has the capacity to become the most interesting. I told you, motherfuckers. Yeah, call it Jovid. It's Jover because he's got Jovid. Statement from Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre earlier today following his recent event in Las Vegas. President Biden tested positive for COVID-19. He's vaccinated and boosted, and he's experiencing mild symptoms. He'll be returning to Delaware where he will self-isolate and will continue to carry out all of his duties fully during that time. the White House will provide regular updates on the president's status as he continues to carry out the full duties of the office while in isolation. The DNC uses a COVID test with a high known false positivity as a guise to replace Biden, thinking Americans wouldn't question him mysteriously and coincidentally contracting COVID in the middle of a summer when transmission is the lowest. Hopefully his doctors... Okay. I wanted to try and say this before. Other people say it seriously, but it's probably too late already. Biden is faking COVID as a pretext to step aside. I mean, he got a COVID. He tested positive for COVID literally right, like 4 hours after he said he would drop out if he had a medical emergency. It's not like, and it also happens to perfectly correspond with post RNC. He said he would drop out and reevaluate campaign if medical condition emerged. Article comes out. He gets COVID. It's happening right as the RNC is like coming to a close. This is like, you know, people say the NBA is scripted, but this is like WWE levels of scripting. He was obviously referring to a cognitive condition, though. I don't know. Rooting for COVID. Okay. Maybe he's faking it to save face. Another tweet you can dunk on. I'll be blunt, President Biden says in Harrisonburg, Pennsylvania. I ended the pandemic. He didn't. Well, I guess it's not over. Yeah, remember when Biden said this? Only the Lord Almighty can convince me to quit. That's why I tweeted what I tweeted. That's why I said it seems like Lord Almighty is evening the score this time around. That's what that was a reference to. Him saying only the Lord Almighty can take me out of this race. Which is, someone in the chat said, he said he ended the pandemic, but the pandemic about to end him. Jim Bearer. I highly doubt he will ever drop out. I think he has to address his health concerns since people clearly aren't taking to his prior answers. I mean, I'm so cynical that I think there's credence to the conspiracy theories in the chat about like Biden using this as an opportunity to push the conversations about him being replaced even further. Biden just tested positive for COVID. Polymarket says earlier today he said he'd consider dropping out. Odds he drops out shot up to 66%. Nate Silver comes out, says big swing in the market. Although I have to admit, my first reaction was the White House would just use this as another excuse to run out the clock. Not fair to talk about him dropping out when he has COVID and can't defend himself. He has to maintain a life schedule, etc. Yeah, like everyone is thinking the same shit. You know it's dangerous times. You know it's weird times when I am in agreement with Nate fucking Bronze, dude. Nate Poo-Poo Kaka over here. That's craziness. That's wild. But it is where we're at now. Holy moly. He's Nate Gold now? No, he's not. I'm not going to say that. Okay? That's crazy. I got to tune into fucking Fox News to see what the hell they're chirping. What the hell they're running with right now, dude. I need to see.
There's millions of data points for identity theft.
They haven't even
There's
gotten
a problem,
to it.
We fix it. Guaranteed.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day.
New report. Biden was the first subject to be diagnosed with long COVID symptoms before being infected. I mean, he was infected before. I mean, holy moly, dude. What is going on, dude? We're leftists, Hassan. We cheer on Nate Silver and Nancy Pelosi now. MSNBC's covering it.
Are no longer with us. People's grandmas were dying alone
my
with their
God.
iPad. Great opportunity and messaging opportunity should the White House choose to take it.
Well, I think that's true. And there's no doubt he'll be responsible and he will be home isolating.
He won't have a Superman thing on under his shirt like Trump wanted.
He will certainly
right?
not. But I think he also has, as David was just outlining there, a different, unique challenge right now. I mean, if you're on the Biden campaign, you're probably banging your head against the wall. You have your hands, your head in your hands, and you're thinking, of course, you want the president to be okay. He has access to the best doctors in the world. That's important for people to know. But also what they're trying to convey to the public right now is strength and inevitability, right? He spoke at the NAACP yesterday. He had a series of events that were important. The clock is kind of ticking down. It's important. Yes, they can do a lot over the next 5 days. And after people stop banging their head against the wall, they have to plan, as David said, what that looks like, whether it's interviews, engagements with social media experts and others. But they need to show him strong and powerful. Yes, they should use this as a moment on COVID, but they have a more immediate challenge right now, which is projecting to the Democratic Party he's inevitable and he's up to this job.
Yeah, well, here's the question that I have on that. These two men are both elderly. Donald Trump is an elderly man who for whatever reason, was given 9 seconds to take a iconic photo op during an active shooter situation. Weird situation. We'll figure that out one day. But his survival of that and bouncing right back and going right to his convention is being conveyed in the media world as a sign of strength. This current president of the United States is 81 years old and has COVID. Should he be fine in a couple of days, doesn't that convey exactly the same thing? That he's strong enough, older than Trump, to have gotten something that used to really be fatal to people his age. So if he does fine out of it and comes back and is able to do rallies, isn't that exactly the same? I mean, it's not exactly the same. It's not the same incident, but it's an elderly man coming through out of an illness.
It should, but it's also he did a great speech.
You can always count on MSNBC the cope.
He was probably going to do another good speech today.
Guys, this is actually good for him. Here's how Biden, at the brittle old age of 81, getting COVID is actually a positive. Okay.
They're banging their head against the wall because for strong supporters of the president, they're thinking we were getting some momentum. We're getting close to the convention. He had a great speech. He did a good interview, etc. And now this is just going to halt things. And if you're not a fan of the president being the nominee, and there are some people out there, Senator Adam Schiff and others, then this delays everything. He can't have meetings in person. There can't be private meetings with leaders. This stalls that too. That's all a problem for the Democratic Party, all of it.
Let's bring back in Mike Memoli, who first joined us when this news broke at just about the top of the hour with the president canceling the appearance in the room that you are in there, where there was a crowd gathered, and we saw him now board Air Force One returning to Delaware. What else do we know at this hour?
So this room has emptied out quite quickly. We're just now learning some more details about the president's schedule.
Madness.
He was scheduled to fly to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware and then spend the public schedule for the rest of the week had indicated that they would be adding information as the week went on. Well, clearly he's now going to remain in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, his beach house there, while he's self-isolating. I'm told the First Lady is already there, so she will be present, probably self-isolating from her husband in that room. Interestingly, this...
Gosh, y'all side is so dumb. Being shot is as bad as COVID. Wait, what? Y'all side? The fuck do you mean, y'all side? We're watching MSDNC. What are you... Motherfuckers say y'all
about
side.
This diagnosis as well. And it's important to note what he told that audience, that don't worry, the president will be back. Of course, there have been questions about what this will mean for the president in terms of his campaign schedule going forward. But obviously, with all the questions about whether he will even remain in the race, those comments from Sisolak are certainly notable. It's also worth looking back to, as somebody who covered the entire 2020 campaign, including after the campaign was essentially shut down due to COVID in March of 2020, just how the Biden campaign had to adapt to that new situation. The Biden campaign is indicating nothing at this point about what this will mean going forward. But obviously, so much has changed. He has already received that dose of Paxlovid. The guidance from the CDC in terms of self-isolation and when you can then return to public is different. We all noted, you may have even heard me on the hot mic question why the president was not wearing
but the state
a
has
mask.
seen little economic growth in recent years.
They're not hitting the bar. Fox News is not talking about it yet.
The colleagues in the press pool did shout to the president as he was boarding the plane to ask him how he felt, and he did say he felt good. So
yeah, y'all side is so funny because like everyone here is making jokes about Biden getting COVID. When Trump got COVID, Republicans were like, if you even make jokes about this, we'll kill you. Okay? Like that's the major difference here. Okay? Like aside from the fucking Joe Biden like dead enders, okay, Brandon or Busters out here, which are a select few group of like blue anon, blue MAGA types. Most Democrats, despite our disagreements on many issues, most Democrats are infinitely more critical of their own fucking administration than Republicans ever will be. Republicans hail Trump as a fucking deity. It's so fucking stupid.
So all of those
There's no comparison.
lawmakers, I'm sure, will be indicating getting tested themselves in accordance with all the best guidance from the CDC about what happens next at this point. Ari.
Yeah, and Mike, I mean, the White House woke up today to Adam Schiff who's very close to Speaker Pelosi, former Speaker Pelosi, discussing, again, the idea that maybe there should be a different nominee, which is a conversation that Jen Psaki and David Plouffe referred to that they have tried to quiet. I'm curious, do you have any barometer for us over the last 2+ weeks? The Lester Holt interview here on NBC as well, our sister network, was very publicly part of a calculated blitz to try to draw out several events and appearances to quiet the doubters. Can you just give us, again, obviously separate from the COVID diagnosis, a barometer of where today felt like going into this, before the diagnosis, before this news broke, because they had a lot of tough days, first several days after the debate. They argued that it was getting better, that was quieting after Clooney and other things. What was the sort of 0 to 10 on that as of today, before this news broke?
Well, the Biden campaign was really brushing off that new statement that came in the form of a statement to the Los Angeles Times first from Adam Schiff about the need for the president to step aside. They were pointing simply back to the letter that the president had written to the entire Democratic delegation in Congress about his intention to stay in the race and the fact that he felt that this conversation about the future of the Democratic ticket was only distracting what should be the primary goal for Democrats, which is defeating Donald Trump. That's a goal and an imperative that is even much more squarely in focus at this point, of course, with Republicans very much showing signs of unity in Milwaukee at their conference. I thought it was important, though, as you mentioned, some of the key details about Adam Schiff, somebody who is close to Nancy Pelosi, somebody who is a prodigious fundraiser in the Democratic Party, somebody who has raised lots of money and traveled quite often for what we call those frontline members, those members in the toughest congressional districts. Perhaps this is this indication on the part of Schiff that he is speaking for a group that does not feel like it can speak at this point. Schiff running, of course, his own campaign for Senate in California, but one against a Republican where he's heavily favored to be the victor in November. Rewind just 2 weeks, though, to what Adam Schiff said on NBC's Meet the Press when he talked about, it was much more delicate in how he spoke about the need for the president to make a decision that was in the best interest of the party. As he put it then, when we hear the Biden campaign now talking about, we haven't seen a major shift in the polls still show a single digit, a margin of error race. In fact, one poll showing the president ahead of Donald Trump by 2 points. That's one of their justifications for the president moving ahead, full speed ahead. But Schiff's point on Meet the Press 2 weeks ago was that it shouldn't be this close, that you're running against a convicted felon, that you're running against somebody who is deeply unpopular as well, and that, in their view, somebody with the kind of political tailwinds behind them should be much further out in front. That was his warning 2 weeks ago. It's clear that he didn't think that the Biden team got the warning sufficiently, and that there is a need for more public, outspoken criticism and for him to step aside. And you add that, Ari, to what we also saw today, which was the Democratic National Committee delaying what was the plan to begin the process.
Yeah, where presidents are dropping like flies, dude.
Process, a party-driven bureaucracy that requires several hoops to be jumped through before the Rules Committee can get to that point of doing it. But that process itself delayed at the behest not of the president, not of the Biden campaign, but of Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries.
Here's him walking to the plane
Congress,
after he tested positive for COVID, getting on Air Force One. Bro, God Almighty is literally telling him to step down, brother. That's like, there's no better indication. Kaya, okay, go. Want to go on a walk? He looks the same. Yeah. You can't tell if he's just like dying because of COVID or just dying because of age. Wait, how is this news/content? Every older adult who's vaccinated is mega protected from COVID. I literally go asymptomatic COVID a month ago. I don't think this is news. Nothing's going to happen. Dude, do you think Biden is a regular adult? He is 854 years old. He was there when the fucking Black Plague was around. Dude, that's crazy. Bro just compared himself to Joseph Robinette Brandon. Biden has been living on borrowed time for like the past fucking 40 years. You're out of your mind. He had a stroke when he was 40. This is also, I think this is the third time he has COVID. I thought it was the second, but maybe it's the third time. I posted this, I posted this fun little screenshot that I found on the Associated Press website when I was looking for the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, test positive for COVID. Right up top, it says, President Joe Biden tests positive for COVID-19 ahead of his speech. Interesting. Don't come after Mamala. They fucked. Okay, that's not what I was implying. I wasn't implying anything, actually. So if you try to say I was implying something, I'll tell you you're wrong. Okay? Ken Klippenstein update? What? I don't even know what that is. I can't believe it, dude. I cannot believe it. The Lord Almighty, he heard what Biden was saying.
Even over the next 3 to 5 days, this can't be a situation where Joe Biden's not visible. I'm sure he won't be, but he's got to be out there aggressively doing interviews and driving that. This is what the election's about. And it's got to be a lot less about his record. He's been an amazing president. He should be proud of his record. But elections are always about the future. You got to paint the picture for.
Dude, wait. Republican Senator Joni Ernst can barely summon the goodwill to wish President Biden well when asked to respond to the news he tested positive for
Thoughts
COVID.
about President Biden getting COVID. I mean, he can't catch a break.
I wish him well, Greta, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, okay. All right, we'll move on.
Oh my God, she's smiling. Bro, that's crazy. First of all, if I was a Republican and Biden got COVID, I wouldn't be so excited because the likelihood that he's replaced with a much stronger candidate is pretty fucking high. It's higher than it was yesterday. And secondly, dude, Republicans are great, dude. Look. She can't even say it. Look.
Okay. All right, we'll move on then. All right. This Iranian threat, it is, I mean.
Dude. Republicans are such little demons. I bet you she fucking complained about the Democratic Party's violent rhetoric earlier, too. Yeah, that's identical energy when a Southerner says bless his heart. That's what she was saying. Shouldn't we all be wishing good health for the president, Republican or Democrat? Neek skit. Once again, thank you. Thank you. Nancy Pelosi after licking every doorknob in the White House. I think they want to blame COVID on his performance with this call to congressional Dems. Dude, we are a fucking clown show. The Republican false flag the shooting. The Democrats false flag COVID. This is perfect. The European mind is beginning to comprehend.
I'm driving for 5 minutes now and I can't wipe this smile off my face. I'm driving a Ram truck in America. Like, look how sick this is. Country music on the radio. Go on, I'm going to Hooters in a Ram truck. America, boys. Yeehaw. Praise for freedom.
Dude, this is literally, he said, I'm listening to country music. He's listening to Avicii. But like, besides the point. That's besides the point. Okay, listen to me. This is a very real experience. Okay? This is a very real experience. Now you understand why I love hogs so much. Okay? Now you understand why I fucking love hogs so much.
My guess is what Kamala Harris herself would say is, welcome all comers. We'll talk to the delegates. We'll travel the country. In almost any scenario, she is going to be the Democratic nominee. Maybe it's not open. Maybe it's a baton handoff. Maybe it's open. I think she would be smart by saying, hey, I want to earn this. I'll welcome. And she is in the absolute driver's seat. And so I think that, many of the candidates that might be strong candidates, even though I think they would not be as strong as her as it relates to the delegates, have said they're not going to run. So I think there's.
The writers this season chose to give the politics enjoyers a real gift of scripts. Earlier, they were not interested, seemingly. They were like, this is going to be boring. You're going to hate it. It's a rerun. And then, like, at the last hour, they were like, you know what? Actually, just kidding. We're going to fuck shit up big time, okay? Shit's going to be looking like a soap opera.
Everything's okay, and we don't have.
Yeah, this is like when you say, like, it's a slow burn. It's a slow burn. This season is a slow burn. It takes a lot of buildup. But once you get to the apex, dude, when you get to fucking peak velocity, it just goes nutty mode, okay? Back to back bangers.
Term, I think that's welcome to everybody. So I get the frustration, but at the end of the day, this will be settled. And we will our pair up, and I think everyone's going to be focused then on preventing Donald Trump from taking the oath of office on January 20th of next year.
David Plouffe giving us reaction to the breaking news: the president diagnosed with COVID, returning to Delaware today, and you, as a former campaign manager for the Obama-Biden campaign, talking about these fresh questions, speaks.
Bro, take his head off his fucking shoulder. You hear me? Hit the rollie stove with the rollie on. What was our getaway car? Jag portfolio. You hear me? Hey, I heard I had some sneak dissers. Whoever feeling hot, that AR got a heat sensor. Cuz said don't entertain them hungry niggas. I wish I would pay attention to.
Listen, I got to give a shout out to my fellow Twitch streamer, T Grizzly. Shouts out to T Grizzly.
wrong with niggas. Through these white
One of the best Twitch streamers out there.
my nigga Perico, that boy be hooing niggas. Shoot the smile off your face, I don't joke with niggas. Boy, I can't trust you with that strap if you ain't got no bodies. Boy, I can't take you on no lick if you ain't robbed nobody. You ain't no shooter, you can't do that shit without no molly. I came home and had the hoes wetter than Kalahari. 30 months ago, niggas ain't think that I was coming home.
That's right.
Shout out to them niggas.
For those of you who don't know.
Get them to the crib, bust them down, now bitch run alone. This SK and get the shaking like it's all wrong. 30 bands.
Hit the rolling stone with the rollie on. Jag portfolio.
Come on, bro. His AR has a heat sensor, of course. I don't like being called out like this, by the way. Like, this is a fucking meme from 7 years ago. You don't have to be like, oh, look at LeBron going crazy over T Grizzly first day out.
So you long
When 40-year-olds like your music, ay. Who was that guy? The GOAT. Just the GOAT. What? Anyway, let's see what Peter Navarro has to
Welcome
say.
back to our coverage of the Republican National Convention. You were looking at 5:50 p.m. local time in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We told you the delegates would be gathering and assembling on the floor, and you can see that's
Bronny's dad. Excuse me, you can't say that when he had fucking 2 points last game, okay? Like, you cannot say that. That's Boruto's dad. Not even. That's Bronny's dad.
in the evening primetime coverage. So a lot going on. We did want to share something with you, and we were covering breaking news.
There's a TikTok account that I follow, or that just shows up on my For You page, that glazes up Bronny so hard. And it's pretty funny because it's like, it literally always is like, oh, and he took this attempt, and it was an incredible attempt. He missed it, but it almost went in. And I'm like, dude, that is insane. like the way this account tries to describe Bronny's gameplay in the summer games is fucking hilarious. And he's not even trying. Like, he's not even trying to, like, he's not doing like a humorous quip. He's just gotta be Lake Show, yo. It could, I don't know. It might be. You mean your alt? No, I don't glaze Bronny.
Up and down the ticket, who you trust to defend our freedom and to be faithful to the Constitution.
Oh, dude. Apparently, the Trump shooter was a prolific Hearts of Iron 4 player that was active in the TNO Discord. Half of my mutuals being interrogated in the world where Trump didn't turn his head. Wait, is this for real? Is this real? Is this actually real? Waiting on confirmation, but yeah, multiple people are alleging he had an active account. Do we have anyone in the fucking in the Hearts of Iron? We must have people in the Hearts of Iron Discord. There's no shot. Fork found in the kitchen? No, I mean, it makes sense. He's trans? No. Hearts of Iron 4 means trans or Nazi, okay? And he did join the TNO server, if I recall correct. His last comment was asking about Borman content. Hearts of Iron 4 is the real horseshoe theory. Bronny getting cooked.
This is, you're not in a defensive stance. Your feet aren't set.
No, this is someone cooking Bronny. That's not what the person I'm talking about is like trying to hype up Bronny while covering his games, but because he's like kind of ass. Dude, I saw this too. LeBron watching Bronny airball shots, but win the COD tournament at Summer League. Dude, I saw this as well. You can hear him talk about Call of Duty and how much he loves it. Like, it's just, he just loves gaming, dude. That man loves gaming. Did you see the computer simulation of the bullet barely missing him because he turned his head? Yeah, I did.
What happened? Take a look what happened.
That would have hit his hand too, though.
Take a look what happened.
This simulation isn't good because his hand is in his ear, and it would have hit his hand. The second bullet would have hit his hand. Both of those bullets hit his ear. No, it's virtually impossible for all three shots to fucking hit that exact same. Yeah, this simulation sucks.
C'est toi le nouveau titan assaillant. Tu dois survivre. Décale ta tête. Tu vas finir ce que j'ai commencé.
That's more real than the other one. Wait, Schumer has fallen? U.S. Senate Democratic leader Schumer told Biden in meetings on Saturday it would be better for the country if he ended his re-election bid. ABC News. Oh my God. All my dogs turned to snakes, dude. I didn't believe it, Magic. I thought the top of the hour would come and pass. But then I found out that Magic is alive in the form of a Twitch Prime. For free, you can turn the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour into a no-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And if you don't got the Twitch Prime, you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's the COVID edition. Top of the hour is 3-minute ad break. Time is running out. Time is running out for everybody, myself included. Father Time is always chasing me. Chasing. I tell Father Time, look alive. God love you. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Andrew Filer, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. For the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people in all to see the ads at the top of the hour. We beat the top of the hour ad break, and we're going to beat it again. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Virtual meal, thank you. JD Pond, Julie, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Shooter is a stem cell coder, Hearts of Iron 4 player. Are we sure they aren't? I mean, yes. We're not going to go with that assumption and hand over the right wing an immediate mechanism to fucking start saying unhinged shit, don't you think? Perhaps we're not going to say those things. Okay? That's insane. The right doesn't have sufficient knowledge of trans culture to start making those inferences. Meanwhile, the largest trans community in politics online is making those inferences themselves. Like, what a silly thing to do. Yeah, this is it. This is right. Are you enjoying the show? Refill your popcorn. You'll love the next part. Did you watch your 2024 Biden lock clip? It wasn't a real Biden lock clip. I think it was a chatter randomly clipping my like cage. What is it? Hell, mankind. I don't know what it is called. Oh my God. Dude, everyone's making the same joke. Holy shit. U.S. Senate Democratic leader Schumer told Biden in a meeting, I never believed in magic until all my dogs turn into snakes. Why? If Mamala gets handed the nom, will he play the K-Hive song again? Yes. Good luck in your senior year. That's what I say. Who's been praying harder for divine intervention these days, Melania or Kamala? Why not both? Fox is covering it.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Republican National.
In his first major speech as Trump's running mate.
They're not.
First. All right, with the GOP in Milwaukee, it does feel like kind of the awesome 80s, but with Biden in Vegas, it kind of felt like the sluggish 70s. Let's bring back price controls.
The idea that corporate-owned housing is able to raise your rent $300-400 a month or something, under what I'm about to announce, they can't raise it more than $55.
Actually, it's 5%, Joe. The man can't even state his own policies correctly. And rent control isn't the only thing the squad's smiling about tonight. So as Adam Schiff and Schumer try to give him the hook, Biden's on a radical roll.
Join me in getting these weapons of war off the streets of America. It's time to outlaw them. I did it once and I will do it again. We're going to keep relieving student debt. We're going to raise the federal minimum wage. But they've convinced us that any spending of money is costly. It's saving money. By God's truth, it's saving money.
And that's not all. Democracy Joe wants to do an end run around the Constitution and radically change the Supreme Court. That's a direct attack on the independence of the judiciary and the separation of powers. Because when they...
I swear to God, if I watch Fox News more, I'd be voting for Joe Biden. Like, they're just so aggro, like making it seem like this man is a bold radical. A bold radical who, with an agenda that is revolutionary, that will change the country for the better.
50 years of judicial independence. And meanwhile, top Democrats, of course, still trying to boot Biden off the ticket. They'd prefer he shelter at home with COVID permanently. And meanwhile, look at the Republicans. It's unity as far as the eye can see. Trump has brought together a strong, diverse, and growing coalition of Americans who are willing to work together to stop the hard left from doing any more damage to this country. It's a 50-state strategy for renewal with a powerful outreach to working people from all socioeconomic backgrounds, all races, and all ethnicities. And you've seen this at the convention. They're more compelling stories because it's actual American storytelling of struggle, success, and yes, redemption, not the usual dry partisan lectures.
We escaped from Vietnam just days before Saigon fell to the communists. And America saved my life.
I was always vigilant to be the best mother that I could be. Fentanyl still found my son. Our lives were shattered, and our baby was gone.
My son received enemy fire
from the Taliban, only to be murdered with a knife on the streets of New York City.
Look at my face. This is the high cost of war. I've been through the fire, but hope has not been extinguished. It is reignited.
It was inspiring, and this coalition was only made possible by one man who put it all on the line, Donald Trump. Joining us now, Laura Trump, co-chair of the RNC. She's done a fantastic job in helping put this entire extravaganza together and bring the party together. Laura, I mean, you're a young person, but have you ever seen so many happy people in one place at one time, given everything they've been through and everything your father-in-law has been through just in the last few days?
No, I mean, it's incredible. I would say yes, I have at a Trump rally because it's a very joyous event and it's always positive. But honestly, Laura, you can't overlook the fact that it feels like there is such unity. And I think that the Republican Party is more unified now than we've seen in generations, certainly in my lifetime.
88.
Yeah, it is true.
She's only 41. I mean, that's not really young, but god damn, dude. God damn. She's 41 years old, bro. What the fuck? Yo. Evil ages you. Yeah, not gonna lie, Biden isn't that sharp, but he might be sharp enough to pass policy or where the progressives in his cabinet will get axed in the Harris admin. What? You know what I think is really interesting about this, by the way? The RNC is kicking. Joe Biden has COVID, and Fox News is not talking about Joe Biden having COVID. And that's very interesting to me. And I think that's because they want to stay on messaging discipline. We'll see if they actually even incorporate Biden getting COVID into the conversation at all here in Milwaukee. Like they're just like, we are not letting anything else get in the way of the RNC messaging that needs to be communicated to as many people as possible. Laura Ingraham mentioned it briefly, but they didn't turn the coverage directly to Joe Biden getting COVID. Think. Don't you think that's as significant? That's a massive issue. When Donald Trump got COVID, every article, every news media immediately started doing round-the-clock coverage. They started doing Death Watch. The reason why Fox News is not doing that right now is twofold. One, because they don't want to come across like bloodless monsters, because they want to try to like restructure their narrative around being a unified party where the Democrats are in a state of disarray. And I think that's what's going on. They're trying to maintain messaging discipline. Also, this is the really bad call that just took place today before the COVID drop. Right before the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, a group of moderate Hill Democrats held a tense Zoom call. Sorry, the call was before the Butler, Pennsylvania rally, but it just released, I think, today. And also, Chuck Schumer had a conversation with him earlier today where he told him he needs to drop. He needs to step aside. Right before the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, a group of moderate Hill Democrats had held a tense Zoom call with the White House to express their concern about Biden's ability to win and their ability to win. Should he tank and take them down with him? The call was even worse than the debate, one of the participants told me. He was rambling. He didn't start an answer and then lose his train of thought. He would just say, whatever. He really couldn't complete an answer. I lost a ton of respect for him. A second participant in the call confirmed this characterization. Hank Green is a certified K-hiver. It's Mamala's time. Anyway, whatever. The president was rambling, dismissive of concerns, unable or unprepared to present a campaign strategy, and had particularly troubling exchange with Jason Crow, saying to him, "Tell me something you've ever done with your Bronze Star like my son." This member of Congress told me. Had the campaign did not, however, what the fuck? The campaign did not, however, dispute this next part about Crow and his Bronze Star. In the video of a Zoom that I was able to view, you can hear Biden chastising Crow, who asked about the importance of a national security to voters. First of all, I think you're dead wrong on national security, the president says, the emotion at times garbling his words. You saw what happened recently in terms of the meeting we had with NATO. I put NATO together. Name me a foreign leader who thinks I'm not the most effective leader in the world on foreign policy. Tell me who the hell that is. Tell me who put NATO back together. Tell me who enlarged NATO. Tell me who did the Pacific Basin. Tell me who did something that you've never done with your Bronze Star like my son. And I'm proud of your leadership, but guess what? What's happening? We've got Korea and Japan working together. I put AUKUS together. Anyway, things are in chaos, and I'm bringing some order to it. And again, find me a world leader who's an ally of ours, doesn't think I'm the most respected person they've ever. 34 MKD 50 with the 50 big ones. Thank you. No one cares about NATO? No, these guys do care about NATO. They're moderate Democrats. But they already know that. They don't give a shit about NATO because as moderate Democrats, they understand The average fucking working class American doesn't give a single shred of a fuck about NATO. Ain't nobody in fucking Western Pennsylvania is going, oh my God, thank God Finland and Sweden are a part of NATO. I'm certainly voting for Joe Biden now. Okay? That's not a real thing. And I think they recognize that. Obviously, when communicating to their own base of support, they will reiterate the importance of NATO. They'll reiterate that every single time because they're beholden to the military-industrial complex, the most important constituency. Having said that, however, they also come with the recognition that Americans don't give a fuck about that sort of thing. 34M Kitty 50, what is happening? This is what these geriatric fucks care about? Yeah, she has a mass deportation. This fucking dumbass has a mass deportation placard up. God damn, dude. It's like, you're gonna fucking die. Why do you care? When the Democrats finally admit that Biden's crumbling mind, then they'll tell everyone not to make fun of the elderly. Hate truly ages. She's 41 years old. If you send me one more Edingermentum tweet that I've seen already, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Okay? Stop it now. That says mass transportation. She's a train head. Yeah, transporting migrants into a country that they are not from. Okay? Transporting migrants by train into camps.
Kind of look at it a little bit from the point of view of sitting political leaders, because something that has come up again and again in my interviews with public servants, right, whether they're elected officials at the national level, federal level, or local level, is that they are aware of these patterns. They are aware of this phenomenon of political violence, this normalization of political violence. And they're living with that anxiety and fear in ways that are just deeply unhealthy for our political culture. I'll give you one example. Mitt Romney once told me that in the months after January 6th, as that second impeachment trial was taking place, he talked to a number of Republicans in Congress who told him that they wanted to vote for Trump's conviction, but that they were afraid of violence being targeted at them or their families. And so they didn't vote for his impeachment or conviction. And that is kind of a staggering reality that we're living in. Like, this experiment in American democracy does not work if our political leaders have to make their calculations, their governing decisions based on a fear of violence from their own constituents. And I think that it's easy to not be sympathetic for politicians, obviously, especially if they belong to parties that we disagree with or we think are harming the country. But I think all of us need to realize that it is profoundly against the interest of American democracy if our political leaders have in the back of their minds this fear ever lingering that somebody is going to try to kill them. That is just a symptom of a really broken political culture.
A real stark reality. And when people are wondering where are a lot of these leaders, some of them, to your point, you write about this in the piece, are fearful for their lives. Some people are still brave regardless, but it's such a good piece and interesting point. McKay Coppins, thank you as always for joining us. We have to take a quick break, but coming up next, Silicon Valley thinks they've landed a tech bro on the ticket. They may have a tech bro friend, I guess.
Ethel Kane, you will always be famous. I mean, she was right. Politicians should fear their constituents, no? I mean, yes. What is this? Hodeidah now. 3 raids by U.S. British aggression aircraft on Hodeidah International Airport. Let them bomb day and night. We all don't care. The children of Palestine are all that matters to us. I'm glad that in the midst of this all, they've decided to switch off their targets from like bombing sites or missile silos directly to the fucking international airport. What the hell? It's great. They should fear getting voted out at the very least, but you can permanently be in government now. Yes. They're not afraid of anything. The reason why they're not afraid of anything is because nothing ever happens to them. Oh, here's the Schumer meeting. Here's more information on the Schumer meeting. My dog's turning into snakes like it's magic.
And I am told that the pressure from Democratic leaders for Biden to get out of the race is intensifying. In fact, one person who has been out there publicly defending Biden told me just a short while ago, Biden is going to see the whole house of cards come down soon. As for that meeting in Rehoboth, Delaware, I am told that this was a one-on-one meeting, just the Senate leader and the president, and that Chuck Schumer forcefully made the case that it would be better for Biden, better for the Democratic Party, and better for the country if he were to bow out of the race. And David, when I went to Schumer's office to ask them to tell them I was going to report this and tell you this tonight, absolutely no denial from Senator Schumer's office. They only said this: Leader Schumer conveyed the views of his caucus. In other words, the views of Democratic senators. I am also told that Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, has expressed similar views directly to the president. And I am told that the pressure from Democratic leaders for Biden to get out of the race is intensifying. In fact,
have you seen these RNC signs for mass deportation? We just looked at it. Is Kamala actually a viable replacement, or should it be someone else? Yes, she's a viable replacement. Why should Biden even drop out? Dems won't be able to unite without him. Like, genuine question. Wait, what? Why not? What do you? If there's one person that the Democrats have united around, they're united around the principle of getting Biden out. And the easiest replacement is Kamala Harris. Now, who her vice president will be, that is a different story. But yeah, overall, the Democratic Party is united. Problem is, they're united against Joe Biden. Democratic Party is more united than it's ever been, especially because the only naysayers in the situation are just like lightly urging Biden to stay in, and they are the Progressive Caucus. And nobody gives a shit about the Progressive Caucus in the Democratic Party. They do not move the needle in the Democratic Party. They never have moved the needle in the Democratic Party, which is precisely the reason why Bernie Sanders giving an interview to Isaac Chottimer or writing an op-ed in the New York Times is not going to do anything. Are you guys fucking insane? I say this as a lover of Bernard Sanders myself. He's got no fucking riz in the Democratic Party. He's got no pull in the Democratic Party. He's trying to change that, I think, by, aligning with Biden on yet another failure of a move, in my opinion. But ultimately, Kamala Harris, if she's guided by better people than the fucking 700-year-old fossil fuels that fucking surround Biden's campaign at this point, which, is very likely, will recognize the importance of the youth vote. And if she does do that, it doesn't matter. She'll align alongside the progressives anyway. Yes, Bernie Sanders and AOC and the progressives are gambling on sticking to Biden with the hopes that they can get 100 for the first 100 days of the Biden administration. If he's able to survive this knife fight, and that is pre-COVID, by the way. If he's able to survive this knife fight, the progressives are calculating that Biden has made assurances that he will adopt a lot of their outwardly progressive agenda. What the fuck has Kamala done this entire 4 years? Nothing. She's the vice president. The vice president, unless it's like Dick Cheney, doesn't really do much. Anyway, this is New York Times is on his stead, saying now that Biden himself acknowledging the implied one-term transition. I hope that you can all stop pretending otherwise. This is a snippet from the BET interview.
I originally ran, you may remember it. I said I was going to be a transitional candidate. And I thought that I'd be able to move from this, just pass it on to someone else. But I didn't anticipate things getting so divided.
It's wild to say that to BET because he's basically saying Kamala can't do the fucking job. I chose Kamala, a black woman, as my replacement. And then I decided later on that she is just not capable.
And quite frankly, I think the only thing age brings is a little bit of wisdom. And I think I've demonstrated that I know how to get things done.
Oh, shit.
In spite of the fact that we couldn't get it done. But there's more to do.
Hakeem Jeffries came out and also encouraged Biden to drop out of the presidential race. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. One after the other, bro. One after the other. That's crazy. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is basically Nancy Pelosi. That's it. Nancy Pelosi's been saying this, so it's not shocking. Here's the thread from ABC News Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl. I'm told Chuck Schumer had a blown one-on-one conversation with Biden Saturday afternoon in Rehoboth. Schumer forcefully made the case that it would be best if Biden bowed out of the race. Schumer's office wouldn't comment on the specifics of the conversation, telling me only Leader Schumer conveyed the views of his caucus. Hakeem Jeffries has expressed similar views to Biden, according to a source familiar. A Jeffries spokesman tells me the letter sent by Leader Hakeem Jeffries to his House Democratic colleague speaks for itself. It was a private conversation that will remain private. What? a staffer took control over the account. There ain't no way. I'm sick. No, this is, I mean, it's always been a, wait, did I say it wrong? Did I say rouge? Oh, fuck. Well, I got Twitter blue. 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 I can fix it. Fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. Shut up. Wait, did I not fix it? Oh, okay. I'm sick of Elon Musk and his rich buddies trying to buy this election. If you agree, pitch in here. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's got to be a motherfucker from here, dude. I swear to God, it's the new meme manager. That's a HasanAbi head. Okay. He used a two-parter. I know what you guys do. I know what the method is. I know what your movement is. I know how you're moving. Okay. That's a two-parter. I'm banning it. Yeah, it's because Katzenberg is leaving. Hollywood producer and Biden counselor Jeffrey Katzenberg met today with the president and warned him that donor cash is drying up. Yeah, I know. Which one of you dumb motherfuckers in the chat did that? I hate that. I hate that. Because the president did a two-parter debate, that means it's legal for us and you can't ban us for two-parters? No, I will ban you for two-parters. I will ban you for two-parters. Don't come at me like that. Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries demanded he drop out. Chuck Schumer demanded he drop out. It's fucking over. It's done. That's the House and the Senate. They're both saying they're relaying the needs of the caucus. Let me see, dude. Get the Pope to tell Biden to drop out. Turkish chatters, just dial it back a little bit, okay? Please. For days, dude. For days. We haven't even gotten to, like, the fun shit. Wait, what is this? Is this
President
from the
Biden
BET
is
interview?
back on the campaign trail, courting Black and Latino voters in the key battleground state
bananas?
of Nevada. He spoke at the NAACP's national convention yesterday, his first political speech since Saturday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally.
No, I don't want one.
Got to remember, in America, we're not enemies, we're friends, we're neighbors, we're fellow Americans. Most importantly, must fully and firmly reject not only political violence, but violence of any kind.
Biden also sat down with journalist Ed Gordon for an interview with BET News. Gordon asked the president under what circumstances would he reevaluate staying in the race.
If there had some medical condition that emerged, if the doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem. But I made a serious mistake in the whole debate. And look, when I originally ran, you may remember it, I said I was going to be a transitional candidate. And I thought that I'd be able to move from this to pass it on to someone else. But I didn't anticipate things getting so divided. And quite frankly, I think the only thing age brings is a little bit of wisdom. And I think I've demonstrated that I know how to get things done for the country, in spite of the fact that we were told we couldn't get it done. But there's more to do, and I'm reluctant to walk away from that.
If I'm honest with you, the enthusiasm this time around is not the same as the...
Damn. Well, that's a black man telling him that at BET. Perhaps this will sway away. This will stop Biden from being like, no, you don't understand, Jack. Only black people want me to run. I will not be looking at the polls.
The last time you won, there is a certain disenchantment. Detroit, Philadelphia, Atlanta are going to be deciding factors in that 270 you've got to get to. I'd like you to take a moment and tell Black America what you want them to know. Why should they turn out for you?
Because they know where my heart is. They know where my head is. And by the way, if you notice, whether it's young blacks or young whites or young Hispanics or young Asian Americans, they've never focused until after Labor Day. I mean, the idea they're focused intently on the election.
Dude,
right?
you were the president. You are the president. What am I saying? You're the president. You're the president currently. You're not like an unknown person, bro. Also hitting the hard B, young blacks on BET. Wow, dude. That's crazy. Might as well just come out and start saying colored again. You know what I mean? That's like, what are we doing here, bro? What the fuck is going on? Brother, you are the president, okay? You are not like a less known, you are not a lesser known person, okay? You can't do this. You can't say this. Like, what he is describing is for a general election when, like, the 2 terms are over, okay? Like, 2 terms are over. You got Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, right? Like in that circumstance, people just start paying attention a little bit later. It's like young POC would be better. I never said that, bro. Young black people, okay? It's not that hard to just say like black people is weird. It just sounds real weird, especially when Jim Crow Joe is saying blacks. Yeah, you can say black. You just, you know, as long as you slap on a people back there, it's fine.
It's not there. And by the way, if you take a look at the presidents who have won at this stage of the game, the last 7 or 8 presidents, 5 of them were losing at this time by significant margins. The point is, we're just getting down to game time now.
Ed Gordon joins us now from Los Angeles. Ed, good morning. We cannot wait for that interview in full. Expand for us on what you were talking to the president about that disenchantment that you're hearing from black voters. What are the specific concerns you're hearing, and what are the differences that you're hearing from younger black voters versus older black voters?
Good morning. I think it's important for us to note that while there is disenchantment, and I think the disenchantment grows from the question of his age and whether he's going to be able to hold out all 4 years of his term, I must be fair and suggest that particularly during the last 2 live events he's been a part of for African-American voters in Detroit and yesterday in Vegas at the NAACP convention, he was met to raucous applause, cheers of 4 more years, 4 more years. If he is concerned about those who are asking him to step aside, he is not showing it.
You know, it was interesting, Ed, yesterday at the convention, he
did not respond to the question, like, at all about young black voters specifically. Hey, by the way, notice how no one else said young blacks, not on the panel at all. Perhaps that's deliberate because it sounds weird when you say it like that. Young blacks sounds weird. Okay. Why don't they say African Americans? That also sounds weird. Nobody says that anymore. No one says African American, bro. What do you mean? It's because they're fucking American. They're just black. Like, it's just American, dude. What are we talking about, dude? What the fuck? Oh my God. African Americans when you're trying to be too politically correct because you're racist? Exactly. How can you say this when you said you'd be training with the All Blacks? Yeah. Navarro speaking now, fresh out of the can. I don't care, dude. Come on. I'm not dialed into the RNC to hear from fucking Peter Navarro. I mean, it's funny that he like literally got out of prison and immediately went to the RNC. But a Dem senator eyeing the weeks ahead tells me the party needs to throw it open if Biden drops out. The senator acknowledges VP would have an inside track, but says a contested convention would be galvanizing and get them in the rarefied air of Trump level attention. Yeah, no, that's wrong. That's so, yeah, I don't know who this person is, but they're wrong. Okay. They're so wrong. What an insane thing to say. Yeah. A Dem senator. You know who it was? That senator? Robert Menendez. Former Dem senator. It's Bob. It's Bob saying it. Speaking of Bob, no, he has resigned. Democratic Senator Bob Menendez tells allies he will resign after bribery conviction. Yeah, Gold Bar Bob is gone. Another reason why I fucking hate the Democratic Party. Egypt did it again. Yeah. President of Mexico, El Sisi, took his ass out. Understand that an open convention would let Harris win the position rather than being given, but she's the only choice to me. No, I don't think it's good to have the open open convention.
high praise for Kamala Harris. At one point, he said, you know, she's a great vice president.
Didn't you say a leadership contest would be energizing and attention grabbing? No, I didn't say that. No, I never said that. I said the exact opposite from the start. This change needs to be made swiftly, and it needs to be done in a decisive way, and communication needs to reflect that. I never said that it would be great to have an open contest. Can you explain why? Because an open contest, you might be mistaking me for like maybe something that like Jenkins said. I don't know. But an open contest, in my opinion, would make this race even more contentious. Because the one thing that the Democrats have in their corner is that they're supposed to be the adults in the room. Okay? The Democrats are supposed to be the adults. They're the party of adults. Okay? Republicans are chaotic. Republicans are crazy. Republicans are violent. open contest, in my opinion, spells disorder and chaos. No one will read it like, oh man, it's so wonderful that they're doing so much democracy at the convention, especially because the convention structure is not going to be democratic anyway. Because like the primaries already happened. That's technically supposed to be the democracy in play. Casual take. Okay. No, I think that the Democratic Party needs to show unity, not division. If they want to win, they need to show unity. They need to not be more divisive. Okay. Trading that for a little bit of extra drama and extra media attention is so dumb. It is the most significant upper hand they have over the Republican Party. And it's already fucked up right now. Joe Biden is busting that right now.
President, but she could also be a very good president. What do you think the point is that he was trying to make to that?
Like, and that goes against my primary goals of making as much content out of this as possible. Yes, an open convention would be great for me because, you know, way more eyeballs. But ultimately, I think it would be horrible for the Democratic Party's prospects in this election. Content-wise, though, it'd be great. So, yeah, open it up. Why is Biden even running? He had dementia 4 years ago, too. Massive ego. It's true. That's exactly what it is.
Particular crowd, because he keeps saying he has no intention of stepping aside or down.
That's a $64,000 question, Gail. I even asked him during the interview if, in fact, he won, would he be willing? Would he look at the idea of maybe carrying it for a couple of years and then allowing her to take it to the finish line? And so I won't give you the full answer. We want people to tune in tonight at 10 on VET. But it was an interesting answer, and I think that he understands the importance of the black vote being critical and crucial to his victory.
You know, I wanted to know the answer to that. I'm like, and the answer is, Ed, but okay. A good tease. Very
Exactly.
good
That's
tease.
what we call a tease.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ed Gordon.
If you weren't already following the presidential election, the past few days may have changed all of that, but
Shocking new revelation shows Biden supporters lack enthusiasm compared to Trump voters, electioneers, which was exactly the same dynamic last time around as well, for the record. People literally have never voted for Biden for president. They've only voted against Trump being president. Historically speaking, the last election cycle was an election cycle entirely around Donald Trump. That's it. Anybody who tells you something else is lying, okay? The last election cycle was on the boundaries of Trump. Do we want Trump? Do we not want Trump? And the American people decisively said, we do not want Trump. Like, it was 60+% of Biden supporters, even back then, that said that they did not want Donald Trump to be president, and that's why they were voting for Joe Biden. They were not voting for Joe Biden. They were voting against Donald Trump. That percentage still very much is in play right now. 67% of Biden supporters say they are voting against Donald Trump. Meanwhile, on the other side of the equation, 60+% of Republicans are saying they're voting for Trump. This is the reason why I say replacing Biden would only add to the ticket. It would not take anything away. There are no Biden or busters out there. Okay? Sure, Kamala Harris has weaknesses, but I think given that these people are willing and able to vote for a fucking cadaver, not a single vote will be lost if Biden is replaced, and you only stand to gain more votes if it's Kamala Harris or anyone else, as a matter of fact.
But paying attention is one thing, and enjoying it is quite another thing entirely. Heading into the primaries, after all, polls showed that for a large majority of Americans, a Trump-Biden rematch made them feel like our overall political system is broken. And yet that is exactly what the country faces.
Wait, what?
Secret up until I have dated a U.S. senator for the past year and kept it a huge secret up until today. Today, I feel like exposing some dirt on this man, because although he has on occasion sent me funds in exchange for virtual dates and to be able to watch me eat, recently I saw him in the news supporting something that I as a woman just simply cannot stand by. I've actually asked him on occasion a couple weeks ago, we had a little Taco Bell date. Don't ask me why he likes it when I eat Taco Bell. Maybe he's a shareholder of the company or something. But I asked him if he agrees with all of the policies of his political party. And he told me something that is so despicable and so concerning. He told me that he doesn't actually care about politics. He doesn't care about people. He doesn't care about women. He only cares about money and the power that he yields. On occasion, I have threatened to
I don't know if this is real or not, dude. Come on. This seems too good to be true. I need some proof. Oh, God, chat. Y'all are... When something is too good to be true, don't immediately fucking rush to believe it, okay? Why are you watching it? Do you think I have precognition capabilities? Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm about to see. I look at a bunch of fake news all day. I watch Fox News all day, for example. This is the reason why I'm watching it. I'm watching it so that I can make an assessment on whether or not this is real or not, okay? Suck my dick. Why are you watching it? I watch a whole bunch of misinformation. It's perhaps the best possible way to, you know, address the misinformation.
Reveal his name on TikTok, to which he has told me one of my family members is an immigrant and he has actually threatened to have them deported. But honestly, I'm tired because yesterday he unfollowed me on all of my social media accounts from his burner account. And just so you know, the burner account has a picture of a fish. He is big into bass fishing, and the username has the number 24 in it. So internet sleuths, do your thing. Anyway, I'm making this video just in case I happen to go missing. You guys know what happened.
I don't believe that.
I have been dating a U.S. Senator for the past year, and today I'm going to be spilling the tea on how we actually met. As you guys know, I was on 90 Day Fiancé. Guess he watched my season. I think everybody did at the time. It was the pandemic. And so he found me on social media and he started following me from a burner account on Instagram. Like, I had no idea at this point who he was. I did notice that this person was sliding into my DMs very frequently, was liking all of my stories, liking all of my posts. Had no posts. He was only following me. And then eventually I joined a platform where you can schedule like a virtual call with me, or you can chat with me. A lot of other 90 Day Fiancé cast members do this as like a way of making extra money, but I made a lot of money doing this. I don't know why people wanted to talk to me so bad. I was absolutely...
She got the upper body though. She must be legit. It's true. It's Dianne Feinstein. Dem presidential polling without Biden. What? Democratic presidential polling, 42% Harris. Michelle Obama, 22%, Newsom, 6%. What is this? Like,
absolutely horrible on my season. So anyway, me and this guy start chatting. He has to pay every single time he wants to talk to me. Find out.
I just don't believe this. I'm sorry. Let's watch Sam Sillick instead.
Let's see how legs are looking with just a hamstring pump.
Now that's real, baby. Ain't nothing fake about them quads or the hamstrings. God damn.
Double here. I'm all right with a hamstring focus day every now and again, but I'm not one to really like schedule that or like program it. You know, same thing with back. It's like I feel like the point of doing any muscle group, like a big one like that with multiple parts, is doing it all at once. You know, like the benefit you get from focusing on just your lats on like a lat only day.
The over/under on whether Sam Sillick makes over the age of 35, he's not. He's not. This is a man who has dedicated his life to one thing and one thing only. It's being as swole as humanly possible. He's not here for a long time. He's here for a good time. Okay? And he's doing it for us, for the record. Many of you might not appreciate it, but he's doing it for us.
Just hitting your full back every time, you know? But that's just one lifter's 2 cents. Yeah, I definitely fucking look like a real hamstring pump, that's for sure. Let's see how they look from the back.
That's insane.
Combine that with the lat spread and we get a full-on.
Look at that last spread. Look at that fucking last spread.
But let's.
Are you like this? Do I look like that? You can tell if I was like that. Would you believe this other political drama, though?
I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him.
This is why I said he's bisexual. Like, I clocked this a long time ago.
I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him.
That's the ham spread, not a lat spread. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know what he just did there? That's a lat spread. Why would you ever? No, he hit the top as well. He did both. He did the ham spread and then he did the lat spread. I like that people are saying, hey, get back to the queer posting. There is nothing gayer than a man admiring another man's body like this. And you motherfuckers are like, oh, get back to the fucking queer post. This is the queer post. Okay? It's all right, guys. We all Myron, no sweat. You kidding me? Not really. Weird take. You only consider this to be a weird take if you're weirdly homophobic. This community knows a long-held position of mine, one that I've even revealed to Bradley Martin, is that you go to the gym, you're gay. The more you go to the gym, the gayer you get. Don't fight it, okay? Don't fucking fight it. A lot of people talk about like, oh, Target is making our children queer. You know what's making our children queer? Bradley Martin. He owns the gym. Nothing gayer than owning a gym. You are literally creating a dojo for dick. What's gayer than literally purchasing real estate with the specific goal of having as many burly man butt inside of there, sweating, pumping muscles, pectorals glistening in the sun, vascularity out the wazoo. Come on now. You're trying to make men hotter. When you purchase a gym, your goal is to make dudes sexier than they were yesterday. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your fucking mind? Also, everybody knows that men do not lift for women. Men lift to impress other men. There is like 8 women on the planet that look at Sam Sulek and go, wow, what a hottie. However, 98% of men look at Sam Sulek and go, that's the GOAT. That's the legend. You think he's doing this for ladies? What lady is like, oh, I really want a 21-year-old who breathes like they're 85. I want a 21-year-old who's experiencing heart palpitations after trying to talk for 3.5 minutes. He's not 21. He is. I think he's literally like, how old is Sam Sulek? 22 maybe? Yeah, he's 22. Doing this is more gay than sucking penis? Yes, that's right. And I'm doing this every dang day of my life, okay?
Spread, we got a full-on fucking bodybuilding pose.
Is he on steroids? Nah, he's natty. Dude, my TikTok For You page is just like begging me to take steroids. It's not even a joke, dude. Every fucking third TikTok is just like, there's that one guy, Togi or whatever. I literally, every TikTok I see is just like, bro, you should do steroids. It's so sick. Every fucking For You page video I get, every third one. I did it and it changed my life. Nah, I'm just so worried about Mike, Dr. Mike Israetel. The way he talks about it is so devastating. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Also, his hairline is so devastating, or rather, lack thereof. Jeff Nipper said you should be a science-based juicer. TikTok has become 66% ads. Every other vid is some motherfucker promoting trimmer for your balls. Is worse than the top of the hour ad break at this broadcast. Like, you're absolutely correct. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and it's annoying, but you can avoid it by subscribing for $5, $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, right? Straight up. And the reality is, if you no longer want to see those ads, you can also avoid them by getting gifted a sub. And that is if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break. Now, having said that, you've seen Gorilla. Motherfucker said he's natty, almost 600. Yeah, I don't think that dude is natty, dude. Get the fuck out of here. I think everyone on TikTok most people that on TikTok that claim they're natty are not natty. Like, I think Jeff Nippert is the perfect person to point to. He's the perfect size to be as brolic as you physically can be. Okay? Dude, the guy they're talking about who calls himself Gorilla. Yeah, I see what's his face is that guy that always that guy that made fun of me before. What's his fucking face? He's always hanging out with that dude in Shan. I think he's having sex with Shan, actually. What the fuck's the dude? The little bit of gyno guy. Jeff Nippert uses steroids? No, he doesn't. What the fuck? Who is Shan? Shan is a freak. Damn it. What's his name? The Turkish guy? I think he might literally be Turkish. Isn't his last name Sinan? Oh, Connor Sinan. Is it Connor Sinan? Yeah, it is. Here. This is the dude who used to make really funny content about he's made funny content about me as well. He like rates streamers' physiques and shit. Anyway, here. So this is the guy who's claiming natty. He calls himself Gorilla. Okay. And this is Shan.
With the 2 biggest natural bodybuilders in the world. Today, we're gonna be doing pull-ups. We have 6'5", 270 pounds, and 6'4", 305 pounds. And the winner gets $1,000. All right, boys, what are your predictions here? Who do you think is gonna take this one?
I'm feeling pretty sleepy, but I think I should get it done.
Might be a close one. All right, first, we got Shan
I already know what
You
happened.
got one
Spoiler
more,
alert.
man. Stop being a pussy. 21. You got one more. 22. Oh! I can't give you that one. So the official number to beat is 22 reps. All right, next up we got Gorilla.
Bro, this man this man is not natty, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Connor has so much wasted twink potential. This is so tragic to look at. No, I respect what Connor's done to his body. This man ate the hospital, bro. Yeah. Dude. Come on. Someone said wide grip pull-ups are easy though, lol. Dude, how much do you weigh? Are you fucking delusional? Both of those dudes are like almost 300 or more than 300 pounds. What are you talking about? Dude's like 100 pounds is like, dude, fucking pull-ups are so easy. What the fuck?
22. I'll give that 22. I can't give you that one though. So they actually ended up tying. So for the $1,000, it's going to be decided by you guys.
Ain't no way Shan natty. Shan because he did 22 pull-ups at 305 body weight. Shan is strongest because Gorilla is on a cub, but I think Shan won. Is this a joke? I can't tell if this dude is joking. Look, it's one of the biggest dumb fucks on Twitch at HasanAbi. Thank you, John Wick Wiki. Following us is 2021. I love that.
I'm going to see if this 6'6", 275-pound natural bodybuilder can play basketball.
Natural bodybuilder. Look at his bicep veins. Natural bodybuilder, by the way.
I've actually never ever played a single basketball game in my life.
How do you think you're going to do today?
Pretty fucking good, bro.
All right, so first thing I'm going to show you is a simple layup. One dribble off the glass. Okay, not bad. You got good hands. So next thing
Dude, Connor can also dunk, which is crazy.
I'm going to show you is a jump shot.
Connor can kind of ball.
Oh, shit. I don't even know how you miss like that. All right, so you're really tall. The next thing I'm going to show you is a slam dunk. Looks a little something like this. Now, it's your toughest test. You're going to play me in one-on-one for $1,000. All right, I'm getting... Oh, my God. Do that!
Get him and Shan to 1v1 for ice cream sandwich. Connor's entire fan base also is in a gay relationship with Shan. They love him so much.
Oh, I won! Good shot. Good game, man. I'm gonna see if this 6 strength wars with strong as a head. $300 if you could beat me in any lift of your choice. Are you down? Okay, you don't talk. What exercise do you want to do? Overhead press. See that? That's called speed. Real shit though, like why are you wearing this? Okay. Come on. Oh my goodness.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Ain't no way. He's gonna pull up.
I think that was my max, but I'm willing to triple your money to $900 if you could hit 315 right now. Are you down? Oh, easy. Damn. Okay, well, at least show me who you fucking...
Bro did no spotter 315 military press. That's insane. Overhead press. That's so stupid.
You're fucking strong as fuck. Overhead pressing 315. Jack's Fitness. Oh my God. $300?
How much can you bench press? Not a lot. How do you even spot for that? I don't know. You stand behind him or you get two people on both sides. Brandon does this and he wins in a landslide. Brandon does this and he dies.
We're bodybuilders and we're going to see if we can win a game of 2-on-2 at the basketball court. He's 6'4", 300 pounds. I'm about 6'2", and I weighed in at 230 today. $100 if they can beat us in a 2-on-2 match. So what are the rules? You just can't double dribble. Shan, shoot it.
Oh, man, these guys have crazy shots. Oh.
Shan, honestly, for defense, make noises.
What do you mean, make noises? Fix noises or what?
Yeah, just be sus. Oh, Shan.
Oh.
See? It worked.
What do I do?
Pass it.
Oh.
I'll give it a whirl.
Oh, done.
Fuck. What is going on?
Oh, fuck.
Dude, he's at a level. I feel like Connor probably was like decent when he was younger. And then he got like, you're missing Trump's speech. Is Trump live right now? No, I'm not. Is Trump even today? I thought Trump was, is RNC on tomorrow? Or is RNC on tonight? I thought it was Vance's, JD Vance is tonight. Trump's on tomorrow. Son of a bitch. Yeah. And even he's not on yet. We're waiting for it. Bitch ass.
Shoot it. Fade away. Yes, sir. Mamba mentality. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, you hit the game winner. Good job.
I'm swapping diets with my 315-pound body.
Dude, he loves, dude. This man loves Shan. I guess Chad also loves Shan.
Bodybuilder friend.
He always loves talking about his size. Oh, what were you saying about Connor? What I was saying is, I think like if he wasn't such a fucking gorilla, he would probably be like, he just looks funny when he plays basketball because he's like too jacked. That's what it is.
So meal number 1 is 4 cheese quesadillas.
Yeah. Hey Connor, I forgot to give you a little something else.
This guy got me churros.
By the way, you're lucky, man, because this is what I eat on my cut.
Done.
Please second meal.
This looks like fucking 4 meals. Chicken with asparagus, butter chicken and rice, and then 2 burgers. I'm trying to look like David Lane, not Lizzo.
It's just food, bro. It ain't gonna kill you.
That's what.
GC babe, just curious. Are you gonna cover the Cody Co drama or stay silent? Meanwhile, it's like literally my last video. I covered it yesterday, and it's literally my last video on my YouTube page. Oh, just kidding. Okay. Lamau, bro, fell for the bait. Good bait, dude. It's just like...
Literally every obese person says before they die. For our next meal, Shan got me diabetes. I'm absolutely disgusted with you. If you're gonna make me fucking eat this, I'm eating it. Done.
Dude, I wish I could eat like this. This is the other reason why I need steroids, you know what I mean? So I can have so much muscle mass that I can just like consume 3,500 calories on a fucking cut. What is his metabolism? His metabolism is one of a 320-pound man who has so much muscle mass that his body on autopilot. Jason the Wee Wee got mad you claiming FaZe. Max, FaZe, Jason the Wee Wee versus FaZe Hasan and FaZe Ludwig. That's right. We're gonna be
Don't claim that set, buddy. Don't claim that fucking set.
Listen, when he was in his mother's womb, I was claiming FaZe. Okay, FaZe 9/11. We stay prayed up in this house. Okay, when Jason the Wee Wee was trying to make fucking meow noises at Asian baby girls on fucking Valo sessions, I was out there fucking posting up. Okay, don't come at me. Don't ever test my fucking FaZe loyalty.
Set, buddy. Don't claim what you're not, boy.
He's doing a 2v2 basketball stream Saturday night, so get fucking ready for that. Get fired up for that. I stay phased up. I've never phased down. Are we beefing with Jason? Yes, but it's like not a real beef. It's a fake beef. I think they're very funny. I think Jason's very funny. I think Max is very funny. I like all the new FaZe talent. I think Lacey's very funny. Real beef confirmed. Yes. Max is going to cook you guys. I think so too, but we'll see. My basketball journey doesn't end there. There's a lot more to come out as well. They kind of annoying. Why would you say that? I don't think they're annoying at all. What? Jeff Zeleny reports on CNN President Biden is more receptive to the push to him to leave the ticket, has gone from saying Kamala can't win to asking if Kamala Harris can win. Dude, my man got COVID and immediately started asking the right questions. All the coconuts are falling into place. I'm feeling unburdened as fuck right now by what has become and what will be. I'm feeling so goddamn unburdened right now. What is this? 60%? I can't believe this motherfucker has 6 million subs. Congratulations to Lud. None of this matters unless he can't perform on Saturday on the courts. I believe in him. I trust him. Okay? 1v1 Jinxie if you're not scared. Why would I? Saturday. He has to have a raging hangover today? Yeah, I know. He was calling me a cracker last night. Who's going to be streaming it? I'm sure Jason will be streaming it. I'll be streaming it as well. Two members of FaZe playing each other, Max and Silky.
Yo. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, wait, are they playing or not? They're just fighting each other. Oh, they're play fighting each other. I thought you meant they're playing basketball with each other. Fuck. I saw Biden asking his advisors if Kamala can win. The Crow guy, Corvid content when? Not today, maybe not tomorrow either. TikTok's newest Andrew Tate clone is out of control. Wait, is it my goat? Is it my goat? What's his face? Belmar, Luke Belmar. Is it Luke Belmar? Yes! It is Luke Belmar! Let's fucking go. I knew it, dude. I love Luke Belmar. Luke Belmar is actually like an inside meme amongst my normie friends. Like we send videos of Luke Belmar to one another and we're like, facts all the time. Like all the time. I'm sure you guys have probably seen this guy too. He's so bad. He is so fucking bad. Like he is, oh my God, he's the worst. He's the worst of the worst. You're not sharing your memes with us? He looks so British. He's not, but he does. He looks like he's never had buccal fat in his entire life. Yeah. So the famous video that he has that like, I think turned everyone on him. Everyone started clowning on him. And even like the Tate brothers, even because of him, was when he's talking about how he got into the war room. Okay. I don't know if you guys have that video. If you can like find it, I'm sure it's in this video. There's no other. I mean, this has to be in here. Look.
To take these online courses from Luke when he doesn't stop talking on social media.
Are you going to the gym every day? No, you're not. Are you sleeping well? No, you're not. Are you eating organic, clean food? Healthy? No, you're not.
Hey,
I see
you want it? Hey.
Oh, this is the video.
Want access to high net worth individuals, people of value. What is your suggestion? All the come ups, you know, the people that don't really have the sauce. What's the sauce, G?
Try to make them notice you. Don't try to tell them that you're useful, because every high value person, in fact, I'll show you right now. Right, I'll show you my DMs right this second.
Damn, bro.
I got this folder called hidden requests. Okay, this is now, 1 minute ago, 2 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. So these 10 messages you can see were sent in the last 3 minutes.
Okay, none of this is Sigma at all. And this is not the video that I was looking at. Luke Belmar looks like if an ancient Roman peasant made love with Brian Johnson. What the fuck? What a specific diss. You can't have a tough guy persona and look like that. I know. He is so skinny. I don't know why Tristan is flexing his fucking spam folder, but this is not the video I'm looking for. This video that I'm talking about is after he actually left the war room and he's flexing. This is the video you're talking about. That's not the video I'm talking about, but here, enjoy this perma. Don't say Omega lol. Come on, this is moments where we're supposed to be clicking together. We're supposed to be having synchronicity, chat. This is literally when we're supposed to be fucking vibing off of one another, and someone just breaks that. Oh, it's worth. I know. I would rather look at the same fucking stale ass poop sock meme 1,000 times over instead of just like trying to see this one fucking thing I'm trying to show you. Oh my God.
I want to hit him, but we'll get there. I promise. Let's take a look at some more. Let's dive further into this content.
Not be like the people that are around you. Don't wear the same shit that people wear. Don't talk the same way that people talk. Have your own thoughts. Do not go in the direction of the crowd. Stand apart, set yourself apart. That will attract.
Bro's wearing essentials fear of God. Well, he's saying don't wear the shit that other people wear. It's the most like wearing the shit other people wear.
For example,
Yes. Thank you. You found it. So this is the original video. I mean, this has like been re-uploaded a million times over, but like this is what,
for example,
in my opinion, got him fucking clowned on Instagram Reels that like basically, thank you, chatter. You're the go, by the way. Thank you. You got it. You did it. Wait, no. Who the fuck was it? Strong like bull. That was the one. Respect. Anyway. Look at this. This is the video that everybody made fun of me.
His favorite whiskey, Johnny Walker. What do I do at duty free? Fucking Johnny Walker. That night, sipping the fucking Johnny Walker in the war room by myself with him, chilling. Why? I studied, bro. I knew what he liked. Oh shit, this guy's paying attention. I'll figure out something that he likes. Utilize that information. Guys, the world's yours for the taking.
I can't begin to explain to you how funny this video is to me. I don't know why. When I saw this the first time, I could not. Like, I watched it so many times. He's like so excited to tell these fucking losers. He always is surrounded by people who are even more of a loser than he is somehow. He's like, what did I do? Tristan Tate, he likes Johnny Walker. What did I do? I'm at the duty free fucking getting Johnny Walker. I'm trying to suck him off. I'm trying to fuck him. It's me and him alone. In the war room, we're having sex, okay?
Pulled up a video, his favorite whiskey, Johnny Walker. What do I do at duty free? Fucking Johnny Walker. That night, sipping the fucking Johnny Walker in the war room by myself with him, chilling. Why? I studied, bro. I knew what he liked. For example.
Everyone, his favorite whiskey, Johnny Walker. What do? I do at duty free, fucking Johnny Walker. That night, sipping the fucking Johnny Walker in the war room by myself with him, chilling. I knew what he liked, bro. Anyway, he does this all the time. He does this all the time where he just like surrounds himself with these fucking losers. And he's like, are you going to school? Don't go to school, you fucking idiot. Don't go to school. Immediately drop out of school right now. Stop going to school. Do not ever read another book ever again. Immediately start drop shipping. Start stalking your favorite right-wing podcaster. Stop what you're doing and start stalking. You fool. You stupid idiot.
Are you going to the gym every day? No, you're not. Are you sleeping well? No, you're not. Are you eating organic, clean food? Healthy? No, you're not. I see eye bags under your eyes. So what you need to, bro, look at me. First of all, delete all social media apps. Why?
Because it's wasting my time.
Because it's a distraction right now.
Bro, you wouldn't exist. Like, I mean, you still don't exist. You're not a real person, but dude, getting snapped at by this fucking twig. Oh my God. That's what dreams are made of. Okay. He's basically doing sissy hypno to like fucking podcast losers. Dudes whose brains have just been melted, like sanded, so perfectly smooth. No wrinkle ass brains, okay? Fucking Johnny Walker. Is this a red pill guy? These are all, when you hear this music in the background, when you hear this Sigma edit, you have to recognize that this is gonna be right-wing podcast shit.
Until you know why you're going to use something, don't use it.
Let's see. We need more. Luke Belmar. There's another one of these guys who's like more famous than Luke Belmar.
People out here flexing that they make 10K a day. What is it?
A lot of people make fun of Luke Belmar, but there's also another guy who people don't make fun of, but people are always like talking about how he's like a scammer. His name is Iman Gadzi.
Be okay making your parents mad. Not a big deal. Your parents won't be upset when they're driving a Ferrari down the coast of Monaco. Parents aren't going to be fucking upset. Get them there. Your parents aren't going to be upset when you're hanging out with all your family in Italy, sipping some beautiful wine, eating some nice organic food. Are they going to be upset? Then you got to get them there. They're not going to see it. Get them there.
Sick. The kid had a click moment and he finna log in now. Who want Luke Belmar's courses? Bro, I used to think Iman Gadzi was awesome and I was going to escape the Matrix. Yeah, there are so many of these fucking
Have we ever
clones.
had sexual fantasies about each other?
We've seen each other in such horrible situations where, like, of course, like, I'm...
Oh, God, I have that same t-shirt. Oh, my God, I'm dying. It's over for me. It's Jover. Why did you send me this video, bro? Come on, dog. That's like...
I'm cognizant of the fact that people find you attractive, but it's like you finding your sister attractive. It's like...
I think in a past life, we probably were like brother and sister because like we love each other like brother and sister. Like when I hear things about you, I'm just like, oh, idiot. Like as if I'm talking about my brother. You know what I...
You don't even get it, bro. You just found a factory on Alibaba and then shipped that to 3PL USA. Wait, dude, you're giving me PTSD from the summer of 2023 from these TikToks. I love these guys. Okay, Iman Gadzi mindset.
So how many calories do you eat a day?
About 3,000.
How many are you actually eating?
7:30 p.m.
Okay, I don't want to fucking watch these TikToks. Where the fuck? Get me back to Iman Gadzi right now.
Be okay making your parents mad.
What the fuck? Give me more Iman Gadzi.
We're plumbers. Of course we're gonna walk all over your carpet with our dirty shit.
Why are you sending me this, bro? Wait, I gotta see Luca Belmar on Mr. Beast go back. Where's Luca Belmar on Mr. Beast? Where do you see that? Remember when the Sigma Grind said, guys, every kid loved was Dan Bilzerian?
You are the best investment. You know why? Because if money goes to zero, you still have you. Yeah. That's why I don't give a fuck whether the currency implodes. Because Luke Belmar, the currency implodes, Luke Belmar sends out a story, and Luke Belmar has $250,000 in whatever currency exists anywhere. Right? So your position is to do what?
Bro.
The frogs are becoming gay, which is basically the feminization of the frogs, and that's what I believe is a cause for the feminization of men. So you have what is estrogen. We can talk about the birth control pill. Orally, when you take it, 90+% of that gets urinated because pills don't actually get digested extremely well. So that's just high levels of estrogen getting urinated by 100 million plus women. The treatment plants aren't treating for estrogen. They just simply are not. So that just gets recycled and that gets put back into the tap water because water is considered a recycled commodity.
Something needs to be said about the fact that like the Alex Jones style conspiracies are now so commonplace on TikTok and just like directly being pumped, directly being mainlined by like these Luke Belmar style content creators. And there are so many of them. And every single one of them is
Alcohol is
insane.
no longer what it used to be. Do you know Fireball? It's like a cinnamon drink that they have in the US. The ingredients in the US are different than the ingredients in Europe. So people are like, this is a cinnamon spicy drink. And then you look at what they use in the United States to make Fireball shots. And it has formaldehyde, which is the coolant that they use for air conditioning. I was like, oh yeah, no wonder it burns. Alcohol is no longer.
Yo, in the Mr. Beast media, they mentioned Night
You look
Media.
at Mr. Beast and his crew. They're all individual personal brands. Cool, but who are they managed by? Night Media. Okay, and who's Night Media owned by? Disney. So you basically have glorified Disney kids that have contracts that they have to say certain things, that they have to run
I don't think Mr. Beast is with Night Media anymore.
certain agendas, and they don't really have a choice. Shout out to Mr. Beast, though. He's cool.
Oh, he likes Mr. Beast. I'm a Disney kid. Find the clip of him talking about breakfast
Energy
being a
can neither be
conspiracy
created nor
theory.
destroyed. It can only be what? Transformed. So what happens when you create $6 trillion out of thin air? You're not creating energy. You're creating an illusion. Let's say it's a minimum wage, $15 an hour. If I take $6 trillion, right, divided by $15 an hour, I have roughly about 400 billion human hours of minimum wage labor that have been printed out of thin air. So I have infused into the economic system 400 billion hours of false human labor in order to stimulate growth, which now does what? It deflates the value of real labor. That's why people are like, why is it that things are getting more expensive? No.
Oh, I forgot to mention. He also sometimes will like weirdly spit Marxist theory. Oh, I forgot to mention. He accidentally landed on the labor theory of value one time. That was my pivotal like turning moment on Luke Belmar. He's so stupid. No,
People think that.
I don't think he read Karl Marx. I do not think that he like learned the labor theory of value. I think he independently came across it. I'm not even joking. Like, I think he's so fucking stupid that he just like randomly stepped on it one time. And it was a broken clock moment for him. LeBron basketball and All Blacks in one. Dude, this is a sad video. Okay, this is a very sad video. Team USA reacts to New Zealand Haka, then beats them by 80. Who cares about basketball though, other than NA? Who cares about basketball? What do you mean? It's a very popular sport globally. Chatters, I'm sorry. I don't know how to communicate this to you.
No.
As much as I love like joking about Doug Burgum,
Becomes so skilled that
if you legitimately think I would be excited to watch Doug Burgum,
What it used to be. Do you know Fireball? It's like a cinnamon breakfast.
if you think I would legitimately be excited to watch fucking Doug Burgum live at the RNC, you're so insane. I don't know how to explain how insane you are back to you. Okay? Yes, I'm a Burgomaniac. Yes, I don't want to listen to Doug Burgum speak at the RNC. It's too sad for me. Okay? It's a reminder of what could have happened to us as a movement. It's a somber reminder of what it could have been like. Okay? And what it's not. It's a reminder of what things are not right now. What they could have been and what they're not.
Breakfast is this normal thing that is just everybody has always done, but it's not. Edward Bernays, who's
oh my god, I love these guys. They like hear one random
water fasting.
He hears
known
like
as the father.
He learns like one random thing and then just like and then everybody thinks he's spitting
propaganda. He's, I think, the uncle to the founder of Netflix, another propaganda machine.
No, Edward Bernays is related to Freud. Someone has seen Adam Curtis? Nah, this guy does not. No, he fucking watched a podcast. Come on, Edward Bernays is like such a famous, like it's a classic fucking, every podcast has covered it. Okay, he watched a YouTube video. Yeah, he's talking about, he did not watch Adam Curtis. Okay, this person, if he watched a single Adam Curtis, if you watched a single Adam Curtis video, his brain would explode.
He created a campaign based off of breakfast. the meat industry came to him and said, hey, we're missing sales on sausages and bacon. We need to boost the sales of sausages and bacon. So he created this entire campaign and went to all the medical professionals and said, hey, let's start pushing breakfast being the healthiest, most essential meal of the day. And guess what happened to the sale of bacon and sausages? Skyrocketed. He did.
I think there's something about guys like this. Lol, no, they didn't. No, he's not wrong. I mean, he's explaining in a very reductive way, but he's not wrong. Like, breakfast being the most important meal of the day is a concept that, yes, was I mean, this is like marketing 101 courses, dude. He's not wrong. Edward Bernays is the person that like created a big marketing campaign around having a massive breakfast. It boosted, I think it was like at the time for dairy and also at the time for poultry, or not poultry, for eggs specifically. Between yesterday's TikToks and today's, your For You page is literal torture. No, luckily this doesn't actually impact my For You page that much. I don't know why. But yeah, it's not a conspiracy. This is factually correct. Guys like this will always have like one factually correct like nugget of truth, okay? And then everything else is just like insane.
He did the exact same thing with what? Cigarettes. He was the guy behind cigarettes empowering women. So he built an entire campaign. We're talking about these.
He's right about the cigarette thing too.
The cigarette companies came to Edward Bernays and they're like, you know what? We need to boost our sales. I think it was Lucky. Lucky was the company back in the day. You've probably seen those old commercials like Lucky. And the entire premise of the campaign was cigarettes to women are torches of freedom. So the entire campaign was, if
like, who are these people? Like, how do they all have SM7Bs? Like,
guess what happened to
like, where does this podcast exist? I've never seen this guy across from him ever in my entire life. Like, who? How? What is happening? There's another new like podcast is like Arizona frat bros interviewing one another about frat life in Arizona. And it's just like, why are there so many fucking fake podcasts, dude? Like, what the hell? Oh my God, you found the podcast.
So there's definitely a lot of.
No, this is not that podcast. This is a different one. You found a different pod, but it's crazy that this has 422,000 views. This has 422,000 views. How the fuck? What the fuck is going on? 933 comments is botted. Like, how is this possible? 433,000 views. Like, Trump shot at rally 3 days ago, 600,000 views, 3,000 comments. How the fuck? I'm sure I have a video with like 400,000 views on here. Here, let's get 400,000 views 2 days ago. Trump shooter identified. 1,000 comments. I mean, I guess it's real. It's not botted.
Quality over.
Luke Belmar, Glitch in the Matrix. Oh my God, you found the pod. This has 1 million views. 1 million views. What is happening in this world, bro? What? His YouTube account has 400,000 views. Dude, I'm done. 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 I need to do Sigma grind set. I need to do fucking Sigma grind set. I need to do Sigma grind set. The algorithm on YouTube is so punishing if you are even remotely progressive, remotely leftist. Okay? All my shit is auto demonetized. And when all my shit's auto demonetized, it doesn't even show up on the fucking related search tabs. These motherfuckers sit around and just like talk about the dumbest things you've ever seen in your entire life. Breaking free of the 9-to-5 slave system. Elon Musk exposed. The evolution of marketing and Luke's life-changing lesson for success. These are all straight up con men. Okay? It's con men propping up other con men, and they all act like they have like marketing courses or whatever. Okay? They all act like they have, you know, a massive marketing platform that they're generating millions and millions of dollars of revenue off of. They flex their wealth to claim that they have this like unimaginable amount of wealth that they've earned from like their marketing courses. And then all the money that they make actually comes from selling courses to dumbasses that watch these podcasts and go, I can also destroy the 9-to-5 boundaries. Like, I can break it. This is the age of the con man. This is the age of the con man. I'm telling you, I don't know where we're going with this. I do not know where we are going with this. I don't know what is going to happen until the entire American economy is just like Zoomers trying to do drop shipping schemes to one another. Zoomers engaging in multi-level marketing and doing drop shipping schemes to one another. Just so you can make more money with your drop shipping scheme so you can purchase more items when someone else is drop shipping to you.
I think people need to start studying words. You look at a bank, right? What is a bank?
Riverbank.
Right. And what does the river bank do? It controls the flow. The flow of what? Flow of the current, the currency. If it's controlling the currency, it's also controlling the what? The flow. The flow of what? The cash flow. So what? Money moves like water. So if I understand where the water is going to go, I just have to position myself where the cash flow is going to be next. Welcome to the big leagues, motherfuckers.
Welcome to the big leagues, motherfuckers. This has to be satire? No, bro, this is not. I don't know why people talking bad word about him, that he trying to be cool. He's just trying to awake your mind. I think he speak about Forex. So you're saying I should build a dam. Why can't we save them videos? But how do we predict the flow? It can't be easy, right? Are you telling me to be a bank teller? I mean, it's like half people memeing on him, half people being fucking super serious. It's just like, I think a lot of people are really desperate. They're desperate to break through the monotony of their existence. They're desperate to make a living. They're desperate to, like, you know, level up, achieve this American dream that is becoming more and more unattainable or less and less attainable. And like, I mean, dude,
How much revenue?
This short is you, and YouTube short is pumping these fucking clown asses nonstop.
Have you generated with Shopify?
I think around 800 million.
$800 million.
Yeah, around.
How much of it was drop shipping versus brands?
I think dropshipping may consist of 80%.
So would you say drop shipping is alive and well?
Yeah, no, I believe him. Yeah. I have a company that's generating $800 million in revenue, and I haven't created my own portal because I just personally love giving Shopify a percentage of $1 billion. The moment that you're generating more than fucking $10 million in sales, you're moving over away from Shopify and away from, also drop shipping is hilarious to say that you're fucking generating $800 million, almost $1 billion with drop shipping. Like, how do we get to what do we need to do to get Pelosi to make one of these videos on our puts? Oh, what is this? It's funny how all these gurus are not mentioning the ebook money bore list. It's quite shocking how few people know about the forbidden book called The Hidden Truths of Wealth. Living proof that if you stay consistent and dedicate yourself, you can achieve whatever you want. Good for him. Every single one of these motherfuckers actually is wait, oh, Luke Belmar on Biden? It's not the same guy. They think you're dumb. My goat. Dubai meetup in collaboration with Jupiter Exchange and Ton. We're only getting bigger and we're only getting stronger. The sky's the limit. Ton Voices Live with Luca Belmar and Pixelverse. Founder of Capital Club. The biggest bull run in history is upon us. Just in, Donald Trump will still attend and speak at Bitcoin conference later this month following yesterday's assassination attempt. What? Politics pit stop. Hasan, I beg you, please reach out and help this man. He needs your help so badly. What the fuck happened to his face? What happened?
Inflation has gotten so bad, you can no longer bribe Democrat senators with cash alone.
What happened? I don't think that's Botox. Is that a facelift? What is that? Bro, I think is that injections? Like, what is that? What?
You have to use gold bars just so the bribes hold the inflation.
Okay, now I believe in the cloning, I think. Or lizard people. It's one or the other. I can't tell which is which. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if he, what the fuck? Did they clone him since yesterday? I watched him yesterday. He didn't look this bad. Non-Botox, this is a facelift. Botox can't do that. He pulled a Joe Biden. Okay, but like it doesn't make sense because yesterday his face didn't do that. Today his face is doing that, but it wasn't doing that yesterday. I saw him yell at fucking Kevin McCarthy yesterday as Kevin McCarthy was on CNN calling him a pedophile. He didn't look like the fucking Grinch yesterday. So bad. Attacked by woke liberal bees. He did the weird face our moms warn about and it stuck like that. That must be it, I think. What is going on with this motherfucker's face, bro?
You can no longer bribe Democrat senators with cash alone.
Yeah, he's looking like Robbie Rotten. R.I.P.
How did Representative Matt Gaetz achieve his dramatic transformation? Was it surgery or not? Over the past decade or so, Representative Matt Gaetz has changed his look quite dramatically. When he was a little bit younger, he's actually looked a little bit heavier. His face was a lot fuller. His eyebrows seemed a little bit lower. And then we look at him today, and he seems like he has lost a lot of weight. His face is more chiseled. His jawlines were defined. His eyebrows are a little more open, or his eyes are.
I mean, he just lost weight. Like, but the eyebrows don't make sense. Every other aspect of this is just like he lost weight. He has makeup here. That's why you can't see the fucking brow ridge and like the crows around his eyes.
I think this is due to surgery. Initially, I would just say, no, I don't think this is actually surgical. I do think it gives people an idea of how powerful just getting your body in shape will transform your face. I think it's probably due more to his dramatic lifestyle changes and changing his diet and working out regularly than it is to plastic surgery. However, I do notice in his brow and eye area, even if you exercise and work out, your eyes aren't going to open up more and lift your brow on its own. So I do think it's possibly due to some Botox in his forehead, glabella, and around his eyes, because I do notice his brow is much softer, less lines and wrinkles.
Yeah, I think he got like a brow lift. Like he got like one of these, like a facelift. His face is just like permanently stuck like this. That shit is weird. But I don't think I don't think the other stuff is, I mean, he might have just lost weight.
He has less crow's feet around the outer eyes. He has less 11s or glabellar lines here, as well as in some recent photos, you see a little bit of arching to his eyebrows, as well as heaviness in the glabella or this area, which again can be done to Botox, being a touch too strong or done up frequently over time. So my suspicion for him is probably diet, exercise, and some Botox to the brow and around the eyes.
Yeah, okay. I agree with this guy. I agree with him, but this is fucking crazy. No brow lift needed. That can be achieved with Botox. I don't understand how like Botox makes. I thought Botox just like killed your muscles, so you can't like move your eyebrows, so you don't make this like line when you get older. I didn't realize that Botox could permanently plant your eyebrows like that. Fillers can migrate too. That could be it. Yeah, I thought it froze your muscles. Butthead. Why do you lean into the mic? It's so you can get a taste.
I think people need to start studying words. You'll get a bang.
Start studying words, chat. White House spokesperson responds to the meeting, the Biden-Schumer meeting. The president told both leaders he's the nominee of the party he plans to win and looks forward to working with both of them to pass his 100 days agenda to help working families. Okay. Ethan did a segment on
It's been a
him?
while since we covered one of these guys. And this guy's new. He's just flashing on the scene. So annoying.
Mention to me 5 people in your life right now that you give them a phone call and be
I don't like when you guys send me other people watching clip compies. Like, I want to do the clip compy. Just send me the clips. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care about car crime. It's just like,
I'm not sure if it's a male or female in the vehicle, but definitely jumped in the vehicle.
okay, at least this is like a fast car.
Took at a high rate of speed from that area up on Slauson, went on surface streets northbound, and here he is making a left turn westbound. He's now past the 10 freeway in the downtown area now, and here he comes back at us here. So they're going to try it. They're trying desperately to get a pit maneuver, but you're right, Cher, the speeds are a little too fast for that at this point, but he's going back towards the 10 freeway now.
Oh, no, I know a chase ended last week with them shooting the dude. I know.
Right turn.
Yeah, it's live. Okay, cop on the other side of the road. This guy's being crazy.
Officers doing what they can to stay up with the speed of this vehicle. They're doing a great job staying right behind it. The airship overhead from the LA County Sheriff's keeping an eye on it, calling the pursuit for those officers there. But coming up on Adams Boulevard now, we're going to have some heavy traffic there. He's going to go wrong side of the road, and there's a bus, city bus coming right at him.
Oh
He's going
shit!
to squeeze through. Man, oh man, can you imagine? Here he goes. He's going eastbound now here on Adams.
What kind of car is that, chat? Is it a Kia? It looks... No, it's not a Tesla, chat. What the fuck? No, it's not a Tesla. Bro, why are so many people saying it's a Tesla? It's definitely not a Tesla. Y'all, what have you never seen a fucking Tesla? It looks more like it's a Kia.
Right turn.
It's a new Prius? No. No, it's not. It's too long to be a Prius.
Absolutely not. You see the 3 units that are in pursuit there. Southbound on Broadway. He's got cross traffic, heavy traffic. He's going to squeeze through. Oh, look at that. Man, he almost hit that white car.
God
Fortunately,
damn.
that white car left
I think it is a Kia K5, yes.
To get by. It doesn't look like he hit it, but wow, what moves out here. Such heavy traffic, such a dangerous situation. Wrong side of the road here, off of that diagonal, and boy, this is so dangerous.
Damn, he's opening up, bro. He's going 80. Oh my God, that's dangerous. Oh my Lord. Damn, the cop is just fucking pulling up on his ass too. Oh shit. Bro, this is a very fucking crowded area to be pulling some shenanigans like this. This is a great ad for Kia. Oh, is he gonna get on the highway? He's hit it a bunch already while he was running away. It's high traffic time, bro. It's high traffic time all the time. Highway at 6 p.m. I mean, it's it depends. It depends.
Northbound.
Oh, that guy didn't even notice. That guy didn't even notice. He just saved his life. Why you got the windshield wipers on? What the fuck? Anyway,
we are actually southwest of downtown.
Depending on which direction you're going at this hour, you can have a
going westbound.
You can have a decent shot on the highway.
Nightmare with all the people out on foot and people in cars. Here we are. He's going to turn into a. Is this an alleyway? No, this is going to be a parking lot, maybe.
What the
Shopping
fuck?
Area. He's going to go through there.
Does he know what he's doing?
And then back out onto the main street here. This is going to be Vermont. He's going to go southbound on Vermont. We might see the pit here. Let's see. It might be slow enough. They might have it. No, they're not going to take the chance. Too much traffic. Another unit blocking there, that intersection. That's good news. But now southbound here on Vermont for about 40, they're saying about 40 miles an hour. Let's see our speed.
Wouldn't it be better just to not, but just to track him and catch him later? Yes.
On the brakes here, he's going to make a right-hand turn. You know, every time that
Yes.
that lead unit,
That's why many cities have made it illegal.
the driver is able to turn
But
off
that's not how that shit works in Grand Theft Auto world. Los Angeles loves this shit. Oh, he's cooked. He's cooked. He's cooked.
With cars that are stopped, he's going to squeeze through. Oh man, don't hit him. He's got nowhere to go for the meantime. That black car. Yeah, for sure. They tried to box him in, but now the officers are having a hard time squeezing through. He's southbound here on Kansas.
Damn, he's oh my God, he's actually cutting through pretty well.
If the units on the ground lose him, they know exactly where the driver is.
But it doesn't matter because the helicopter's on him.
Confirmed a robbery suspect inside this vehicle. And
Robbery
right now,
suspect.
The vehicle is actually heading back to where the initial pursuit terminated, which was off of Florence. So we'll see if Florence and Vermont, I believe it was, where it initially terminated.
Why didn't you do the Doug Dog challenge last night, Pussy Boy? One, I don't drink like that, and two, I wasn't asked, so it's not my fault. This is a good ad for Kia car handling. I agree. Not gonna lie, it was pretty sad seeing Elwig that way. Why, was he really drunk? It's Grand Theft Auto 6, chatter. We're watching GTA 6. Could you please talk about more serious things? No. Here's the most serious thing I can talk about right now. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, but Twitch Prime is free. Make your own luck. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Absolutely, a lot to think about for those deputies there that are in the lead. They're keeping their eyes out for any pedestrians or cross-traffic situations. The airship overhead doing a great job coordinating all that, letting those units know that that the driver's coming up on some cross-traffic or pedestrians in the road. So that's a big help for those deputies on the ground as the chase continues here southbound.
In your unprofessional opinion, how do you lose them? It's always the same.
Variables here on these surface streets through the.
It's always the same method. You have to get into a crowded parking lot. When you have a helicopter on you, you have to get into a crowded parking lot, and that's it. Either you have to have a bike waiting for you somewhere, or you have to get into a parking garage. That's it. There's no other way to get out of it. Like, if you're lucky, you can do the bridge. If you know, like, a homeless encampment or some shit, Under a bridge? I guess you can also go there. Bro, this is in GTA 5. It's funny you're saying that, but like, I wasn't even referencing Grand Theft Auto roleplay. I was referencing the literal times when I've seen in the real world people get away. Also, no pixel techniques are not that like far off. Why is this televised? What in the Coliseum is this? Are you a European chatter? This is like half of LA's content. I didn't know Kias could do that, by the way. This is like pretty wild. This is a pretty wild app for Kias. How often they broadcast it? Like 2 or 3 times a day? Oh, god damn. That could have been bad. What? There are not 2 to 3 chases a day in LA? I think there are. There's probably even more than 2 to 3 chases, but 2 to 3 get like 2 to 3 chases a day are the number of chases that get televised. $4,000 from 2018 to 2022. So yeah, around 2 to 3. How was LA that crime ridden? Big cities are crazy. Dude, you think, bro, do you know how many fucking cars get stolen? Car chases are a matter of whether the police want to fucking pursue it or not. You understand that, right? Like, some of you guys are so fucking silly. Grand Theft Auto is a very common type of crime, okay? The chase aspect of it should not happen. And in many cities, it doesn't happen because many cities, the operating budget of the local law enforcement isn't $8 million a day. It's very dangerous and it shouldn't occur. But it's also ratings, and that's the reason why the media plays it.
But no, he's heading west now for sure. He's going north sometimes, and then he'll continue westbound. So certainly westbound towards the Baldwin Hills at this point.
Surprised we haven't seen spike traps. It's because this is too populated of an area. I don't think they would. I don't think they would spike a fucking local road like this.
Signs running through red lights, cross through Crenshaw. Without an issue.
Bro, we'll be watching a fucking high impact car chase and a chatter will be like, let's watch a 45-minute video on car chases from Cody Shody. Some of y'all's brains, it's just like it must be studied in a lab. I swear to God. Let's watch a fucking 3-hour video essay on the ethics of car chases. Do you think he's watching the stream like that one guy was watching Kai? That one guy wasn't watching Kai. That was a meme. He did a very funny meme.
Westbound 58th place is what they're saying, and it's continuing at a high rate of speed. In fact, we tracked it going about
I think one of the craziest aspects of car chases in LA is that the roads are so bad.
Very dangerous for sure. He's going to go through multiple stop signs. We've seen him do that. Wrong side of the road, just cutting through parking lots.
Right as I said it.
Very desperate driver here trying to get away with his passenger as a robbery suspect from Hawthorne, and the pursuit continuing here west. Coming up on Edgemar, and he's going to continue. Thankfully, the traffic here is a lot less than it was out towards the east. So we'll see what the driver decides to do once he gets into this part of town. But at this point, as I come out to a wide shot, we'll keep an eye on the car here. No units on the ground directly behind him, but they are in the area.
These roads are great compared to. Ooh, they tried to catch him on the straight here. They failed, but they tried. God damn, dude, that thing's got a decent pickup.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Kia's had it like that. Maybe not the best turning, but
that's right. They were waiting for the driver there and have re-engaged in the pursuit. So you see the lights and sirens on those vehicles. Oh, he's got cross traffic. See, that's one of the concerns for deputies in a pursuit like that, or law enforcement for that matter. You go into a cross traffic situation and cars coming through don't see you.
Look at that shit bumping, dude. He's eating that.
Enforcement, but the vehicle's still ahead here. Those deputies had to drop back a little bit. We are westbound, looks like Fairview, and he's going to go continue to run stop signs. got some traffic. The units are picking up.
No, the reason why Kias are the most stolen brand of cars because they're like comically easy to steal.
He ramps it up once he gets around those cars through that intersection as
That's why. Not because they're like great to drive. Ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy. He just cut in right there. That's pretty clean though. I don't see no cops chasing him. Uh-oh. Oh, he's getting on the highway. Oh, wait, he's getting... Never mind. He's getting off the highway. This is a new Kia. It's not easy to steal like the ones you're referring to. What are you, a fucking Kia salesman?
Absolutely. They pulled back during that long stretch when he was driving through a lot of the residential streets westbound. And now he's reached Ladera Heights now and continuing westbound here on Slauson. So we've seen the driver on Slauson before. We're hearing now that I'm getting word on the scanner that it was an armed robbery suspects that initially were being chased by Hawthorne police. But they're trying to confirm if this person is armed still or not.
Oh shit. God damn. God damn, he's weaving. God damn, he's bobbing and weaving. Honestly, he's better in the city because the Kia isn't a highway demon. The name of this song is Animal Cum Music.
Right turn.
The name of the song is Imagine Dragons, Radioactive.
That's right, Sheriff Micah. Yeah, this driver's not following a normal pattern where it's possibly familiar to them. It's going in different directions. Now we're over here on the west side on Sepulveda, northbound here, and you got the 405 freeway close by. We'll see if the driver decides to jump on that, but it is jammed right now at this hour. So, yeah, very difficult for the law enforcement to at least stay up with it. We do see some units at intersections that are blocking at times, but as far as a spike strip, that would be really helpful. But at this point, now they're going, I'm hearing they're going back into some surveillance mode once again because the units, it's
damn, bro, bro's in Culver City. This is my old hood.
Go right turn here, eastbound on Culver Boulevard, so away from Sepulveda Boulevard. And we'll see if Culver City officers try to get involved.
How the fuck did he get from downtown LA to Culver City this fast? That's actually kind of wild. Like, that's at this hour, he's booking it, dude. That's crazy. This is a great ad for Kia. Running every light, brother. Fuck you mean? That's crazy, dude. He's just like, this is some unheard of, unimaginable shit. He didn't hit a single fucking freeway. Yeah, he's just trying to bring my Uber, dude. Don't hate on my man. He's working hard. Trying to get my Uber order back to me in time.
No, not at all. They're on Jackson Avenue here. The dangerous, well, look at that, right through that intersection. A sharp turn into the neighborhood, and the vehicle continuing. It's hard to say if the driver knows this area or not. We'll find out if he goes down the wrong road and doesn't realize it. But at this point, the ground units have pulled back once again. Oh, well, he's going to make a U-turn. So there, that might be an indication
dangerous.
that the driver is not quite so familiar with this area. And the, yeah, go ahead.
The blind intersection runs are crazy. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, man. You're trying to evade law enforcement, you know? Oh, he's cooked. Damn, that car got shitted on, dude. Did you guys see that other car? Holy moly, how many birds shit on that thing?
Oh, man.
Bro stole a $20,000 car. Yeah, but he's driving the fucking doors off of it, dude.
Got about 10 minutes.
Respect.
And then we have to go.
He's coming to the 100 Thieves building. Oh my God, he is kind
Jefferson
of.
Boulevard here. They're saying they're calling it northbound on Jefferson and into some heavier traffic. But yeah, definitely desperate, trying to go against traffic on that small side street, coming across some cars that were stopped in the road and forcing his way through. Wrong side of the road here on that that island. We got heavy traffic up ahead. He'll come out to a
God
wide shot.
damn.
He's facing.
That's crazy.
Drivers oncoming
Oh
there.
my God.
He's got a car in the turn pocket there. Nope. He's gonna
Oh
go right
my
around,
God, bro.
continue in that double yellow and back out again.
Dude,
wide.
you
A
cannot be
signal
going
below
80
through that
miles
heavy
down
traffic there. He's gonna decide
down the
to get off
wrong
the turn.
way,
There's
bro.
the
That
units
is.
now. The units caught back up to the vehicle.
Dude, that was
but
a head-on
not with the lights and
collision.
sirens. So they're close by, but not officially in that pursuit mode. They're in this tracking mode, but close by.
He was begging for a head-on collision right there. That is wild shit. How long do you think kick streamers start doing this? They have done this. What are you talking about? Neon literally did this with like a famous getaway driver. Like that's not even a joke. Brother, if you have thought of a crime, if you've thought of a crime in your mind, any crime, literally any crime, think about it. Worst crime you've ever thought about. A kick streamer has done it and fucking streamed it. And yes, that literally includes the distribution and facilitation of child pornography. Okay? As far as I know, I don't know if they've done murder, but it wouldn't surprise me if they have. There was one that like attempted it, put a fucking homeless lady in the water, left her there. I don't think she died though. So yeah.
This could be it. Nowhere to go. You can see the sign there, no outlet.
Oh, no outlet. He's cooked.
And let's see. This is going to have to be
Oh,
it
this
unless
is
he
it.
tries
This
to
is the
ram his
moment.
way through those deputies. They're going to set up a spike strip behind those deputies.
Bro,
It looks
what
like
did
in a
you
short distance here, it's
do?
going to have a cul-de-sac, nowhere to go, a gate that's blocking every way, and they're going to jump out and run, or they're going to stay placed. Nope, they're going to back up. That's never
Oh,
good.
what is that
to back
turn
up into
radius?
those deputies.
My
They're,
boy,
just
what is
give it
that
up
turn
here,
radius?
because they have nowhere to go. Guns are drawn. They have a spike strip set up behind them in case the car gets away.
It's over. He's an
So
armed
now,
suspect. I might
we'll see
I
if
might
they
not be able to show you
comply
what
and get out
happens
of the
next.
vehicle and surrender.
The wipers are going because I think he hit the car. Oh, bail, dude. It's game over. You're arrested. You're arrested. Bad guys won. GG's. Go through the gate. There's no way. He doesn't have enough distance or power to be able to break through that gate. He would just break his neck. Nah, he's busted. Look at that, dude. They're on him. I'm shocked that he's armed. If he's actually an armed suspect, these guys are rather light. Relatively surprising that that they're even willing and able to. There's a baby in the car. ABC 7 stream has a better shot.
Today, right now, we're seeing that person who was in that driver's seat, which you could see how tinted those
The
windows
baby's
are.
driving?
Because now you can't see anything that's going on inside that vehicle because of that tint. But that person, for whatever reason, is extremely agitated. I don't know what you could be saying to law enforcement officers at this point when they have you dead to rights. You need to give up. You have nowhere to go. How do you negotiate your way out of that? This is where, when it comes to somebody's mental state, whether they're on something, all of that comes into play, and that consideration.
Just light him
on
up. Fuck you mean just light him up? They said there might be a baby in the car, bro. What do you? Oh my God, cop brain,
Yeah,
fucking
they
idiots.
will not give up.
So right about that, David. The only silver lining here is that the general public, at the moment, the general public, the folks who are just trying to get home from work, appear to be safe at this point, as he is pretty much blocked into this cul-de-sac here, this dead end just off of Wright Crest Drive in Blair Hills. He's at the driveway of a gated home right there at the end of the dead end, and those deputies basically have this entire neighborhood now locked down. So he really doesn't have anywhere to go, at least with the vehicle. Always the possibility of him trying to open the door and run for it. Not that he would get very far there, but aside from those two options, let's just hope that he surrenders peacefully here. It may take some time.
They can't reverse it to law enforcement.
They may call for additional units. They're going to send
He's showing him his
there with hands up, Al.
hands. Yep.
Fox is showing it in real time, I think.
There's somebody in the back seat.
Yeah.
So.
Drop the keys out. What's he showing there?
Still not really. He's got his hands up,
Yeah,
but he's
it's
still
like
not
the
really
keys.
complying there.
Looks like the key. They're probably saying.
Hide YouTube
drop
chat
the
is
key,
Giga
so car's
racist.
going nowhere. Got that spike strip right there. Can't back into law enforcement very well.
That's my house.
And you wonder,
should I open the gate? Yes
well,
or
there's
no?
damage
Dude,
to
just
the,
play around with
on
this.
the
See what
other
happens.
side, you know, why he's just not physically getting out of the car at this point. Is the door jammed? I doubt that. But it seems interesting that he's saying, here I am, here's my hands, here are the keys.
Let's bring in Jim Hemmel from the LA County Sheriff's Department. Retired Jim, you've been with us a lot lately. As you see this suspect definitely gesturing to law enforcement. Looks like a key in the hand there, but not dropping that key. What do you make of the suspect's demeanor?
Looks like he's crying.
Bro, he's like 12.
Yeah, he does look agitated.
That looks like a kid, dude. What the
Law
fuck?
enforcement wants to control how this apprehension concludes rather than having the suspect control when
He looks
comes
so
out,
goddamn
if he
young.
comes
Holy
out.
shit.
We don't know what type of weapon, if any, is inside. So as you can see now, they're putting out spike strips to prevent any sort of ramming incident where there's unintentional consequences if you were to ram the vehicle. So we want to take precautions in law enforcement to try to mitigate any harm. But you see
Yeah, it turns out this is baby driver. He's a baby.
And then this presents a danger as well. You don't.
Oh my God, there's literally multiple people in the car. There's a baby.
It's a baby. So there's somebody in the back seat who just gave the driver a little baby, and he's kissing the baby because he knows that he's going to go into custody.
Or she.
Yes.
Is it a she?
Okay, there was some radio traffic. There was possibly a baby in the car, so that came out after it came to a stop here. So it looks like.
Bro, why the fuck did they chase him with a baby in the car? They knew he had a baby in the
a little
car?
bit differently how they're going to do this here.
Yeah.
How they're going to bring this
It
to an
is
end.
true, and it would be interesting to know at dispatch. It's oftentimes we're not aware, watching from a distance, what the dispatch might know if there's a child inside the vehicle. So that can be why the vehicle wasn't a pit maneuver or things of that nature for the safety of the child. So all of those considerations have to be taken into
Well, it sounds like the person was trying to negotiate with law enforcement and let them know we have a child in the car, and law enforcement dealing with the person in the back seat who was the original suspect in the robbery case. So a lot going on there, Jim, for law enforcement to decipher and to end this peacefully.
So true, and it sort of epitomizes what law enforcement has to go through as far as navigating what you see.
Bro just lost
It's
his
also
aura.
why it's so important to keep your demeanor calm. There's a tendency to get agitated because you're at high speeds. Maybe there was a violent robbery. We don't know the nature of it. But at the same token, you have to keep your demeanor because unexpected
What is happening
things
right
such
now?
as this that could endanger the life of a child and other things could come into play.
It looks like there's an embrace happening inside the car between the driver and the person that's in the back seat, who presumably now has the child. As it appears, the driver will get up, Jim, and turn himself in. He's obviously distraught. You make a great point, though, Jim. You've done this. You did this for your profession. You're in consulting now.
Bro, this
Everything
dude
that
is
you have to deal with
crazy.
when you're dealing with a situation like this, where it's just a robbery suspect and then there's another car involved, and then you never know.
Oh, she's out the car with the baby.
And now we're
with
seeing
a lot
the
of
woman
real
is
life
the-
emotions and drama playing
yeah,
out here.
with-
But now you can see the woman coming towards those officers with child. Whether she was a willing participant or not, they will figure it out very quickly.
They're about to
gonna take
handcuff the
custody of
baby.
the child temporarily, because obviously somebody's being charged with child endangerment.
Oh my
But
goodness.
finally, it is up to the suspect to just give up peacefully at this point, now that the baby is out of the picture. But this is about as tense as it gets, guys.
Well, thank goodness he's complying now with the orders, at least with both hands up and backing.
The worst thing
up.
is if they they'll make him
stressful
get
to
on
watch.
his
And keep
knees.
in
They're
mind
gonna
that
make him back
the
up.
car's not clear. We don't know what else is in that car, and
that's right.
We've been surprised before, and that's why they're going to handle it as well. Try to take care of this suspect, and then they'll check.
They're gonna make him
vehicle.
cross
But
his
this
legs,
is going in the right direction, Chris.
Which is really fucking annoying. Oh, they
There is
didn't.
so much training that comes into play
They
in a
make him
situation
get on your.
like this.
They make you get on your fucking knees, and then they make you cross your legs sometimes. It's the most annoying shit ever, dude.
Stop here after a wild chase that has come to a relatively peaceful end. These deputies faced with so many life or death decisions as they try and just wrap this up. And they're going to continue to treat this very carefully until they know for sure, as you mentioned,
they're arresting
David,
the mama.
that vehicle is completely cleared. But look at that.
How dare they make criminals do annoying shit? Yeah, one day when you're in the fucking crosshairs, you'll understand why it's annoying, because it's literally a fucking order that they're giving you that your body doesn't want to fucking stand in. So if you accidentally flinch and make a wrong move, they'll shoot you. dumbass. Not everyone that cops deal with are fucking criminals, stupid. Is there someone else in the car? What's happening?
Fast as he was driving 80 miles an hour on surface streets with no reaction time. And then now to find out there was an infant child and a woman in the back seat of that vehicle. It's really remarkable that we're at this point, and so far so good when it comes to not seeing
You're an
anybody
idiot? Why?
getting hurt or any severe damage or anything like that.
They're arresting the
Looks like
car.
no movement in that car, so that.
Yep, approaching it very slowly, and it looks like they can rest easy here in just a second. The only thing left is popping open that trunk to make sure, but right
There's
now
another
it does
baby in the trunk.
prepared to issue the code 4 here in
This
just
time
a
it's a
second.
baby
That
with a
would be
blicky.
an all clear. There's the code 4. Trunk is empty, and now we can say that this has come to a peaceful resolution, but not without some
In the trunk, another baby with a blicky.
moments after
I gotta pee.
just
Hold
an
on.
extremely dangerous chase here that's ending just south of Culver City.
It's
Look at that
heartbreaking
shot.
to watch to see that little child with the officer.
The deputy with the child
Oh,
trying to
goodness.
comfort the baby, and hopefully everything's okay when it
Yeah.
comes to that. What an episode. What a pursuit.
And we'll keep you posted on finding out more information on this. We're going to check in with Dallas Raines now. We just have a few minutes left in this half hour to get the weather.
Ellen, thank you. Well, today the clouds kind of helped us out a little bit, David and Ellen, folks at home. But out in Palm Springs, 114 degrees. Disneyland today at 86. Big Bear hit an 82-degree reading today. Not much in the form of any rain or any thunderstorms, but that big high is building. So over the next 2 or 3 days, especially over the weekend, I'm going to put that.
Damn, they just ended like that? That's crazy.
I try to do a
Hassan,
24-hour fast every single week, and then a 7-day fast.
they shot the baby. Oh, damn, I can't believe I missed that beautiful moment. All right, where's the, Nah, I don't care about it. Hassan, why do you wear Jinkos? Because I'm fucking the GOAT. I'm that dude. Okay, that's why. The baby is now evidence.
Where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings.
Oh shit! I got a Gold Star family. Is this one of the best? Is this one of the best veterans?
And Harris administration.
Is this one of our best soldiers? 13 of our best soldiers. When the FBI was finally, whoa, wait a minute. When the FBI was finally able to access Mr. Crook's cell phones and other electronic devices, agents could see that he has searched for images of Mr. Trump as well as Mr. President Biden, Attorney General Merrick B. Garland, and even FBI Director Christopher A. Wray. Mr. Crooks also typed in major depressive disorder and searched for dates and places for appearances for both Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The perfect centrist. Dude had bipartisan hands. Dude said, I'm dead set in the center. Dude said, I'm a Lex Fridman enjoyer. Dude said extreme centrism to the max. So he wanted to miss twice. Oh my God, he's a radical centrist, dude. He was 100% a D-watcher. I can see that, but no, he wouldn't want to kill Biden if he was a Destiny watcher. Come on. Mapping the Trump shooting. Bloomberg reporting on Biden. Hassan, do you like class of 09? What? Class of 09? The fuck does that even mean? You okay, chatter? It's a game? What game? It's a visual novel? Oh, I don't know. How do the Olympic coaches be when they got it? Okay, we're not gonna do that right now. They have the
Dylan Marola.
Biden is dropping out of the race tomorrow at 1,700 per sources. That's not. You just made that up. Loba gets kicked out of a bar.
America. I'm too fucked up? Yes. When I'm fucked up, I'm the real me. Ludwig has been booted. No. You gotta get out. You gotta. God bless America. No, just hang out outside. Okay, somebody drink that. I drink half. Alex, you wanna help me out? Let's go count. Just. Yeah. Is that water? That's water.
Alex said Lud was tanked by like 3 beers deep. Alex said Ludwig was already blasted like 3 drinks in. So no, it is not ASU time. What? I'm watching him get kicked out right now.
I'm sorry, guys. No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, we're just fishing this out. You guys are fine. Yeah, no, he's still on. Yeah.
He drank one large margarita and was ruined instantly, though it was 3 drinks worth.
Yeah. He got us kicked out. Ain't no way. Do I have it towards me?
Wait, he also had the second lowest alcohol levels. Doug had almost dangerous levels. He kind of has alcohol issues on camera. Obviously, we don't know him, but that's how it appears a lot of the time. What are you saying? Yeah. Ludwig is a secret alcoholic, chatter. You got it. Oh, yeah. Here. No, it's just one clip. I'm just looking at a clip. He was also fucking calling me a cracker and simultaneously trying to get banned. I saw that.
It didn't work, though.
Doug blew a 2.9?
Yeah, the things must be wrong, though. I think it's when we had the alcohol, like, in our mouth.
Yeah, that's... No. A 2.9?
Yeah, that's
like
insane.
a quarter of his blood was alcohol replaced with alcohol.
I don't think it's...
Isn't that how that...
No, I think it's 1/3%. Am I right?
1/4%.
Yeah.
It matters how soon you blow?
Yeah.
Or 2% of his blood was alcohol. Sorry, not... You need to wait 20 minutes?
It was horrible. Horrible idea. We got 51 drinks at the end, though.
When do you die? I think you died past the point of 3, right?
I went to hospital when I got 0.32.
Like, that's... like 2.9 is still a lot? Yeah, I know.
How do I get him banned? How do I get him banned off Twitch? Hassan is a cracker. Fuck that cracker bitch.
Stop listening to him.
Cracker ass bitch. Ban us, fuckers. Hey, who's the president of Twitch right now? What's his name?
Yeah, he called out the president.
Clancy. Dan Clancy. Cracker.
You didn't seem to be very cringe from the clips I've seen. You were...
I don't think I was cringe until the end. And then I was like, I am... drunk now. I kept trying to tell everyone, yeah, let's go dancing and get some cocaine. That's what I was saying at the end of it. But
funny.
Ludwig totally did it on Connor's channel so he could be fucking obnoxious and say stuff and not, have it affect Connor's channel.
Yeah, he claimed that it was because, YouTube is like really shitty for like live streaming, but I think it was so that he could just be a freak.
So he could say the C word.
Yeah, so he could be a meanie.
Are you allowed to say that now?
What?
The C word? The Ludwig
Cracker?
resistance?
Yes, dude.
Okay. I don't know.
It was already a fucking... It was a meme when I got banned, you know what I mean? It was already... Highest BAC ever survived was 1.4.
That's insane.
Okay, guys, I know I saw the big Brandon update. I covered it as soon as it happened. Please stop sending me the same shit.
What he's saying is...
Take him off the airwaves. He's racist. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Y'all are dumb as hell, bro. I'm too old to do this shit.
No. It's like, who do I think
No,
I
they
am?
got us on. What does this even mean?
They grabbed you and your titties fell off? What
Yeah, what the fuck? What does that even mean, chat? I don't even understand what that's supposed to be. Apparently, a blood alcohol level of 0.31 is or higher is generally considered life-threatening and hospital time.
Yeah. So we were close. We were like, I think I was...
Nah, those breathalyzers are really inconsistent.
Yeah.
Even the ones that cops have, where they make you, and those are like much larger and like much better than the field breathalyzers that you probably bought off of Amazon. And even those are really inconsistent, and that's precisely why it's actually inadmissible in court in order to determine whether you're actually above the legal limit or not. It's enough for them to detain you and arrest you under suspicion that you're under the influence, and then they take you to the precinct, or you can opt in for blood work done.
Yeah, they do that in Australia, but then they take you to like a different van that has a proper thing to...
They might have like a mobile unit or whatever, but...
Do your cops still do the thing where they're like, touch your nose?
Yeah.
Walker? That's so funny, because I feel like even when I'm at like 0.3, I can still walk in a straight line. Like, I vomit before.
No, there's more than that.
Okay.
It's not about walking in a straight line. They track your eye. They make you do a bunch of weird shit. Like, they make you do shit sometimes that you can't even do sober. Like, I don't fucking understand.
I took one of those tests too. 88% Italian.
Oh,
Southern European, dude. That's all I have.
12%.
Irish.
Me saying something
Say
racist.
it. Say what? Guido?
Say it, bro. I can't say it. I can't say it.
You can say it.
Paisano.
Yo, that's fucked up. Yeah, some of that shit you can't do. Stone cold sober cops are dumb. Yeah, like saying the alphabet backwards. I don't think cops could do that.
No, they can't even say it forwards. It's
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. But yeah, he's being fucking freight-ophobic, dude. That's messed up. Those are the tests to discover our most powerful drunk driver.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that should be the test, though. If you can get that drunk and still drive a car,
thank you.
Drive the car.
Bro, that's what I said to the cops before they arrested me.
They should give you a steering wheel and then just be like, okay.
Yeah.
Can you still move it
the test
properly?
is that I literally made it to the destination that I was seeking out, sir.
You're a bigger, stronger guy. You can handle your alcohol more.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And then they still were like, nah, like you're arrested. You're under arrest for driving under the influence. And I was like, officer, I didn't fucking crash. Like, you didn't say crashing under the influence. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a different charge.
Yeah.
That should be a different charge.
Yeah.
Driving under the influence versus crashing under the influence.
Very different.
And if you crash under the influence, it's like, well, you know, maybe I was a little inebriated and it fucked my skills up a little bit, but like I wouldn't have crashed if I had drank a little bit less.
Yeah.
Right?
But also, you don't need a punishment because you already crashed.
Yeah,
that's
that's
the punishment.
enough. Thank you.
See, unnecessary.
That's what I'm talking about.
Last night was also funny because I didn't know that like bars in Australia are very strict. If you come in drunk, there's no way you get served. Ludwig would walk in and be like, "We are smashed right now. Give me another one," and the bartenders would be like, "Yep, coming right up."
Yeah. No, they don't give a fuck. Especially you guys were in Hollywood, right?
Yeah. And the bartenders were drinking with us as well. Which
they don't
is
give a fuck.
hilarious.
Bro. They don't give a fuck. The old lady got punished for being unaware. Exactly. Which is like, I'm making older ladies get better at like being more resilient and being more aware. Like, I think it's important for them to like, you know, be paying attention to the road.
People from the East Coast are pedophiles. I agree with that. You are from the East Coast.
Wait, what is he saying?
He says people from the East Coast are pedophiles, and then Kyle was like, "You're from the East Coast."
Yeah. Someone in the chat said Hasan is a lightweight. I take no offense to that. I think it's awesome.
Are you?
I don't know if we've drank before.
I don't think you're a lightweight.
I don't think I'm a lightweight. I don't think I can physically be a lightweight, but like I'd be happy to be a lightweight.
You tap out early. But we went to karaoke until like 2 a.m. the other day.
Oh no, that night I drank the whole
you drank
night.
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I drank everybody that night actually, now that I remember. But let's just say back in my day I was not a lightweight, okay? Which means and I think I still have that dog in me a little bit, so I can still drink, I can still put down a lot, but I take no offense to someone saying I'm a lightweight.
I need to accept my age and be like, I'm not. This isn't what I can do
Yeah,
anymore.
you've been like sleeping the whole day.
It's horrible. Yeah. I'm still fucked.
Dude, that's the thing. Like that's what it is. Like sometimes I'll drink a shit ton and then the next day I'm fine. Other days, I don't know what it is. Like I'll have one drink and then I'm dead the next day. It's pretty hit or miss. It's pretty fucking hit or miss in terms of, and before you guys say like drink more water, do this, all that, dude, come on, I'm a 33-year-old man and I literally had problems with alcoholism. You think I don't know all the tricks? Like get the fuck out of here. Like, oh, thanks guys. Like not exactly impressive to be able to drink a lot of alcohol. I think it's very sad.
But
really.
also nothing helps you if you're having 15 shots in 3 hours. It doesn't matter what you do. There's no like, oh, I'll eat a piece of bread and it'll soak up the alcohol.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, I just like
shut
those.
up.
I mean, I feel like the Koreans and the Japanese have invented technology for it though, because they're fucking crazy. Like, I do trust that shit, like the liver pills and stuff that they give you beforehand.
Does that work?
I think it does, because that's like two entire nations of alcoholics who also have to work really early in the morning.
when we're in Russia before we drunk, they gave us like these carbon pills, and the only thing that happened was it just made us vomit black when we did vomit. It's horrible.
Alcohol tastes more and more like actual poison the older you get, in my opinion. I mean, I still love the taste of whiskey. No, it doesn't. It's all placebo.
No, I think it's all shit. You would not drink alcohol if it wasn't for the alcohol. Like if you just had juice that tasted like that with no benefit, you would not drink it.
No, I think the feeling's pretty good.
Yeah.
But also, no, I like the taste of it too. But you're right, I would not drink it. Well, why do people drink O'Doul's and shit then? People, alcoholics.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm running out.
No.
There's a Zin shortage, dude.
What?
I like the taste of some wine. I don't really fuck with wine like that. I like scotch. I'm a scotch man, and I do enjoy the taste of scotch, but like I'm never craving it, and I wouldn't personally say like, you know, I'm not ever finding myself craving scotch, which is a good thing, I think. Damn, they're going crazy over this. Oh, I saw the spin, yes. Biden has told Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer he will be the nominee. Now is the time to put aside all questions to rest. Let's go win this thing. Turn on the convention? Nah, that's just boring. Oh, did you see this? The latest update. This is what I was looking at. Latest update?
On Crooks.
FBI finally able to access cell phone and other electronic devices. Agents can see that he has searched for images of Mr. Trump as well as President Biden, Attorney General Merrick B. Garland, and even FBI Director Christopher A. Wray. Mr. Crooks also had typed in major depressive disorder and searched for dates and places for appearances for both Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump.
He didn't care. He did not care who it was.
Which
he
is
just wanted to.
That's crazy.
Yeah. He was same guy as school shooters, but slightly more ambitious. Like,
yeah. Which is, I mean, I guess like, look, these are targets with like actual security on them. It's fucking,
yeah.
You know, like he went after the president instead of going and killing a shit ton of his like former classmates. You know what I mean?
Unarmed children.
America is in such a dire situation that's like the math equation here. It's like, well, at least he didn't kill like 8 fucking kindergartners.
Yeah.
Like from a utilitarian perspective, it's objectively better that he did this instead of go and fucking do what all of these guys normally do, which is shoot up an entire school. He chose the challenge run. Yeah. As time slipped away, at least 2 local officers were pulled. Let the rally go ahead while law enforcement look for a potentially dangerous person is one of many Secret Service decisions not being called into question. Wait, what? Wait, about an hour before the gunman let loose a volley of bullets that nearly assassinated law enforcement contingent in Butler, PA was on the verge of a great policing success. What a fun way to start this story. I wonder where this will go. Among the thousands of people streaming in to cheer former President Trump at a campaign rally, local officers spotted one skinny young man acting oddly and notified other law enforcement. Secret Service, too, was informed through radio communication. The suspicious man did not appear to have a weapon. Where will this go? Remarkably, law enforcement had found the right man, a would-be assassin, though officers did not know that at the time. Then they lost track of him. How do you lose track of a person who's like a suspect?
Well, they didn't know he was an assassin yet.
20 minutes before violence erupted, no, it's because he was white.
Yeah.
And wearing like YouTuber gun merch,
Yeah.
GunTuber merch.
Like every other person at the Trump rally.
Yeah, so they were like, oh, he's here because he loves Trump, obviously. As time slipped away, 20 minutes before violence erupted, a sniper from a distance spotted Mr. Crooks again and took his picture. As time slipped away, at least 2 local officers were pulled from a traffic detail to help search for the man. But the Secret Service, the agency charged with protecting Mr. Trump, did not stop him from taking the stage.
That is crazy.
8 minutes after Mr. Trump started to speak, Mr. Crooks fired off bullets that left the Republican presidential nominee bloodied and a rally visitor dead. The call to let the rally go ahead while law enforcement look for a potentially dangerous person is one of many Secret Service decisions now being called into question. The agency is also under scrutiny for allowing a building within a rifle's range to be excluded from its secure perimeter, creating a blind spot close to the former president that the gunman exploited. I'm appalled to learn the Secret Service knew about a threat prior to President Trump walking on stage, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Republican of Tennessee, posted on Wednesday. Multiple investigations into the lapses are underway, including one announced by Biden. Ms. Cheadle, in an interview on ABC News, says she takes full responsibility. Even as investigators continue to examine what happened, it's already clear there were multiple missed opportunities to stop Mr. Crooks before the situation turned deadly. This account is based on video footage from the rally and statements from numerous federal officials, local law enforcement officers in Butler, and members of Congress who were briefed by the FBI and Secret Service. Buy one, get one falafel and wedgies with tahini. Thanks, man. Thanks, Uber Eats. So nice of you to beam that into my Apple Watch. On July 8th, an advanced team walked the site, the Butler Farm Show grounds, to assess a security threat. Okay, that part I don't give a shit about.
Apparently there were snipers in the building he was on top of.
Well, have you thought that it's like kind of hot out? And they just wanted to.
They wanted some shade.
Yeah, they wanted a little bit of shade. I don't know who's responsible. That building was Butler County District Attorney Richard Goldinger said. That's also kind of crazy. Why do you not know? But somebody should have been there.
But also, surely if you see a shooter, it doesn't matter whose responsibility it is. You don't go, that's someone else's problem.
Yeah. Gene was saying hi to chat. Oh, yeah. It was also unclear how long in advance Mr. Crooks had prepared. Mr. Trump announced his rally on July 3rd. But in the aftermath, when the FBI was finally able to access the cell phone, they could see that he has searched for images of Mr. Trump as well as President Biden. You know, is this funny? Like, what do you not know what they look like?
Yeah, how does that help you?
Yeah, like, he's like, yeah, okay. I'll look into this whole Mr. President Joseph Robinette Biden thing.
Maybe he was trying to see who had the biggest ears that he could hit.
Yeah.
I think that's what he really wanted.
Yeah, he just wanted to, he just wanted to do a Claire's ear piercing. General Merrick B. Garland, even FBI Director Christopher Wray. Mr. Crooks also had typed major depressive disorder and searched for dates and places for appearances for both Biden and Trump. One of Trump's planned appearances happened to be about 50 miles from Mr. Crooks' house in Bethel Park. On Friday, the day before the attempted assassination, Mr. Crooks went to a shooting range. According to an investigative summary prepared by the FBI the next morning, he bought a ladder at Home Depot, and then later at the day, he purchased 50 rounds of ammo from a gun shop near his home, according to the FBI document and federal law enforcement officials. Good thing all that stuff is just like totally above board, and you can just do that. Perhaps we should learn no lessons from this, and we should just allow people to have more guns and more ammo, like super easily.
I mean, the thing is, there's nothing you can really do, because I'm sure in that town, people are buying thousands of rounds of ammo every single day.
I just meant like in general, that's really odd that we think that is normal.
Yeah.
And we also like will fight till everyone has been shot at least once.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, ladders will be banned first. Bro, we're going to get T-shirt control before we get gun control, okay? You're crazy. In his Hyundai Sonata, Mr. Crooks brought an AR-15 style rifle bought by his father more than a decade earlier. And he brought 2 homemade bombs in which a potentially explosive mixture of fertilizer and fuel was packed inside empty ammunition cans that were roughly the size of a toolbox. How the fuck did he like figure out how to make bombs too?
Without using the internet? That's probably Demo Ranch.
He got that from Demolition Ranch. The bombs were fitted with a remote control receiver, the type typically used to set off fireworks displays remotely, according to another federal government report seen by the Times. The report said the bombs appeared designed to be set off by remote control. He brought that too. Mr. Trump's rally in Butler was supposed to start at 5 p.m., though Mr. Trump did not go on stage for another hour after that. Aw, they made him wait. Video obtained by Pittsburgh's WTA shows that Mr. Crooks was there by at least 5:06. The video suggests that Mr. Crooks walked around in front of the warehouse building he would eventually use as a sniper's perch. He appeared unarmed and unhurried, looking towards the rally site with a hand in his pocket. The officer took photo of him and circulated around officers at the rally. The official said the local officers tried to follow the suspicious man, but lost track. Wait, so like, why'd they clock him as suspicious and then let him go?
Just because he looked weird? Was that why? Like,
yeah, I just like doesn't make any sense.
Because that photo, behind him was real.
Company debuts vending machines selling ammunition in 3 southern states.
That's fucking awesome. That is awesome.
Tap, choose, verify ID, purchase.
Imagine the noise it makes when the ammo comes out. Ding, 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 ding.
Americans
ding, ding,
in 3 states can add bullets to their grocery lists. Computerized vending machines now make it possible for shoppers in Alabama, Texas, and Oklahoma to buy ammunition at the grocery store. The machine's distributor says it uses AI technology to verify customers' identities, but some officials have mixed.
Yeah, I don't believe that at all. Also, I'm willing to bet that people won't use this because they don't like that they have to put their ID down to buy it.
Feelings about these new devices. CNN's Rafael Romo joining me now with more details on this. How does the technology work?
It's a little bit like here in Georgia and other states, they have at supermarkets those machines where you can renew your license plates. It's a little bit like that if you had the added step of doing.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that at all, because this is something entirely different. It's bullets to kill people with, like to end the life of things with, okay? Very different, I think, than renewing your license plate.
Doing a face scan. It's kind of like that. And let me tell you, reaction to the machines has been mixed. Those who oppose them say that buying ammunition shouldn't be as easy as getting candy from a vending machine. Others say it adds convenience for people who already have the legal right to buy not only bullets, but also firearms. The company behind the machines is called American Rounds, and it says it
it's not
has
that
already
different
installed
from
them
just
at
being able to
grocery
buy them
stores in
from
3 different states,
from a
Alabama,
counter.
Oklahoma.
I guess it's just if it's not, doesn't scan your ID properly.
It's like a license plate, but if the license plate could be put into a gun and shot. Yeah. We can buy ammo at Walmart. Why is this a thing? Yeah, I like that. Like, the issue is like, this is just like the logical continuation of like the insanity of American existence. Okay? This is a video game thing. Except, you know, we live in the real world where when you die, you don't just respawn.
And Texas. The company rolled out its first ammo dispenser last November in Alabama. Grant Majors, the CEO of American Rounds, addressed the criticism that the machine makes purchasing ammunition for some too easy in a company video published on their website. He says before making a purchase, customers need to identify themselves through a process that uses
profits.
AI
It's just for more
technology.
profits, so they don't have to employ people.
As you can see here, we have, a very secure automated retail machine. We're able to age verify. We scan a driver's license. It then takes 360 facial recognition for the purchase.
That's a C90, big dog. That's not even a C90. It's like a worse version of that. Wow. State of the art, dude. That's crazy.
Just matches it to the ID.
And Fred, each machine sells ammunition for various firearm calibers, including rifles, shotguns, and handguns, according to American Rounds. A local government official in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, says he thought it was a bad joke when he first heard the machines had been installed at a supermarket in his city.
It was a supermarket.
When I first saw it, I thought somebody was punking me on Facebook. How are you allowing this in our city?
When you got a guy named Kip Tyner getting up, getting upset at this, like, you've gone maybe a little too far, okay? Like, yeah, okay, let's get back to what we were talking about. At some point, the officers lost track of the suspicious person. At some point, Mr. Crooks climbed onto the roof of the warehouse building, number 6 of a complex of interconnected corrugated metal buildings used by an equipment company, AGR International. The location had obvious advantages to a would-be sniper, a clear elevated line of sight towards the stage where Mr. Trump would stand. Ms. Cheadle said no officer was stationed on the roof itself because of safety concerns arising from the roof slope. What? The other roof that they were standing on was also a slope.
Yeah.
What? That is a roof. It's just all roofs have slopes. That roof that the counter snipers were on literally was worse than the fucking roof that the shooter was on. What? It was slope more. The roof that the counter snipers were on was slope more. In fact, you would say a flat roof if it was indeed flat. Yeah. What the fuck? Okay. Secret Service spokesman said there were conflicting accounts on how Mr. Crooks got up to the roof. A Secret Service spokesman said Wednesday that he had climbed up the roof on his own, perhaps by using an air conditioner. Federal air conditioning. We need to do background checks on ACs. Federal investigators believe that he did not use a ladder, even though Mr. Crooks had brought one that morning. At 6 p.m., Mr. Trump appeared, waving to the cheering crowd. 6 minutes later, Trump, now energetically speaking on stage, witnesses noticed Mr. Crooks crawling into position on the roof. They alerted local officers who patrolled the area outside the Secret Service's perimeter. They said at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, sir. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. It's fucked up. They were like 3 minutes late, but I'm not. I'm right on time. Why would they say that? I don't know why they would say that. Well, maybe because check your watches. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. Boom. It was 2 minutes before the shooting. On stage, Mr. Trump continued speaking, seemingly unaware. But around him, Secret Service contingent frantically began to respond, shifting his focus from scanning the crowd to scanning the area north of the security perimeter. The sprawling warehouse complex just to the north, the blind spot, was now everyone's focus. On a barn directly behind Mr. Trump, a Secret Service counter-sniper team quickly clambered from one side of the peak roofs to the other. Now they pointed their rifles at the warehouse about 450 feet to Mr. Trump's right. Mr. Crooks was on the warehouse roof, but it is unclear if the Secret Service counter-snipers could see him. A New York Times visual analysis showed that the view for these snipers was likely blocked by a gentle peak of the warehouse's roof. These fucking roofs, man. We need roof control.
Flat roofs only. Or really sloped.
Yeah. Mr. Crooks was still hidden, low crawling up to the other side. This dude is He's like a legendary combat hero up in here. What the fuck? He was able to evade like some of the best Secret Service. Some of our best soldiers died in Afghanistan, and that's why they couldn't be there to protect Donald Trump. Some of our best Secret Service members.
Somehow I think he just lucked his way through all of this.
Yeah. I mean, well, I guess he was lucky until the very end.
Yeah.
Where he became
the final bit, yeah.
very unlucky. Where it matters.
Yeah.
He was unlucky where it actually mattered. Mr. Crooks was on the warehouse roof. He was still hidden, low crawling up the other side. On the ground, officers from the small Butler Township Police Department had been assigned to direct traffic near the warehouse. According to social media, at least 2 of the officers left their traffic post to help look for the suspicious person. 2 officers went to the warehouse, and 1 officer boosted the other up so that his head was above the roofline. He and Mr. Crooks saw each other. Mr. Crooks turned his firearm, Mr. Natali wrote, but the officer could not fire back. He was holding onto the roof with both hands.
This is why we need gun hats. Gun on your hat, and then when you see someone, if you've got your hands free, you bite, and then you shoot. It's an invention. It's actually a real thing.
Dude, that was entirely too quick. You came up with that. You came up with that very quickly. Like, that's shocking.
I made a video about it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You made a gun hat?
A gun hat. It was a real thing that they used in like World War II.
Oh, that
so when you're
makes sense.
shitting, you can still shoot people. This is
my God.
what Trump needs to bring in when he's...
Yeah. The officer fell backwards and was injured. Mr. Oh, fucking clown show, dude. Yeah. It's like Benny Hill music playing in the background.
Running around the warehouse.
Yeah, it's fucking Looney Tunes, dude. What the hell? Mr. Crook reached the peak of the warehouse roof high enough to see over the top. A witness on the ground yelled, "He's on the roof. He's got a gun." Then time was up. Mr. Crooks fired his rifle 8 times according to the Times announces the audio from the scene. First shot appeared to graze Mr. Trump, bloodying his right ear. 2 other rallygoers were injured, and a 50-year-old retired firefighter, Corey Contemporore. Hey, he was anti-Italian, which was really fucked up. Another day, another Italian slain. Anyway, afterwards, a Secret Service sniper on the South Barn killed him with 1 shot. A local police officer in another part of the area also fired at him, but it was unclear if his bullet struck Mr. Crooks, according to the Butler County District Attorney. When they reached him, he had no ID on him. Officers traced the serial number on his rifle to his father. In his pocket, he carried a remote control to the bombs in his car. It was not clear if he tried to use it or if the bombs were made well enough to explode.
Wow, what a story.
I mean, this is going to make people even crazier.
Yeah.
About the roofs, New York Times did an interview with another Secret Service retiree who said that not putting snipers on slanted, dangerous roofs is normal sometimes, but not in this case.
But the other roof was slanted even more.
Yeah. They should have painted Trump on a cliffside to bait him into driving into it. He would crash and get squished and then slowly reinflate according to style motion.
Whenever Trump's giving a speech, have a bunch of impersonators on the stage as well, and they swap giving speeches.
Yeah, we saw his search history, unless this has more than the New York Times reporting on it. Gauman had 2 phones. Searched about Trump appearances in DNC. Whoa, chill. He was going to come to DNC. I was going to go there. I am going to go there. Sources shared Crooks search images for...
Why
yeah, we already saw that.
I really don't understand that.
We already saw this. This isn't new. Yeah, they said there was still no indication of a motive, ideology, or political views. Blackburn chasing down the head of the Secret Service at the RNC. Wait, what? I don't care about that. I've been saying it's to be giga independent. Think everyone's a sheep. Bro, he was a registered Republican. He is definitionally not a giga independent. Like, you know what I mean? He's just straight up not. He's just a Republican.
Yeah.
If you're a registered Republican, if you took the time out and fucking put your name down, you most likely are a Republican. Yeah. But he's a heterodox thinker. I agree. Anyway, whenever Biden comes through Scranton, they post snipers on every high building to get a full view of the other roofs with snipers. Yeah. The Brits were even on his list. He kind of hated everyone. Wait, what? I didn't see that.
I think you just want to kill a famous person or a politician.
Yeah. So why would a Republican shoot? The question that is on everyone's minds is the question you're asking. But the question you're not asking is, what is his like registered political affiliation? Because that question was answered. Okay? And the answer to that question was, he's a registered Republican. Oh, I didn't realize there were members of the British royal family on there. Anyway, I've never seen a Republican. Yeah. Also, yeah, never seen a Republican shooter before. Yeah. Shocking. It's like, wow, You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me that a right-wing guy shot at someone?
Yeah, what?
What has this country come to? That is so abnormal. It's just genuinely, legitimately shocking to me. I was in a coma for my whole life, actually, because there's literally never been a moment where there wasn't like a prominent right-wing shooter.
Is Pittsburgh like a super Republican area?
No,
it's not.
No, but Pittsburgh is also, famously experienced a mass shooting in a synagogue. One of the, I think it was literally the single deadliest day for American
Holy
Jews.
shit.
Yeah, where another registered Republican Trump supporter who had outflanked Trump, who was, further right than Trump. He became a Nazi, full-blown Nazi, not like a Trumpian Nazi, was like, oh, Jews are doing great replacement, which who did he get that idea from? That's right, Tucker Carlson, who always talks about the great replacement. He's the one who parsed through the sentiment and figured out Jews were responsible for the great replacement. So he wanted to punish the Jews for doing great replacement and bringing about moral degeneracy in the United States of America. So then that guy went and shot up a bunch of people, a bunch of Jewish people in the Tree of Life synagogue. Now, what's not shocking about that story is that he was a fucking right-winger, What's shocking to me, actually, about American political discourse is that while right-wingers very openly will be like, my motivation is my right-wing politics. These are the right-wing content creators that I enjoy the content of. Here, you can look through my search history. Here, I'm writing their names in my manifesto or any number of different things and will literally, quite literally write, I am going to kill as many black people as I possibly can. And the reason why I want to do that is because I watched so many Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, and Tim Pool videos, and I got the idea. They say that openly, and yet in spite of all available evidence, in spite of the overwhelming, disproportionate number of far-right anti-government extremism acts of violence towards marginalized communities, we still have this weird dynamic where we're like,
Yeah.
Oh.
I wonder why.
Oh. There's no way they write black people. Bro, the upstate New York shooter, I must have imagined, okay? El Paso was brown people. The upstate New York shooter was black people, okay? Just because you don't know, the Buffalo shooter directly was like, I'm trying to kill as many black people as possible. Oh, you mean they say the N-word? Ain't no right winger saying black people. Okay, no. Yes, they write the N-word instead of black people. But obviously, I'm not going to say that. Anyway, but I do think he literally did write, he wanted to kill as many black people as possible. I don't know if he said the N-word in his manifesto. But regardless,
he didn't want to get canceled.
The El Paso shooter said he wanted to kill as many Mexicans as possible. So it's not like, it's not like they hide it. Yeah, Dylan Roof, another person, went into a black church, wanted to kill as many black people as possible.
Well, I think the New Zealand guy as well wrote similar thing about Muslims.
Yeah. So, these guys, like I said,
yeah, none of it's shocking.
They don't ever really hide their aspirations, their ideology, their political motivations. This guy kind of did, but he's still a registered Republican, and I won't lie, it's not very shocking to me at all. Okay? All right. That's all we got for today. I'm tired. I was going to do a little bit of Elden Lord, but I'm not.
What's Elden Lord?
Elden Ring.
Oh, cool.
We'll watch the Biden BET interview tomorrow. I'm sure much will be talked about with respect to that. And, another day of 8 hours of uninterrupted, straight political content, baby. Anyway, thank you, Alex, for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow. Peace.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. yours face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.